When the wildfires reached Lysandra's doorstep, her last bit of hope finally burned to ashes. The wastelands were bone dry, devastated by the endless revelries of the courtless fey bastards that had been cast out of their lands, settling among the once fruitful territories that she and her mortal sisters had been raised in. Territories shunned by the surrounding immortal lands, deemed too unsightly to risk the endeavor of crossing through or bringing their goods for trade. Not that the wastelands had anything to trade anymore. Not when the earth was so parched that even spillage from the fae's goblets as they danced and raved from dusk until dawn was unable to quench its thirst. Not when all their cattle and crops had been starved for so long they decayed and withered away to dust without a spare glance from the immortals. A fate humans like herself were on the cusp of facing. "Althea is back," Maria noted as she peered through the curtains of their tiny, worn-down cottage, their voices like whispered omens in the dark. Lysandra rushed to the front door and pried it open for Althea to squeeze inside before the candlelight in their dining room attracted any unsavory beings looking for mortals to toy with. As she worked to secure the door, Lysandra reached into an apron pouch for the dried elderberry powder she needed to dust along the doorframe for added protection. "You look ghastly," Maria gasped as Althea pulled back the hood of her cloak. And it was true. Althea was just as thin and pale from hunger as she'd been when she'd left the wastelands 2 weeks before. But now she was covered in deep, festering scratches that made her pallid complexion shiny with infection. Her golden brown hair was missing clumps along her crown, and her right eye— "I got it," Althea told them. "Everything on the Witch Eater's list. Now all we need to do is spill our blood," Lysandra declared. "It looks as though you already have," Maria muttered as she gaped at their sister's empty socket, the dried blood caked down her face. "Did one of the fae?" Althea shook her head. "It was a dragon shifter. They caught me after I stole their egg." She revealed the gilded item in question from beneath her cape. "It was a fae who saved me, actually. A man. He was kind, Sandra. And on the other side of the wastelands, there's food and water and shelter. We can leave." "Save it," Lysandra hissed as she stepped forward. "Leave? To trade these immortal devils for different ones? Shall I get you a mirror to show you the state of your appearance? Should I turn you loose outside and call for them to find you and see how they treat you? Should I tell you how many days of food we have left before we starve? I do not care if one of them showed you kindness. I do not care if we can get out unscathed and manage to find another place to live. This is our land, and we are taking it back." Althea glanced over to Maria, who nodded in agreement, before returning her gaze to Lysandra and dipping her chin in a nod of deference. "Blade," Lysandra demanded, and Maria procured a knife instantly. Lysandra began to recite the words she'd memorized from the Witch Eater's directions as she spilled all their blood on the pile of objects before them, the magic in the ancient language warming her tongue while the air around them grew heavy. And when the spell was done, every flickering candle snuffed out at once. A beat of silence, a flood of golden light, a taunting cacophony of voices. "What is it that you dare summon us for, little humans?" the gods asked them. Lysandra grinned as she rolled her shoulders back and lifted her chin. "We want to make a bargain." Hannah Carmine felt death nearby. She felt death within, crawling beneath her skin, writhing through her veins. The stars seemed wary tonight, and the dark magic coiled in her core was aching to get out, to call on the corpses it knew were buried beneath the dense earth she was lying against. Since escaping Maria's palace, Hannah had kept her magic locked away, as deep inside herself as she could, but she knew it was only a matter of time. After lying dormant for so long, it was ready to be unleashed. She was ready to be unleashed. Hannah tried not to let Calla or the others know what was lurking under the surface, didn't want to add to the stress they were all already under. But memories of her mother's bone brothel haunted her every waking moment, and she wasn't sure how much longer she could resist the hymn of darkness calling to her blood. It had been nearly 2 weeks since the 4 of them, and Thorn, the 5th blood warrior, had fought their way out of the Rouge Queen's palace.
since they'd begun to brainstorm how they would find and unite the rest of the Blood Warriors as well as locate the Fates' dice. None of which was particularly easy to plan from the tiny remote village in the Dragonwoods where they'd been hunkering down. Though the Dragonwoods were a neutral territory, like Estrella, the Dragon Shifters weren't necessarily keen on 5 wild-eyed witches running amok and causing a flurry of rumors, not to mention the giant target they brought to the small town. For people who could turn into massive dragons at will, Hannah found them to be surprisingly skittish beings. But the lukewarm welcome was only one of the reasons she and the rest of the group were ready to leave. The largest reason was that having to share a single room between the 5 of them would drive them all mad. Their lodging situation was precisely why Hannah was atop this cliff that overlooked the woods and the quaint village below, where she could pretend she was getting some fresh air instead of suffocating from the feeling of death all around her. She didn't think the others missed her too much anyway. Caspian and Thorn had become quick friends, and the 2 of them spent most of their time either writing cryptically coded letters to be sent to every conceivable corner of Aetherius in hope that one would reach another of the Blood Warriors, or trying to hustle the other out of all his money, of which Thorn had none to begin with, which meant neither endeavor had proven fruitful. And then there were Calla and Gideon. Whatever was going on with the 2 of them, neither had bothered to put a label on it, and Hannah hadn't dared ask. She knew it was killing Caspian to act like he didn't notice the way their friends would make sure not to sit too close together or linger for too long in the rest of their presences, but then sneak outside to have whispered conversations in the middle of the night, or squeeze each other's hands in moments they thought no one was watching. "I promise the climb will be worth it," a deep masculine voice suddenly cut through Hannah's thoughts. Hannah pushed herself up and peeked around the large boulder a few yards behind her on the cliff. She knew who the voice belonged to before she spotted the witch, of course, but she was still somewhat surprised to see Gideon, the blue of his hair a bright cobalt beneath the moonlight. Sure enough, Calla crested the cliff's horizon right behind the prince, as if Hannah's thoughts had somehow summoned them. "I don't know why I continue to believe you when you claim something isn't too far," Calla huffed as she caught up to Gideon. Gideon grinned as he threaded his hand through Calla's. Before he could respond, however, Hannah cleared her throat and stepped out from behind the boulder. Calla startled at the sight of her and instantly dropped Gideon's hand. Gideon's body went rigid with alert until he realized it was Hannah, the black and silver of his irises still swirling as his shoulders relaxed. "Hannah, I didn't realize you came up here." "It's okay," Hannah said. "I was just getting some fresh air." "Are you all right?" Calla asked, concern bleeding into her voice. Hannah simply nodded as she brushed past them. "I was getting tired anyway. I'll leave you both to enjoy the lookout."
Calla started, but Hannah was already twisting back around and striding away as fast as her feet would carry her without breaking into a run. Calla started, but Hannah was already twisting back around and striding away as fast as her feet would carry her without breaking into a run. She couldn't get away quickly enough. She felt her skin beginning to prick with the too familiar sensation of death, a sensation that had been growing stronger and stronger every time she was around Gideon. Calla's stomach dropped a bit as she watched Hannah run away from them. From the moment Caspian had snapped Hannah's neck, things had been strange, to say the least. He'd done it to save her from the Rouge Queen's control, of course, but it had taken them nearly 3 days to break whatever insidious trance the girl had been stuck in. And though Hannah swore she'd recovered just fine from her broken neck, it wasn't mended bones the rest of them were concerned about. Calla and Gideon had felt the shift of Hannah's power when she woke up in the carriage. They had smelled the unmistakable charred scent of dark magic. And then there was the fact that Hannah's eyes had remained a haunting, depthless black, not a trace of pupil or white, only the unmistakable signs of a rouge witch falling too deep into necromancy. All of this would have been much more harrowing if Hannah hadn't inexplicably pulled herself out of the horrifying unconscious trance of dark magic. Calla quickly pushed the unsettling memories out of her mind as Gideon ushered her around the large boulder near the edge of the cliff's lookout. They sat on the ground, side by side, and peered out at the clear, starry night hanging above the sprawling dragonwoods below. The dirt-packed ground was pocked with scars from countless dragon shifters sinking their talons in for a landing. Trees covered a majority of the land, their twisting branches tall and gnarled and covered in black and gray leaves that looked like overlapping dragon scales. These trees produced a few variations of a fruit that reminded Calla of the sweet plums she used to find in Estrella's marketplace, a nostalgia that hit her with full force each time she tasted one. Gideon shifted next to her, no doubt restless at the onslaught of emotions emanating from Calla's side of their soul bond. He gently nudged her arm as a reminder that he was right by her side. They were sitting on this precipice together. Calla was unsure what to expect of their soul bond, especially now that there was a war brewing. There was an unspoken risk that intensified the closer they became, but Calla found more and more that she no longer cared about that risk. She had stood in front of the Fates and the Witch Queens, despite all her efforts to avoid that very situation. Now she was going to do whatever she pleased, and when she inevitably ended up on a battlefield before them again, she would remind herself that she'd already walked away from their encounter once before. "What's going on in your head?" Gideon murmured. "A lot," she admitted, as she began to comb her fingers through her hair, unraveling the knots throughout the long tendrils. "I'm worried about Hannah. I hate that I don't know how to help her." "That's a sentiment I more than understand, but I think giving her some space is the best thing we can do. I'm learning there's no way to solve every problem, despite how much we want to." He sighed, then made a beckoning motion with his hand. "Come here, you're making that worse." Calla wrinkled her nose but did as he asked, moving over to sit between his legs so he could undo the tangles for her. Her hair had reached a length where no matter what she did, she could not keep this from happening. But she couldn't bring herself to cut it. Even Gideon's hair had grown out considerably, except his made him look handsomely disheveled instead of like he had just woken up from a night of tossing and turning. She found that to be quite annoying. During the daylight, they both had to keep up their glamours, just in case anyone might recognize them, despite being miles and miles from anything familiar. And Calla had begun to look forward to dusk when the two of them could sneak away after dinner and spend time together as themselves. As Gideon continued untangling her hair, Calla looked down at a compass attached to one of the utility clips on the side of his pants. She reached out, unhooked it, and used the pad of her thumb to push open the lid's clasp with a satisfying click. The enchanted arrow spun around aimlessly, refusing to land on any specific direction now that she wasn't using it within the Neverending Forest. And though the compass's enchantment should have ensured it still worked for Gideon anywhere, it hadn't been cooperating for him either. Calla let out a low sound of frustration as she snapped the lid shut. "I'm not sure how much longer we can continue to wait for this very thing to start working again. I know. Until we get it figured out, we might have to find someone who can scry for the Fates dice." Calla clipped the compass to Gideon's pants. "I can scry," she said. "It just might take some practice." "And a few earthquakes?" Gideon smirked. He was right. Scrying came with very noticeable side effects unless you were practiced enough to mitigate them, and Calla was definitely not practiced enough. "I wonder if someone in the village can help with the compass, or at least point us in the direction of someone who can." "I'm sure they'd be more than willing to assist if it meant us leaving," she mused, as Gideon continued to sift his fingers through her thick tresses. After another beat, she whispered, "What are we going to do if we can't find the dice?" Gideon was quiet for a long moment. Suddenly he gathered Calla's long hair with one hand and gently pulled her flush against his chest with the other, casually draping an arm across her stomach. Calla's eyes fluttered closed at the familiar scent of him, notes of citrus and cedarwood. "The Fates have been treacherous every step of this journey, but I guarantee they want those dice back in our hands more than anyone," he said, resting his chin on the crown of her head. Calla flicked her eyes up toward the stars, toward the gods, and wondered how many moments of peace the two of them had left before everything changed forever. By the time Calla woke the next morning, it was well after dawn. When she and Gideon had returned to the room the night before, the others had already passed out. Caspian and Thorn snoring in sync on opposite sides of the large couch, and Hannah curled into a ball so close to the edge of the bed that Calla was surprised the girl hadn't rolled right off. It hadn't taken Calla long to drift off while Gideon made himself as comfortable as possible on the makeshift pillows and blankets a few feet away. He and the other men rotated their sleeping arrangements, despite both Calla and Hannah insisting they should also take turns on the floor. Their protests had been consistently ignored.
And the one time Calla fell asleep on the floor while the others were out when there could be no protests, she still woke up to find herself tucked into the bed. Now, as Calla rubbed her eyes and looked around, she saw that she was alone. Early afternoon sun streaming in from the window and spilling across the small, tidy room. Small because of their finite funds, tidy because of Gideon's unrelenting cleaning schedule. She stood and stretched before walking over to one of their 2 dressers, ignoring the way her stomach growled as she dug through the drawers for something to wear. Gideon and Caspian had gone overboard on stocking them up with clothing and supplies after they hawked a few of their knives and some pieces of jewelry. Though Calla did have to admit, the overzealous precautions had been enormously beneficial the day she and Hannah had started their cycles at the exact same time. Luckily, as Rouge witches, the bleeding part of the whole ordeal was always over in a blink. No, the worst part for them was definitely the full-body cramps that wreaked havoc for 4 days straight.
Them, referring to Calla, Hannah, and because of the soul bond, Gideon something, not a single one of them had seen coming. Calla's cycle was such a constant pain, she had years to acclimate to. She'd completely forgotten to warn Gideon. Witches and Valkyries were the only beings that had 1 cycle every season, 4 total in a year, and that apparently meant they were destined to have cramps 10 times as painful as Fae or other beings. Calla and Hannah knew to anticipate this, of course, but Gideon, Calla would never forget the look on the prince's face when the first cramp hit him. It took Calla and Hannah an hour to convince Gideon the hot springs on the west side of the woods would give him the relief he needed, even though it was an excruciating walk. "Regret keeping the bond yet?" she had asked, smirking as he nearly shattered his jaw, clenching his teeth with every painful step. "I will never complain about a battle wound ever again," had been his only response. Gideon had been pleased to find that Calla and Hannah were right about the hot springs, and as soon as the whole thing passed, the prince had become noticeably more reverent of the girls. He even left them little gifts he found around the woods, odd-shaped acorns, interesting feathers, dragon scales, as if he were a gracious being of the Fae. Calla smiled as a few of those bits he'd collected rolled around at the bottom of the drawer she was riffling through. She yanked out a shirt and a pair of trousers and bumped the drawer shut with her hip. The clothes they'd collected in the Dragonwoods were almost entirely created from a dragon shifter invention of special woven fiber. It was stretchy but compressing, and the crew had quickly learned it was fantastic for training and fighting in. Water wicked right off, and it somehow managed to be either cool or warm depending on which need arose. She peeled off her sleeping clothes and rolled the tight black bodysuit over her voluptuous frame, hopping a bit as she tugged on a matching pair of pants with dragon scales sewn into the knee and shin panels. The last thing she did was strap Heartreaver's sheath to her hip. Its presence had become a comfort, an anchor to a soul she would always dearly miss. Calla was grateful Gideon remembered to grab it during the chaos with the Witch Queens. She would have been devastated if it had been lost in the fray. "You're awake?" Gideon's voice rang out from behind her. Calla startled a bit as she turned to find him leaning in the open doorway. "You let me sleep too long again," she chided. "Callio," he began, giving her a look. "As long as the world isn't on fire, I'm going to let you sleep in. You're up right on time, though. We discovered something. With the compass, and Caspian just returned with food." "The compass?" She raised both brows in surprise. "Is it working?" "You'll see." Gideon beckoned her with a wave of his hand. Calla hurried outside into the golden afternoon sunlight, letting Gideon lead her down the open stretch of clearing in the middle of the 2 identical rows of cottages. The quaint homes ran along the outer line of the small village, making them just a quick walk to the market square in the town center. Gideon wasn't leading her into town, however. Instead, they walked all the way down the sunny passage and out into the woods, toward a familiar shallow crater that Caspian and Thorn had turned into their own personal hangout spot, complete with 5 tree stump stools and a larger center stump as a makeshift table. Calla seemed to be the only one who noticed that when she and Gideon approached, Hannah stiffened uncomfortably. Caspian and Thorn waited for Calla to choose between the last 2 empty chairs. She settled on Thorn's left and gave him a smile, which he readily returned. Calla still couldn't believe how drastically Thorn's appearance had changed since they'd first met in Myria's dungeon only a few weeks ago.
He'd been little more than skin and bones then, with a paper-white complexion contrasted by long dark hair and an overall unkemptness. Now he was clean-shaven, his skin radiant with a newfound sun-kissed glow, and his hair neatly cropped with a single wayward strand curling down over his forehead. With regular access to food, not to mention Gideon and Caspian's rigorous early morning workouts, Thorn's atrophied muscles had made a full recovery, and every passing day his bright green eyes seemed to grow brighter. Even Caspian had recently commented on how handsome the Terror Witch was, and Calla had to agree. "Good morning," Caspian finally greeted them, tone cheery as he slapped a card he had been mulling over onto the makeshift trunk table. As Thorn shuffled through the cards in his own hand to decide his next move, Cass reached over to grab something out of the leather sack at his feet. "I got breakfast." Cass tossed Calla one of the familiar green fruits from the dragonwoods before lobbing a purple one at Gideon. Calla opened her mouth to take a bite, but before she could taste the fruit, Gideon reached over and plucked it from her hand, replacing it with his. She blinked over at him in surprise, but he was already leaning over to snag a peek at Caspian's cards. She much preferred the sweet taste of the purple ones to the crisp, sour flavor of the green, though she was certain she had never actually mentioned that aloud. Thorn played his turn next, and Cass and Gideon bowed the heads together, trading whispered strategies. Hey, Thorn jabbed an accusing finger at the other men. No cheating. Neither Cass nor Gideon paid him any mind. Cass simply threw down another card, which elicited a small groan from Thorn. Calla leaned over so she could see Thorn's cards. "Let me take a look." Thorn didn't hesitate to fan out the options, and she took a moment to shuffle the order around in his grip before tapping twice on the one she wanted him to play. Caspian narrowed his eyes at the move and quickly countered. Calla tapped a second card in Thorn's hand, and Cass made an indignant noise as he looked back and forth between the two of them. "Shark," Caspian accused Calla. Calla gave him a toothy grin. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Gideon trying to hide a smile by taking a bite of his breakfast. Cass played his final move, and then Thorn went in for the kill. "Aha! Finally!" Thorn exclaimed. "I win!" Cass rolled his eyes and tossed the remainder of his cards onto the stack in defeat. "No, Calla won. This is precisely why we don't let her play." "Don't be a spoil-sport," Thorn admonished as he and Calla high-fived in victory. Caspian sighed deeply before turning to Calla. "Did Gideon tell you about the compass?" Calla shook her head as Gideon unclasped the object in question from his pants and flicked open its lid. "What's going on with it?" "Hannah figured it out," Gideon explained, "this morning." Calla watched curiously as Gideon showed her the compass faceplate and tapped two little pin-sized holes at the top, easily missed if you weren't looking for them. Her blood began to warm as it recognized his magic suddenly flare up between them, a bit of wind shooting from his fingertips and right into the small holes. Calla's breath hitched. She leaned forward in disbelief as Gideon's wind magic made the center of the compass flip to reveal a hidden second side. "I've seen mechanisms like that before," Hannah explained. "My childhood home. The fireplace would do something similar between rooms when air was pumped into a little channel with a bellow. The pressure of the wind in the chamber made it spin. So, when I saw the holes—" "Hannah, you're a genius," Calla said as her eyes flicked to Gideon's face. "The other needle didn't work, but this one—" As she spoke, the arrow began to turn leisurely, unlike the frantic way it had been turning on the other side the past few weeks, assessing the direction it wanted to point. When it finally stopped, Calla sucked in a breath. It pointed due north, toward the land of the Valkyries. What in the hells? Calla wondered.
"What's the difference?" Gideon shook his head. "No clue. But as long as it's working, what are the odds that there are any blood warriors there, though?" Calla asked. "Low," Caspian noted. "Though if we could manage to find our way around the outside borders, we might be able to pinpoint where the compass is trying to lead, as well as run into someone from the guild. It would help if I could make sure everything was going as planned on that front." Gideon nodded in agreement before taking a deep breath. "Looks like it's time to go." Delphine's skin glittered with the scattered rays of light reflecting off the spinning mirror ball overhead. She was sitting on the lap of some drunk fae, sipping a glass of amber wine as she tracked the movements of her target across the room. It had taken her 2 weeks to track down the man in Estrella, and another to finesse her way into this underground sin den. But despite the depraved scene before her, she relished every minute she was here, and not in the Neverending Forest.
Well, except for the night she had returned, when she sought out Alex to sever whatever remained of their relationship. There had been nothing to relish in breaking the poor witchling's heart, but after disappearing without a word, she figured it was the least she had owed them. A part of Delphine was sad that she might never see the sweet mortal again, but another part of her felt relieved, like she was a snake who just shed the old skin of her past, shiny and new with possibilities. She didn't think the others missed her too much anyway. Caspian and Thorn had become quick friends, and the two of them spent most of their time either writing cryptically coded letters to be sent to every conceivable corner of Aetherius in hope that one would reach another of the Blood Warriors, or trying to hustle the other out of all his money, of which Thorn had none to begin with, which meant neither endeavor had proven fruitful. And then there were Calla and Gideon. Whatever was going on with the two of them, neither had bothered to put a label on it, and Hannah hadn't dared ask. She knew it was killing Caspian to act like he didn't notice the way their friends would make sure not to sit too close together or linger for too long in the rest of their presences, but then sneak outside to have whispered conversations in the middle of the night or squeeze each other's hands in moments they thought no one was watching. "I promise the climb will be worth it," a deep masculine voice suddenly cut through Hannah's thoughts. Hannah pushed herself up and peeked around the large boulder a few yards behind her on the cliff. She knew who the voice belonged to before she spotted the witch, of course, but she was still somewhat surprised to see Gideon, the blue of his hair a bright cobalt beneath the moonlight. Sure enough, Calla crested the cliff's horizon right behind the prince, as if Hannah's thoughts had somehow summoned them. "I don't know why I continue to believe you when you claim something isn't too far," Calla huffed as she caught up to Gideon. Gideon grinned as he threaded his hand through Calla's. Before he could respond, however, Hannah cleared her throat and stepped out from behind the boulder. Calla startled at the sight of her and instantly dropped Gideon's hand. Gideon's body went rigid with alert until he realized it was Hannah, the black and silver of his irises still swirling as his shoulders relaxed. "Hannah, I didn't realize you came up here." "It's okay," Hannah said. "I was just getting some fresh air." "Are you all right?" Calla asked, concern bleeding into her voice. Hannah simply nodded as she brushed past them. "I was getting tired anyway. I'll leave you both to enjoy the lookout." "Hannah," Calla started, but Hannah was already twisting back around and striding away as fast as her feet would carry her without breaking into a run. She couldn't get away quickly enough. She felt her skin beginning to prick with the too familiar sensation of death, a sensation that had been growing stronger and stronger every time she was around Gideon. Calla's stomach dropped a bit as she watched Hannah run away from them. From the moment Caspian had snapped Hannah's neck, things had been strange to say the least. He'd done it to save her from the Rouge Queen's control, of course, but it had taken them nearly 3 days to break whatever insidious trance the girl had been stuck in. And though Hannah swore she'd recovered just fine from her broken neck, it wasn't mended bones the rest of them were concerned about. Calla and Gideon had felt the shift of Hannah's power when she woke up in the carriage. They had smelled the unmistakable charred scent of dark magic. And then there was the fact that Hannah's eyes had remained a haunting, depthless black, not a trace of pupil or white, only the unmistakable signs of a rouge witch falling too deep into necromancy. All of this would have been much more harrowing if Hannah hadn't inexplicably pulled herself out of the horrifying unconscious trance of dark magic. Calla quickly pushed the unsettling memories out of her mind as Gideon ushered her around the large boulder near the edge of the cliff's lookout. They sat on the ground, side by side, and peered out at the clear, starry night hanging above the sprawling dragonwoods below. The dirt-packed ground was pocked with scars from countless dragon shifters sinking their talons in for a landing. Trees covered a majority of the land, their twisting branches tall and gnarled and covered in black and gray leaves that looked like overlapping dragon scales. These trees produced a few variations of a fruit that reminded Calla of the sweet plums she used to find in Estrella's marketplace, a nostalgia that hit her with full force each time she tasted one. Gideon shifted next to her, no doubt restless at the onslaught of emotions emanating from Calla's side of their soul bond. He gently nudged her arm as a reminder that he was right by his side. They were sitting on this precipice together. Calla was unsure what to expect of their soul bond, especially now that there was a war brewing. There was an unspoken risk that intensified the closer they became, but Calla felt more and more that she no longer cared about that risk. She had stood in front of the Fates and the Witch Queens, despite all her efforts to avoid that very situation. Now she was going to do whatever she pleased, and when she inevitably ended up on a battlefield before them again, she would remind herself that she'd already walked away from their encounter once before. "What's going on in your head?" Gideon murmured. "A lot," she admitted, as she began to comb her fingers through her hair, unraveling the knots throughout the long tendrils. "I'm worried about Hannah. I hate that I don't know how to help her." "That's a sentiment I more than understand, but I think giving her some space is the best thing we can do. I'm learning there's no way to solve every problem, despite how much we want to." He sighed, then made a beckoning motion with his hand. "Come here, you're making that worse." Calla wrinkled her nose but did as he asked, moving over to sit between his legs so he could undo the tangles for her. Her hair had reached a length where no matter what she did, she could not keep this from happening, but she couldn't bring herself to cut it. Even Gideon's hair had grown out considerably, except his made him look handsomely disheveled instead of like he had just woken up from a night of tossing and turning. She found that to be quite annoying. During the daylight, they both had to keep up their glamours, just in case anyone might recognize them, despite being miles and miles from anything familiar. And Calla had begun to look forward to dusk, when the two of them could sneak away after dinner and spend time together as themselves. As Gideon continued untangling her hair, Calla looked down at a compass attached to one of the utility clips on the side of his pants.
She reached out, unhooked it, and used the pad of her thumb to push open the lid's clasp with a satisfying click. The enchanted arrow spun around aimlessly, refusing to land on any specific direction now that she wasn't using it within the Neverending Forest. And though the compass's enchantment should have ensured it still worked for Gideon anywhere, it hadn't been cooperating for him either. Calla let out a low sound of frustration as she snapped the lid shut. "I'm not sure how much longer we can continue to wait for this very thing to start working again. I know. Until we get it figured out, we might have to find someone who can scry for the Fates dice." Calla clipped the compass to Gideon's pants. "I can scry," she said. "It just might take some practice." "And a few earthquakes?" Gideon smirked. He was right. Scrying came with very noticeable side effects unless you were practiced enough to mitigate them, and Calla was definitely not practiced enough. "I wonder if someone in the village can help with the compass, or at least point us in the direction of someone who can. I'm sure they'd be more than willing to assist if it meant us leaving," she mused as Gideon continued to sift his fingers through her thick tresses. After another beat, she whispered, "What are we going to do if we can't find the dice?" Gideon was quiet for a long moment. Suddenly, he gathered Calla's long hair with one hand and gently pulled her flush against his chest with the other, casually draping an arm across her stomach. Calla's eyes fluttered closed at the familiar scent of him, notes of citrus and cedarwood. "The fates have been treacherous every step of this journey, but I guarantee they want those dice back in our hands more than anyone," he said, resting his chin on the crown of her head. Calla flicked her eyes up toward the stars, toward the gods, and wondered how many moments of peace the two of them had left before everything changed forever. By the time Calla woke the next morning, it was well after dawn. When she and Gideon had returned to the room the night before, the others had already passed out, Caspian and Thorn snoring in sync on opposite sides of the large couch, and Hannah curled into a ball so close to the edge of the bed that Calla was surprised the girl hadn't rolled right off. It hadn't taken Calla long to drift off while Gideon made himself as comfortable as possible on the makeshift pallet of pillows and blankets a few feet away. He and the other men rotated their sleeping arrangements, despite both Calla and Hannah insisting they should also take turns on the floor. Their protests had been consistently ignored. And the one time Calla fell asleep on the floor while the others were out, when there could be no protests, she still woke up to find herself tucked into the bed. Now, as Calla rubbed her eyes and looked around, she saw that she was alone. Early afternoon sun streaming in from the window and spilling across the small, tidy room. Small because of their finite funds, tidy because of Gideon's unrelenting cleaning schedule. She stood and stretched before walking over to one of their two dressers, ignoring the way her stomach growled as she dug through the drawers for something to wear. Gideon and Caspian had gone overboard on stocking them up with clothing and supplies after they hawked a few of their knives and some pieces of jewelry.
Tonight, she was in her elements, sitting in the most exclusive club in all of Illustros, run by the same insidious beings who controlled the black markets. It was so selective they let in new members as infrequently as once a decade. However, after a few demonstrations of her siren song, her claws, and the diamond dress she was wearing, she'd conned her way in. "Want to get out of here, sweetheart?" The fae she was perched atop grunted in her ear, his hot breath making her cringe. Delphine was careful not to let her disgust show, but before she could respond, something caught her attention. Her target was on the move. Delphine hopped off the fae's lap in an instant, straightening her dress as she dodged the drunk man's grabbing hands. "Why don't you get me a refill? I'll be right back," she purred at the stranger, shoving her half-full glass into his chest, before making a beeline for the other side of the room. Her target was quick. He didn't move without purpose, which meant there was a very small window to catch him alone before he went on to whatever else was on his agenda tonight. She wove her way through the crowded tables, each of which hosted different games and an array of peculiar gamblers. Her target had slipped through a door in the back that Delphine was almost certain didn't lead to a restroom, or anywhere else so tame, and when she found it unlocked, she had to admit she was surprised. As she reached for the glass knob, her eyes darted around the room, hoping no one was paying attention to her, but of course most people were. Even without the diamond dress, or the fact that she was the only siren, her presence could never be missed. Delphine flashed her audience a fiendish grin, slipped through the doorway, and stepped into a courtyard. It was narrow and dark, the blistery night air sticky with salt from the nearby coast. An empty, shadowy passage stretched all the way to the end of the back half of the building, where another door awaited. She hurried to the exit and pulled it open, and was immediately filled with the distinct feeling she was walking into a trap. "Hello, Delphine," a deep voice murmured as the door slammed shut at her back. "It's been too long." The small room was covered floor to ceiling in plush onyx velvet. There was a long, tufted couch along the far wall and an insidious-looking cage off to the right. Thankfully, the cage was empty. A faint glow from the impressive overhead crystal chandelier splashed warm light across her former landlord's face. Delphine's mouth twisted into a feline grin. Jack. His expression was carefully blank as he spoke. "I was wondering when you would finally find me." "If you knew I was looking for you, why didn't you find me?" She crossed her arms and leaned back against the door. For a moment, there was no answer, only a brief flare of light and the quick hiss of something igniting. A cigarette. "People come to me," he told her, "never the other way around." Delphine tapped her foot impatiently and watched as Jack took a drag, blowing out a lazy ring of lavender smoke. His shrewd gold eyes searched for answers in Delphine's expression, but she knew he wasn't going to find anything useful there. She was too busy raking her own gaze over his impeccable outfit, a crimson suit embroidered with swirling floral patterns and small ruby beads. It was almost nicer than her own ensemble, and a flare of jealousy warmed her skin. Jack's attire was custom-made, while hers had been stolen from a laundering shop. Jack was the only mortal Delphine had ever met who was able to exude confidence in the presence of beings that could easily kill him. Not even Alex, his witch half meant they possessed actual magic, was able to hold a candle to Jack's simmering presence. "Get on with it, then." Another drag of the cigarette. "Tell me what it is you're here for." "I'm surprised you're a smoker. Aren't you worried the smell will linger on all your nice clothes?" Delphine gave a light sniff. "Is that fairy root?" "Why worry about things I'm only going to wear once?" he responded. "And yes, it's a very rare strain of fairy root, in fact. Worth triple what those diamonds in your ears cost. Would you like some? It's good for nerves." She smirked. "Are you saying I make you nervous?" Jack pushed himself up from the couch, cigarette hanging between his lips as he strode across the room. He leaned a hand on the door behind her and bent down until their noses were almost touching. They were about the exact same height, but the way he took up space made it feel like he was towering over her.
The scent of the burning fairy root was thick as wisps of smoke curled into the air between them.
In about 5 minutes, this room will be... The scent of the burning fairy root was thick as wisps of smoke curled into the air between them. In about 5 minutes, this room will be occupied by beings with a few very specific activities in mind that they'd like to enjoy this evening. Activities I don't think you'll stomach, no matter how many layers of bravado you've donned tonight. He made a point to flick his honey eyes up and down her figure. So, either tell me what it is you've spent the last few weeks trying to get me into a room for, or take a seat and let's see how long you last before losing your last meal all over the carpet. You know, she reached up and plucked the cigarette from his mouth. I've never really believed that you or this empire you've built are as impenetrable as you try to make it seem. I think you're just so bored and lonely that it's easy to act like you have everything under control. Because you have nothing to really lose if something goes wrong, right? At least that's what I've been told in these last few weeks while I hunted you down. Nothing to live for. Nothing to die for. I imagine that means making risky decisions is an easy thing to do. Delphine brought the cigarette to her own lips and inhaled deeply, Jack's eyes tracing the movement. She could use the fairy root's calming effects for what she was about to do next. You said people come to you, never the other way around, but maybe you should rethink your stance on that. She huffed a laugh. Because when you let an ember linger too long, you'll find the fire will roar back to life, stronger than before. She brought the burning end of the cigarette down onto his custom lapel and extinguished it. You have no idea who you're toying with, he told her evenly. Oh, but that's what I'm trying to tell you, Jack. She tapped the point of one of her incisors with the tip of her tongue. I know exactly who I'm toying with. If you knew I was looking for you, you should have given me your audience. Instead, you left me to network with people who just happen to have lots of secrets. Secrets that, don't get me wrong, were often incomplete pieces of larger secrets, bigger pictures, but that's where I come in. Secrets are my specialty. What are you here for? Jack asked, tone more clipped than before. I want to know where Hannah and Calla are. Is that all? He huffed a laugh. Last I heard, they were taken from the Neverending Forest by Miria's guards and hauled off to the Rouge Realm. Are they still there? She demanded. I'm a very busy man, sweetheart. I only keep track of those I need to. He stepped away from her. We're done here. No, we aren't, Delphine shrieked as she reached out with lightning speed and wrapped her hand around his neck, embedding her claws in the soft skin there. She was becoming rather fond of the sensation of ripping out throats. Ranil may have been onto something. I want to know where Raymore and Boone are. A dangerous, shrewd glint flashed in his golden eyes, and he slowly reached up and extracted her hand from his throat. Delphine didn't know why she let him remove her so easily. Maybe it was the odd way his expression hadn't changed, not even a flinch. There was truly no mask he was wearing, nothing to slip away or see beneath. Why shouldn't I kill you for coming here? His tone suggested he was genuinely curious. For stalking me and making demands you have no right to make? Because if anything ever happens to me by your hands, I've guaranteed that your secret and all its tricky little pieces will be for everyone to know. Because as much as you think you have nothing to live or die for, we both know if that were really true, you wouldn't be bothering with all of this. She gestured to the room around them. A very small example of his very large empire. Hope is infectious, don't you think? Always festering somewhere in the darkness, even when you think you've snuffed it all out. There was a long, lingering minute of silence, and though his expression never wavered, his breathing had gotten ever so slightly shallower. Then he said, Our 5 minutes are up. If you're looking for Raymore, you're in luck. He and the albatrosses will arrive any second." Delphine curled a lip. Albatrosses? She knew of them, creatures whose kiss would trap you for 6 long years at sea, make you unable to step on land a second sooner. She wondered why such beings would be here for Jack. "Entertainment," Jack answered her unspoken question. "Fun is surprisingly sparse out at sea." From across the room, a door Delphine hadn't noticed before burst open, cutting off the rest of Jack's sentence. She watched with morbid curiosity as a slew of unpolished scoundrels came pouring inside, including Raymore himself. "Welcome, friends," Jack smiled as he addressed the newcomers, not bothering to turn and face them. "Please settle in. We have quite the acts to look forward to tonight." "Boss?" Raymore asked as he approached where Jack and Delphine stood, trying to peer over Jack's shoulder to get a peek at her. The troll's eyes widened as soon as they landed on her. Delphine sidestepped away from Jack, giving Raymore a saccharine smile. "It's so nice to see you again, Raymore. Remember me?" "Of course you do. My good friend Calla introduced us once or twice." Raymore shifted on his feet, perhaps a bit nervous at her looming presence, but he didn't back away. He only stared blankly at Jack, perhaps awaiting orders or an explanation for why Delphine was there. "For tonight's first bit of entertainment," Delphine announced to the very confused crowd hovering at the back of the room, "I'm going to perform a very special trick." If Delphine thought Jack would attempt to stop her, she was wrong. The man only watched, waiting to see what her next move would be. Or, should I say, Raymore here is going to perform a very special trick. "How romantic," someone crooned from the shadows, as another person muttered, "I thought there was going to be blood." Raymore opened his mouth to demand someone tell him what was going on, but Delphine was already singing. It was a lovely ballad, one of her favorites, the melody haunting as it rose to a mournful crescendo. Magic laced each note with a heavy dose of influence, and in mere seconds, every being's eyes were glazed with rapt focus. Raymore's left hand began to rise in front of him, and his concentration on her song broke ever so slightly. He looked at his hand in horror as it turned toward his own body without his permission. Delphine kept singing. Jack straightened up a bit in realization as Raymore's hand involuntarily plunged itself into his chest, right over his heart. His jagged nails ripping at the material of his shirt and the mottled skin underneath until it was a mess of blood, flesh, and linen. "Wait," the troll managed to wheeze as his mind finally caught on to what was happening. "Wait." Delphine didn't know such thing. She simply kept singing and singing and singing until his hand had dug so far into his own chest that it finally clutched around the beating heart within. Only then did she go silent. The room around her pulsed with anticipation, as Raymore pulsed with fear. She slowly leaned down until her eyes were level with the troll's. "This is for what you did to Calla." "No," Raymore whispered. A giddy feeling bubbled in her stomach as she demanded, "Hand it over." Raymore ripped his heart out of his chest and dropped it at Delphine's feet with a sickening squelch. When his body hit the floor, a round of applause broke out, but Delphine ignored it as she scooped up the troll's odd-shaped heart and tossed it over to Jack. Jack caught it without a word, dark maroon blood splattering over his expensive ensemble and the sharp angles of his face, yet he still didn't blink. "Another heart for your collection. You're welcome," she told him, as she stepped toward the door that led back to the courtyard. "Tell Boone I'll be back for him eventually." Jack tossed the heart up into the air a couple of times in contemplation. "You were right, you know."
She paused, hand on the doorknob. "About? I don't have anything to live or die for. It's why I surround myself with vulnerable people." She paused, hand on the doorknob. "About? I don't have anything to live or die for. It's why I surround myself with vulnerable people who have plenty to lose. Raymore was particularly useful. Not too bright, but always did as he was told. I should make you pay greatly for this. She laughed. Oh, but you won't. Actually, I will. Just not in the way you might think. He strode over, swatted her hand away from the knob, and yanked the door open himself. Because there's one thing you were wrong about. There's no hope festering here, sweetheart. I found a way to squash that little bug long ago. Permanently. Delphine flicked her hair away from her face as she stomped outside, fists balling by her sides. Go reunite with your friends, Jack taunted, and hope that my payback for you will hurt far less than yours did for Raymore. With that, he slammed the door. Delphine scurried across the courtyard and back to the club, hurrying past belligerent gamblers still playing their games, making their bets, drinking their wine. A slurred voice called out whatever made-up name she'd provided, and she turned to find the man she'd been using earlier, the one she'd flirted with for weeks to get access in here. Without stopping to see what he wanted, Delphine raced for the exit. Delphine would not let Jack's threats derail her plans. All she'd done was get information on Hannah and Calla's whereabouts. All she'd done was avenge her friend. I'll deal with the consequences later, she thought. When she finally made her way out into Estrella's starry night, she had only one thing on her mind: get to the Rouge Realm and rescue Hannah and Calla from wherever Maria had them imprisoned. It should be a relatively easy task. After all, she held the key to everything. Do you really think heading closer to the land of the Valkyries is the best idea? Calla whispered to Gideon as they watched their friends frantically pack up all their belongings. Gideon was the first one ready. Every garb and weapon he owned meticulously secured in his pack or on his person. Everyone else scrambled to find matches for their socks, frantically stuffing random articles of clothing and knives wherever they could fit them. Caspian was currently digging under the bed for a missing shoe, while Thorn sifted through the couch cushions. Meanwhile, Hannah was repacking everything Cass touched. Unfortunately, we don't have any other leads at the moment, Gideon said. I think Cass has the right idea. We see where the compass might be leading, and then split up from there. He can go with Hannah to find Delphine, and Thorn can stick with us while we go after the other blood warriors and Dice. There's a clock ticking over our heads now. We don't have time to ruminate on our next steps any longer. Calla nodded in agreement, just as a loud knock pounded on the cottage door. Hannah cautiously pried it open, and Calla strutted over, Gideon on her heels, all of them crowding the threshold to see who it was. If it wasn't easy enough to tell from their bulky build or the way their irises flickered like the dancing flames they could breathe, the emerald scales lining their forearms was certainly a dead giveaway that this was a dragon shifter. Not to mention their uniform was made of the same stretchy compression material Calla had taken a liking to, allowing easy access to the leathery wings folded at their back. "Can we help you?" Gideon demanded. The shifter silently stared at Hannah, eventually turning to address Gideon's question. "You all need to evacuate this area immediately." "We were just," Calla began to explain, but before she could get her entire sentence out, 3 large beasts fell from the sky. Multiple dragon shifters landed nearby, and the ground shook beneath all of their feet. Before Calla could lose her balance, Gideon had a steadying grip on her elbow. Hannah was as still as a pillar. The dragon shifter before them turned to take in the newcomers. "Here we go." Gideon was already tugging on his backpack. "Grab whatever you manage to pack and get outside," he snapped at the others. "Now!" He tossed Calla her bag and waited for Cass, Hannah, and Thorn to file outside. All of them watched as the 3 shifters finished transitioning back into their human forms. Their dragon forms came in vibrant jewel-toned colors: sapphire, ruby, and topaz. It was odd to watch the way their bones twisted and cracked as they transformed, their scaly skin melting away everywhere, except the few places it remained for protection in their vulnerable human form. One of them, the one with sapphire scales, marched up to the group, her pale face contorted with anger. She was almost 3 inches taller than Gideon, her raven hair shaved on one side and braided on the other. Within the blue eyes that matched her scales, a fire blazed as she roared, "Which one of you is in charge of this coven?"
The group turned their heads toward Gideon and Calla without hesitation. Calla narrowed her eyes, arms crossing over her chest, as she asked, "Why? Who are you?" "We're members of the Trove," the dragon shifter replied. Gideon recognized the name. The Trove was the elected council that ruled the Dragonwoods, and, perhaps more importantly, the only beings in Etherius who knew where the hidden Isle of Dragons was. "And you've overstayed your welcome," the sapphire shifter continued. "What's the rush all of a sudden?" Calla pressed. "Valkyries," the ruby shifter spat. "3 of them, to be exact. Saying they're hunting down a group of troublesome witches, which means you either leave peacefully or by force. Your rivalry isn't welcome here." It wasn't much of a threat. The Dragonwoods were a neutral territory, magically spelled to harm anyone who engaged in physical conflict. Even so, Calla was sure dragon shifters had rather creative ways to make people leave if they truly wanted something involving dragonfire. Gideon cursed at the mention of Valkyries, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Where were the Valkyries last seen?" Caspian asked. As if worried that sharing this information would be considered an allegiance, the shifter hesitated. Calla tapped her foot. "The quicker you give us a direction, the quicker we're gone." "Due north," the ruby shifter grunted. "Now leave." "Well," Thorn said, looking ruefully at the rest of them, "at least we know for sure the compass is working again." Everyone turned to Gideon, and he dipped his chin in a sharp nod. Permission to move out. Caspian didn't waste another moment, waving a hand at the group to follow his lead into the woods, while Gideon lingered behind, eyes trained on the shifter as they left. "Is something wrong?" Calla murmured, slowing her steps to keep pace at his side. "They're burning the cottage down," Gideon noted. She glanced back at the dragon shifters, to find that the ruby one was scrutinizing Gideon as carefully as Gideon was them. The other shifters had in fact disappeared into the cottage. A noise of shock fell from Calla's mouth when she noticed billowing puffs of smoke wafting from the open doorway. "Do you think they're trying to cover our scents or something?" she asked. Gideon shook his head. "No, I think they're sending someone a signal." Plumes of gray smoke wafted into the air from the distant clearing in the middle of the Dragonwoods, and the sharp smile on Amina's face turned anticipatory. She flicked her gaze over to where Lyra was hovering in the air on her left. "Think you can follow them overhead without being spotted?" Amina asked. Lyra wrinkled their nose in disdain. "Don't insult me." Amina nodded in satisfaction. "I'll head back to Sabine and make sure she hasn't maimed our prisoner yet. We have less than 48 hours to deliver the siphon to Ignia. Do whatever it takes to make their feet move quickly. We'll see you at the border." Lyra gave Amina a smile before they dove down through the air and speared toward the witches in the woods below.
Amina gave a powerful beat of her wings and soared higher, breaking through the first line of wispy clouds before shooting herself forward. Flying at this altitude meant it only took about an hour to reach the borderline, where they'd left Sabine and their prisoner, but as she gracefully drifted to a landing in front of her friend, she noted their hostage was nowhere to be found. "Sabine," Amina greeted the girl with an impatient tap of her foot. Sabine, calmly sharpening one of her blades, glanced up with a delighted grin. "That didn't take long. I assume Lyra's sources were right. The witches were holed up in the Dragonwoods?" "Yes," Amina answered, the word clipped as she propped her hands on her hips. "Now, does something look wrong to you here?" Sabine tilted her head, her jade-green eyes darting around the space between them in confusion. "No?" "Sabine," Amina growled, "where is him?" "Who?" "Oh." Sabine gave a nonchalant wave of her hand as the realization hit her. "Don't worry, he's just getting me a snack." Amina sputtered, nearly at a loss for words. "You let him out of your sight? He's a prisoner, Sabine." "But I was hungry," Sabine complained, "and he wouldn't stop asking questions. I figured it'd be safest for us both if he was preoccupied elsewhere." "Sabine," Amina sighed in frustration, "go find him, now." Sabine straightened up, rolling her eyes. Yeah, I'm on it." Then a wicked look gleamed in her eyes. "Actually, I have an idea."
Amina gave her friend a wary look. Gods help that man. But as Sabine prowled into the forest, Amina was sure that not even they could save him from what was coming. Not from Sabine, or the Valkyrie Queen, or the war she could feel looming on the horizon. For the first time since he'd awoken, the forest was silent enough for him to hear his thundering heartbeat as it echoed in his ears. He could still feel the tremors of shock deep in his bones from the moment he opened his eyes back in the Neverending Forest, the 3 Valkyries looking down on him with anticipation. It had taken some time to reorient himself in his body, like maybe his soul had forgotten what it was like to be tethered. It didn't take long, however, to realize why he felt so different, so out of sorts. His being was changed. It was small differences at first, a faster heart rate, blood that warmed with each shift of his emotions, the way certain things refused to respond to his call. He couldn't shift the wind, and the rain no longer energized him. Though it wasn't as if he felt empty, not at all. In fact, it felt like something powerful was prowling beneath the surface of his skin, a beast waiting for permission to be unleashed, though he didn't know how to let it out, or if he even wanted to. That beast began to perk up now, unsettled by the lifelessness around him, a lack of birdsong, the absence of any breeze. Or maybe it was just alert to the sudden feeling of being watched, a fact punctuated by the prickling hair on the back of his neck. A twig snapped. He sharply spun to his left, holding his breath and narrowing his eyes toward the thicket. Silence. He crept forward, treading lightly on the balls of his feet. Someone was here. Or maybe something, the same sort of something that was lurking beneath his skin. A ruffle of leaves. He bared his teeth and spun for the tree on his left, watching as one of the lower branches bobbed in the air. Empty. Come out, he demanded. There was a thud, this time from directly behind him, and he whirled. He sprinted forward, following the sound of the pounding footsteps, an unfamiliar instinct to become the predator rather than the prey. He dodged trees and ducked beneath branches as a strong gust of wind swirled around him. Up ahead, a figure dashed behind a particularly large trunk blanketed by shadows. But when he rounded the thick trunk, there was no one. What the hells, he muttered to himself, slowly turning around and staring straight into a pair of piercing jade eyes. He didn't even have time to make a sound of surprise as the Valkyrie swept his feet from beneath him and his back slammed onto the ground. She had his shoulder pinned down in seconds, her clawed hand wrapped around his throat as she gave him a toothy grin. She laughed. Ha ha ha! Before she could finish whatever else she was about to say, however, something inside him snapped. He wasn't sure if it was from the surprise or from being pinned down, but the beast had finally decided it was ready to release itself. Sabine looked cautious now. Your eyes are doing that strange thing again, the flames. Get off me, he warned, his voice not sounding at all like his own. Sabine scrambled up, green eyes sharp as they roamed his face. What's happening to you? He couldn't answer, not only because he didn't know, but because a searing ripple of magic suddenly burst out of him, right into the earth. What's happening? He demanded internally, as a roar ripped from his throat, the unfamiliar magic in his veins exploding out of him, all at once. Who are you? I am you, the beast answered back. Who am I? He did not know this version of himself. Who am I? At first there was no answer, just fire and pain. Then his name began to echo all around him. Ezra Black. Ezra Black. Ezra Black. The earth began to shake. Plumes of gray smoke wafted into the air from the distant clearing in the middle of the dragonwoods, and the sharp smile on Amina's face turned anticipatory. She flicked her gaze over to where Lyra was hovering in the air on her left. Think you can follow them overhead without being spotted? Amina asked. Lyra wrinkled their nose in disdain. Don't insult me. Amina nodded in satisfaction. I'll head back to Sabine and make sure she hasn't maimed our prisoner yet. We have less than 48 hours to deliver the siphon to Ignia. Do whatever it takes to make their feet move quickly. We'll see you at the border. Lyra gave Amina a smile before they dove down through the air and speared toward the witches in the woods below. It had taken some time to reorient himself in his body, like maybe his soul had forgotten what it was like to be tethered. It didn't take long, however, to realize why he felt so different, so out of sorts. His being was changed. It was small differences at first, a faster heart rate, blood that warmed with each shift of his emotions, the way certain things refused to respond to his call. He couldn't shift the wind, and the rain no longer energized him. Though it wasn't as if he felt empty, not at all. In fact, it felt like something powerful was prowling beneath the surface of his skin, a beast waiting for permission to be unleashed, though he didn't know how to let it out, or if he even wanted to. That beast began to perk up now, unsettled by the lifelessness around him, a lack of birdsong, the absence of any breeze. Or maybe it was just alert to the sudden feeling of being watched, a fact punctuated by the prickling hair on the back of his neck. A twig snapped. He sharply spun to his left, holding his breath and narrowing his eyes toward the thicket. Silence. He crept forward, treading lightly on the balls of his feet. Someone was here. Or maybe something. The same sort of something that was lurking beneath his skin. A ruffle of leaves. He bared his teeth and spun for the tree on his left, watching as one of the lower branches bobbed in the air. Empty. "Come out!" he demanded. There was a thud, this time from directly behind him, and he whirled. He sprinted forward, following the sound of the pounding footsteps, an unfamiliar instinct to become the predator rather than the prey. He dodged trees and ducked beneath branches as a strong gust of wind swirled around him. Up ahead, a figure dashed behind a particularly large trunk, blanketed by shadows. But when he rounded the thick trunk, there was no one. "What the hells?" he muttered to himself, slowly turning around and staring straight into a pair of piercing jade eyes. He didn't even have time to make a sound of surprise as the Valkyrie swept his feet from beneath him and his back slammed onto the ground. She had his shoulder pinned down in seconds, her clawed hand wrapped around his throat as she gave him a toothy grin. She laughed. "Ha ha ha!" Before she could finish whatever else she was about to say, however, something inside him snapped. He wasn't sure if it was from the surprise or from being pinned down, but the beast had finally decided it was ready to release itself. Sabine looked cautious now. "Your eyes are doing that strange thing again. The flames. Get off me," he warned, his voice not sounding at all like his own. Sabine scrambled up, green eyes sharp as they roamed his face. "What's happening to you?" He couldn't answer, not only because he didn't know, but because a searing ripple of magic suddenly burst out of him, right into the earth. "What's happening?" he demanded internally, as a roar ripped from his throat, the unfamiliar magic in his veins exploding out of him all at once. "Who are you?" "I am you," the beast answered back. Who am I? He did not know this version of himself. Who am I? At first, there was no answer, just fire and pain. Then his name began to echo all around him. Ezra Black. Ezra Black. Ezra Black. The earth began to shake. Luckily, the earthquake had finally stopped, and now she and Amina were left to gape down at Ezra's unconscious form. Sabine prodded one of the black leathery appendages that had sprouted from the witch's back with the toe of her boot, as if it were a giant insect she'd never seen before. The wings had small shiny scales crawling along the tendons, and looked an awful lot like those of a dragon shifter, Amina hissed. Hells, I knew his eyes were a bad omen. How do you suppose, began, but the realization dawned on her quickly. It wasn't his heart we used to bring him back, it was Robin's. I didn't realize such a thing would do this, Amina claimed, splaying her hands toward Ezra's unconscious form. Sabine shrugged. Well, what's done is done, I suppose. Do you think he's going to be mad at us? Wait, do you think this means we'll have to teach him how to fly? Amina only pinched the bridge of her nose. Sabine tapped Ezra's shoulder with her foot next. Hey, pal, it's time to wake up now. Ezra didn't move. She tapped harder. There was a tiny part of her, a very tiny part, that might have even been worried for the witch. Not that she'd know what that sort of thing even felt like. All she knew was that the uneasy warning in her stomach meant he might not be all right. It made her feel very out of sorts. After all, he'd been the one taking care of her the past few weeks, as much as she'd hated it. Amina and Lyra had given the witch about 5 minutes to acclimate to his resurrection back in the Neverending Forest before explaining that if Ezra wanted to see his brother or friends again, he needed to listen to them. Sabine had been in so much pain she couldn't remember now if he'd put up much of a fight as he climbed out of his coffin to scoop up her writhing form and flee with the others from that forest. Lyra had said carrying Sabine was paying his dues for her sacrifice, and Sabine agreed. Giving up her wings in order to summon his soul from the afterlife was not something she would ever let the witch forget. But if any of them had expected him to argue over the task at some point, they were all sorely mistaken. At first, Sabine thought the lack of protest was probably out of some sort of pity, a notion she loathed. But after a few days, she realized the look in his eyes had never been anything so shameful. It had been more reverent, in fact. And that's when she had known Amina's plan was going to work. Regardless, during their travel back to the land of the Valkyries, Amina and Lyra took turns sleeping and keeping watch at the tops of the trees, leaving Sabine and Ezra alone. Those first nights had been the worst for her. She hadn't once cried or complained. She'd have rather died. But her spiked fevers and full-body chills were miserable. And it wasn't lost on her that he'd stayed up and changed the cooling rags on her wounds every few hours when the heat from her skin turned them hot. She supposed it shouldn't be a complete shock that she might feel a tad sympathetic for his current predicament. "Oh, Lyra is going to die when they see this," Amina said dryly, cutting through Sabine's thoughts. "I just know they're going to want every little detail for their research. Hell, he'll be lucky if he doesn't get dissected. Again." Sabine was only half listening to Amina's ramblings as she unsheathed one of her daggers and flipped it into the air by its hilt. "Do you think if I were to—" Ezra groaned. "Good timing," Amina murmured, as they watched him slowly come to, blinking his obsidian eyes open in confusion. "What the hell's happened?" he grunted, immediately attempting to push himself up from the ground, only to topple sideways at the unfamiliar weight of the wings. The back of his shirt had been torn to shreds, and now the useless piece of clothing hung off his frame awkwardly, giving Sabine and Amina flashes of the toned muscles of his stomach beneath. "Funny story," Sabine began, as Ezra managed to climb to his feet while gaping over his shoulder in utter shock. "You may or may not be a dragon shifter now. Don't worry, we're looking into getting a third opinion." "What the— Really?" he yelled. "Does this mean you don't like them?" Sabine asked at the same time Amina said, "The heart we used in order to bring you back belonged to a dragon shifter. Clearly there were some side effects." Ezra looked at them both, aghast, and Sabine found that she thought he was even more handsome when he was upset. Not that she should have been thinking he was handsome at all. "Why didn't you use my heart to bring me back? It isn't like you didn't know where to find it," he accused. Sabine and Amina exchanged a loaded look. Sabine eventually shrugged, deferring to Amina's judgment on whether or not they should finally divulge more details of the current situation to him.
They'd all been pretty tight-lipped up until now, though not for Ezra's lack of prodding. "What are the two of you hiding?" He balled his fists. "I know you only brought me back because you're trying to extort a favor out of Calla and Gideon. So what is it? The big secret Sabine refused to tell me even when she was half dead? Wait, did you try to get secrets out of me when I was half lucid?" Sabine keened. Ezra threw her a look that seemed to say, "Obviously," and part of her had the urge to bite him. Another part admired his shameless tactics. Hells, for all she could remember, they might have worked. She'd been in such excruciating pain that she hadn't been able to tell reality from hallucination. If there was information he couldn't pry out of her even in her most vulnerable state, she was impressed with herself. "We couldn't use your heart because we no longer possess it.
Amina finally admitted. Ezra scowled. Then who really does? An eerie, low-pitched whistle echoed through the trees around them, and Amina instantly tensed. The Valkyrie Queen, Amina answered, before turning to Sabine. And that was Lyra's signal. Stay here while I get an update, and this time don't let him out of your sight, Sabine. I have wings now, Ezra said. How would she be able to stop me? Sabine couldn't help it. She laughed. Ezra's scowl deepened. Amina snorted. Sure, Prince, fly away. When I get back, I'll make sure to search the entire 5 feet of distance you end up traveling. I have a name, and it isn't Prince, he snapped. Amina tilted her nose up at him. You're already on thin ice with me, Prince. I suggest you adjust your tone. Or what? Ezra asked. When Amina's fists tightened at her sides, he smiled. You need me, he taunted. Keep pushing my buttons, Ezra, and soon you'll find yourself without a beating heart for the 2nd time, Amina warned. You're a convenient ploy, not a necessity, and you'd do well to remember that. With that, Amina launched herself into the sky. Ezra looked to Sabine with disdain. Whatever you're planning to do to Calla and Gideon, I'm not going to cooperate, he told her. I'll take myself out before I let you derail their mission. The Fates War is coming. I know you can all feel the shift in the air, in the earth, and I won't let you interfere. You all need to mind your own business. Unfortunately, the business of your friends is now our business as well. Believe me, this was not my first choice of a vacation. Sabine strode closer to him, waving a hand at his wings. And to his credit, he didn't flinch away from her like most beings did. You need to start conditioning those if you want to even attempt flying. I'll be right back. Where are you going? Rocks, she said. You need rocks. You're going to learn how to hold yourself up with the extra weight first. Then, when you're ready, you'll remove them and be able to trust that your shiny new appendages can hold up your body weight with ease. Ezra crossed his arms over his chest, ripping away what was left of his shirt and tossing it to the side. Are you saying you're going to train me? Sabine gave him a lazy smile, not bothering to hide the fact that she was languidly admiring every inch of his bare torso. Any individual's weakness, prisoner or otherwise, is a detriment to the entire group, which means you better be able to learn quick. Catching on quick won't be the problem, he bragged. Sabine smirked, and before he saw her coming, she lunged forward, a thrill coursing through her body at the feeling of her dagger sliding into his abdomen, right between his ribs. Ezra grunted in pain and clutched his hands around the protruding hilt of the knife. What the... Really, he gritted out. I thought you said you catch on quick? Sabine grinned at him. Don't ever let your guard down for anyone. If I had chosen to slice through your wings instead, you'd be in a really bad situation. Wings take forever to heal compared to other body parts, believe me. Now I'll be back. Keep my blade warm for me, won't you? Sabine spun on her heels and left him there, bleeding and muttering about deranged harpies. As she strutted away, her smile never faded, nor did the butterflies in her stomach. The ground was still shaking with aftershocks from the earthquake when Gideon's loosened his hold on Calla. She was sitting across his lap, tucked against his chest with her face pressed into the crook of his neck, and she wished they didn't have to move. The worst of it should be over, he murmured, smoothing a hand over her hair. Calla pulled back to look around them. She couldn't see where the others were. The large tree stump they'd taken cover inside of was at least 6 feet tall and just as wide. But she didn't hear any signs of distress, and that was comforting enough. Calla shifted her eyes to Gideon. Where in the hells did that come from? The border between the Dragonwoods and the land of the Valkyries is on a major fault line. Did the Onyx Realm get many earthquakes? He shook his head. No. What about Rouge? No. Just the occasional hurricane. We were right on the coast of the Celestial Sea. Gideon nodded casually, but she noted that his eyes, now swirling with silver, kept darting down at her mouth as she spoke. The corners of her lips curled up, and he smirked back at her, knowing he was caught. "Sorry," he said. "It's a bit hard to concentrate when you're this close." Calla slowly slid her hands up Gideon's chest, making his breathing turn shallow, before reaching around to twirl her fingers in the cobalt tendrils at the nape of his neck. Despite how desperately she'd wanted to, they hadn't kissed since that time in the forest, moments before the Rouge Queen's army had shown up and hauled them all away. Neither of them had admitted aloud that they were ready to throw caution to the wind and surrender to the disastrous consequences of really being together. But Calla knew all he had to do was make a single move, and she'd give in. She was so tired of fighting it. She wanted to sink into him and enjoy every precious moment they had before the world around them went up in flames. And after the dream she'd had in the Rouge Queen's dungeon, the Witch Eater's words had replayed in her mind 1,000 times now. "I can't take a heart that's already been stolen." Gideon shifted forward, bringing her back to the present as he brushed the tip of his nose along hers, making her breath hitch. He tilted his head until their lips were only a centimeter apart. "Calla? Gideon?" Cass called, footsteps approaching. "Gods, I wish we had more time," he groaned, before, much to her disappointment, pulling away and hauling them both up to their feet. "Where's Hannah?" Gideon turned to ask Caspian as Calla collected herself, reining in the butterflies that had yet to get the memo that Gideon's lips were no longer anywhere near hers. "She needed a minute," Cass said. "The earthquake sent her into another one of her, death trances? That's what I've been calling them. She snapped out of this one much easier, at least." The moment he finished explaining, Hannah appeared. They all watched as she opened her mouth to say something, eyes trained on Gideon, and vomited all over the ground at their feet. Hannah was going to have a hard time explaining herself this time. The urge to run away was very near, too excruciating to ignore. It was in her nature, after all, to avoid conflict and pain until she was practically on the edge of death. She had ran from her mother and the Rouge realm, from her magic, from admitting her feelings to Delphine, and now she wanted to run from her friends. Except they wouldn't let her. "What's going on, little witch?" Caspian asked as he helped her clean up away from the others. Hannah pressed her lips tighter together. Truthfully, she didn't know what was going on, which was half the issue. All she knew was that the feeling of death clung to the air around Gideon, and that every time she came out of another one of her death trances, the feeling grew stronger.
But the fact that this time had made her physically sick was alarming. "I know you've been avoiding Gideon," Cass accused, as if he'd read her mind. "Every time he's near, you flinch. What's going on?" Hannah swallowed. "Since my transformation, I can feel death." Caspian waited patiently for her to continue. "It's everywhere," she explained. "In the earth, in the air, little echoes of dark energy anywhere someone or something has passed on. But that's all it is. Echoes, remnants, memories. Signs of things that once existed but no longer do, that I may call upon if I wish. Except for, he prompted. She squeezed her eyes shut tight as she whispered, "Gideon." Caspian stiffened, his hands freezing on the hem of her shirt where he'd been trying to scrub out the vomit with a damp rag. "What do you mean?" "It clings to him," Hannah gushed, the words finally tumbling out all at once. "It's like a blanket of putrid darkness all around his being. It's not an echo like the others. It's loud, blatant, and it makes me sick. At first, it was just small headaches. I didn't even realize he was the source of them. But then the headaches turned to migraines, and then nausea. And now," Caspian expressed frustration, "we have to tell them, Hannah. We have to get to the bottom of this before—" She sniffled. I know. I just didn't want to upset anyone. I can't stand the idea of making Gideon or Calla feel like I can't be around them." "They're your friends, Han," Cass interrupted her firmly. "As much as you want to spare them discomfort and hurt, they want to do the same for you. We'll figure it out, okay?" She sniffed again, but nodded. Cass told her to hold tight, and she watched as he jogged back over to Thorn and whispered something to the man, gesturing in her direction with his head. Next thing she knew, Thorn was ambling over to her, hands casually shoved in his front pockets.
Caspian said I should distract you for a bit. Thorn leaned against the tree she was propped against. If you're okay with that? Hannah snorted. A distraction would be nice. Thorn was quiet for a moment, like he was trying to decide on a sufficient topic for his task. Hannah almost laughed at how serious he seemed to be taking his job, and it warmed something inside of her. Finally, Thorn said, "The girl we're supposed to start looking for, Delphine, right?" Hannah's heart began to pound as she nodded. "Caspian said you and Calla were very close with her." Hannah nodded again. "How'd the two of you meet?" he wondered. "Is the story any good?" A small smile found its way to Hannah's lips. "The first time I laid eyes on Delphine, she was threatening to murder someone. It was in Estrella's marketplace. I'd been alone for so long. I tried to keep to myself, not make too much noise, too many scenes. And there she was, about to rip out a merchant's neck for accusing her of stealing something. Was she stealing something? Without a doubt." Thorn gave a low chuckle. "Did you expose her?" "No," Hannah said. "I didn't even talk to her. She was the most beautiful being I'd ever seen." "Ah," Thorn hummed in realization as he scrutinized her face. "You're in love with her." "Yes," was all she said. "If you didn't talk to her then, how'd you end up becoming friends?" 2 weeks went by, and I never saw her," Hannah recalled. "And in those 2 weeks, I found myself more restless in the city than ever. I couldn't sleep, so I'd taken to walking around at night. I was meandering down a road with a popular tavern, thinking maybe I'd try something different that night. The exhaustion had started to get to me, and I heard someone crying in the alleyway." "Delphine?" he guessed. Hannah laughed and shook her head. "No, Delphine's victim." Thorn's brows jutted up. A courtless fae that had tried to spike her drink? She'd taken him outside, and by the time I found them, he was missing a tongue and 3 of his fingers. "And maybe there's something wrong with me," Hannah admitted, "but I was enchanted. Before she had even told me what the man did to her, I was ready to make excuses for her predicament. I was ready to defend her." Hannah's chest tightened with reverence at the memory. "I was in love with someone once," Thorn said, his words cutting through Hannah's thoughts and ushering her back to the present. Hannah looked over at him. "How did it work out?" "Like most things that involve the fates," he whispered. "Tragically." Hannah's breath caught. She was unsure how to comfort him. It wasn't as if she had any insight into being on his side of a tragic lost love. So she said nothing, and they stood together in the quiet of the forest, reminiscing about the ones who didn't make it here with them. Calla and Gideon had been staring in shock at Caspian for what felt like an eternity before Gideon finally broke the silence. "I make Hannah sick?" Gideon reiterated aloud. Cass nodded and then clarified. "Well, something about your essence does at least. Not your personality, though, don't worry." Calla shook her head with exasperation. "She said it has to do with death," Caspian pressed on. "Apparently, it clings to you." Gideon looked at a loss. "Okay, let's look at this logically," Calla suggested. "Hannah said it's only gotten worse since she's been going into death trances, right?" Caspian nodded. "It's like her magic is slowly taking over every single one of her senses. She's becoming a walking death detector. And if the sense of death is getting stronger only around Gideon," Calla trailed off as she looked to the prince, "then I'm assuming it doesn't have anything to do with you killing someone before, right? Because that would mean Hannah's affected by me too." A spark of realization began to bleed into Gideon's swirling silver irises. "Are you suggesting that you've experienced death before?" Calla nodded as she finished his thought. "Well, until we can get to the bottom of that little revelation," Caspian inserted, "we need to get to the bottom of how we make Hannah comfortable around you." "We're almost to the border of the land of the Valkyries," Gideon stated. "This might be where we split up. You all go for Delphine, while Calla and I go for the Fates dice." Caspian nodded, expression glum. "That's probably the best course of action." Calla didn't argue. She knew this separation had been coming, but she wasn't ready for it, because she knew that every time they parted, there was a very real possibility they wouldn't come back together. Delphine was discovering she had quite the talent for getting captured and dragged away to dungeons. This time, at least, it was intentional. Sneaking across Estrella and through the Ashwoods into the southmost corner of the Onyx realm was relatively easy. She had made sure to change into a less ostentatious outfit than the one she'd been wearing for the past 2 weeks,
opting for a silver silk slip covered by a billowing emerald cape. But unlike Hannah, Kestrel was highly trained for destruction and leading legions of witches. He was not an enemy anyone wanted to have. "Whatever you're thinking," he answered her unspoken thoughts, "it's so much worse than that. You need to go find them. Tell them I'm going to do everything I can not to end up across from them on that battlefield, but if I do, they need to kill me the first chance they get." Delphine was silent for a long minute as she looked down at the commander. She wasn't sure what had transpired since she'd been absent, but something about him was different. A sadness had replaced the anger that used to simmer beneath the surface. She almost felt pity for him. Almost. "Do you know where they went?" she finally asked. Kestrel shrugged. "If Gideon and Caspian learned anything from me, they went somewhere neutral. The Dragonwoods, most likely. They're close enough, and the queens wouldn't be able to outright attack them there. But they were still pretty set on going to find you, so you might want to hurry before you miss them again." She gave him a nod and turned on her heel to leave. "Siren?" She glanced back over her shoulder.
"Promise me you'll tell them to kill me," he demanded. "Promise you'll do it yourself if you have to." She gave him a solemn smile. "Don't worry, I will." His desperate stare followed her all the way out of the dungeon, until she slinked up the steps and slipped out on the main floor of the palace. As she made her way out of the castle, leaving trails of blood where necessary, she felt the weight of her vow settle in her core like a rock. Because it was true. If she had to take Kestrel out herself, she absolutely would. But for the first time, she was facing the realization that he was not the only one who might ask her to perform that act. And while she would eradicate Kestrel without a second thought, she was afraid it wouldn't even matter at the end of the day. Because she'd burn the rest of the world down before she'd let anyone harm Hannah, no matter what side that would place her on. Calla and Hannah spent their last meal together, yards away from the others, barely able to talk. The meal aspect was nearly as non-existent as their words, considering both of them could hardly stomach to eat at a time like this. "I hate this," Hannah eventually whispered. "Me too," Calla agreed, shifting forward to grab the other girl's hands between hers. "It's going to be okay. We're going to be okay. You're going to find Delphine, and then the two of you will head off into the sunset, as far away from the witch realms as physically possible. Another continent if you can." Hannah's eyes widened. "Delphine and I are not going to leave you to fight alone, Calla. You can't be near Maria, Han. She could make you do heinous things." "We're going to figure it out," Hannah inserted, voice surprisingly firm. "But I will not cower away while you fight for the future of our people and the realms." Calla wanted to argue, but she didn't think she should. Hannah could make her own choices, and Calla was hardly one to talk about putting herself in unnecessarily dangerous situations. "I'm sorry I didn't mention anything before, about my aversion to Gideon. It all got out of hand so quickly," Hannah said after a beat of silence. Calla gave her friend a smile. "I know. I promise no one is holding it against you. I've just been so worried. You kept avoiding us, and I thought maybe you were disappointed in me." Hannah's eyes widened, their depthless black turning glassy. "Calla, what in the world could I ever be disappointed in you for? Moving on too quickly? Falling in love during such a treacherous time while our friend is out there somewhere, possibly hurt?" Calla recited absent-mindedly. "What did you just say?" Hannah asked, a shocked giggle falling from her lips. Calla's eyes widened. Hannah's smile softened. "Calla, I would never, ever be disappointed in you for being happy. And at least one of us shouldn't have a tragic love story." "Yours won't be tragic," Calla swore. "You're going to get Delphine back, and you're going to tell her how you feel. Finally." "Are you going to tell Gideon?" Hannah wondered. Calla took a deep breath. "I don't know. It's hard for the timing to exactly feel right with everything going on." "Forget perfect timing," Hannah said, surprisingly firm. "You should tell him before it's too late. Don't make the same mistakes I have." "It feels too soon, too selfish," Calla whispered. "I don't want to say it until I know we're both going to make it out of this." Before Hannah could respond, they caught Caspian cautiously approaching. "Sorry," he told them, "but we should get going before the sun starts going down, and it looks like it might rain." The girls nodded in sync before turning to wrap each other up in a tight embrace. "I love you," Calla whispered in Hannah's ear. Hannah sniffed. "I love you too." When they finally pulled apart, Cass and Thorn were up and ready, Gideon still standing back to give Hannah some distance. "All right, Thorn thinks we should go all the way south and see if we can find a ship to take us to Estrella through the Celestial Sea, instead of going through the realms. And I have to agree." A sudden gust of wind rolled through the tops of the trees, cutting off Caspian's words. The five of them shielded their eyes from the falling debris as they looked toward the sky to see two winged beings dropping like angels out of the heavens. But the moment they landed, it was clear they were no angels. "We aren't interrupting, are we?" the Valkyrie asked with a pleased smile. "Amina," Calla recalled her name. The woman looked just as sharp and lovely as Calla remembered, but this time there seemed to be less prowess in her eyes and more regard, especially when she turned her eyes on Cass. "Did you miss me, witch?" Amina teased. "I've heard quite the tales about you since we last met. You've been busy, haven't you?" "What are you doing here, Valkyrie?" Caspian asked, his expression guarded, his stance ready for a fight. In fact, every single one of them was braced for a fight, except for Thorn, who looked as casual and unperturbed as always. "Caspian Ironside," Amina purred as she turned to face him fully. "The stories I've heard about you have been very intriguing." Caspian lifted a silvery brow. "You've been asking about me? Cute. I suppose I made quite the impression, though I always do." Amina's expression soured at his hubris, but before she could offer a retort, her companion lost their patience. "Amina," the golden-eyed Valkyrie carped. Amina glanced back at the other Valkyrie, and they all watched as the two exchanged a wordless conversation. The new Valkyrie was dressed like a midnight sky, an impeccably tailored silk coat dress in a stunning navy color, embellished with diamonds that covered their lithe, muscled frame. Their auburn hair had a fawn undertone that complemented their deep complexion perfectly, and Calla was beginning to wonder if being lethally stunning was a trait all Valkyries shared. Amina turned back to the group. "Lyra and I have come with an ultimatum." Calla couldn't help it. She laughed. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Gideon's jaw clench as he glared at the Valkyrie's audacity. "In what world would we ever take an ultimatum from you?" he demanded. "You stole Ezra from us, and we're tired of letting others play with our lives. Leave us really alone." "Is it really my fault that you were foolish enough to offer your heart up in the first place?" Amina quipped. That made Calla's blood boil, but before she could counter, a pair of vice-like arms wrapped around her waist and pulled her back. "Caspian, don't let her rile you up," he said soothingly. "That's what she wants." Amina gave him a taunting smile. "Actually, what I want is for you stubborn fools to listen to me for once." "That might be easier if you stopped insulting us," Calla suggested. Lyra snorted, then shrugged. "That seems fair enough. Amina?" Amina rolled her eyes before flicking them back to Calla's face, searching it for something. "You've changed." Calla's nose wrinkled. "Constantly fighting for your life and losing everyone you love will do that to a person. Now, could you just tell us what in the world you want so we can all go our separate ways? Without anyone losing a heart this time," Caspian added. "All right, I'm starting to get the feeling you all know each other," Thorn commented. "Oh, Thorn," Hannah pitied. Amina ignored them as she told Calla, "This is really your business, girl. Are you sure you want to do this in front of everyone? I have a feeling there will be a lot of conflicting opinions." Calla glanced over at Gideon. "It's your decision. If you want to speak with them alone, we'll give you the space," he told her, though his lips were so tight she was surprised he got the words out. Calla looked back to Amina and shook her head. "Spit it out." Amina picked at her nails. "Fine then. We need you to come with us to see our queen. Within the next 24 hours. That part is non-negotiable." Calla felt Gideon's blood pressure spike through their bond and instantly knew she should have taken the Valkyrie up on speaking privately.
"You're not taking her anywhere," Gideon snarled, his tone shifting into that voice, the one that left no room for arguing. Amina's amber eyes became strangely cloudy for a moment at Gideon's refusal, but she quickly recovered and said, "It's not really up to you, Prince." "Why would you need Calla to go to your queen?" Hannah questioned. "As it turns out, you're not the only ones the Fates War is going to devastate," Amina answered, "and we currently have a bit of a situation on our hands. Our queen has requested we bring her the final blood warrior by tomorrow, or else innocent people will begin to die." Caspian scoffed. Ezra's brows furrowed as he took another step closer. "What's wrong?" Hannah nearly doubled over now, the man next to her having to wrap an arm around her waist to keep her upright. "Oh no," Calla said as she ran over to the girl. "Ezra's making it worse, isn't he?" Hannah moaned as she nodded. "Well, that confirms things. Take her away from here, Thorn," Calla ordered. "Once we get things situated, Caspian will let you know." Thorn nodded, bending down to scoop the little witch up into his arms to whisk her away from the clearing as fast as possible. "What's going on?" Ezra asked. "What's wrong with Hannah?" "You mean that wasn't a normal reaction to your presence?" Sabine asked. "Settle down, Harpy," Ezra shot back. "Don't forget who spent days carrying you across the continent when you could barely walk." Sabine's cheeks heated, pink flushing all the way to the tips of her ears, and she snapped her teeth at him as her hands twitched to grab the hilt of the dagger at her hips. It was always her first instinct to attack, but she couldn't cause anyone physical harm here, a fact she clearly remembered, as she dropped her hands and stomped over to stand between Lyra and Amina, glaring holes through his body. A slight pang of guilt went through his stomach as he watched her disappear. He hadn't meant to embarrass her, knew she had only been teasing, but even with how little time they'd spent together, he knew she was a prideful being. "Oh, for hell's sake, we're wasting too much time," Amina declared as she broke into the center of the group. "Listen up, we don't have time for an entire history lesson, so let's get all the facts straight now." Gideon crossed his arms over his chest. "All right, Valkyrie, say your piece. We resurrected Ezra using the heart of a dragon shifter, which had a few side effects, as I'm sure you can see. If you want his actual heart back, it's in our queen's castle, which will be returned if you choose to follow us home. In exchange for the blood warrior, you get Ezra, no strings attached. As soon as the siphon is brought to Ignia, our task is fulfilled, and you are free to do whatever you want afterward. Kill the difficult person even. In fact, if you're inclined to do so, we'll assist." "But we already have Ezra," Calla stated. "Do you?" Amina asked. "Sabine, would you like to demonstrate?" Sabine's smile turned vicious as she lifted her hand and curled a finger at him. "Come here, Ezra." Ezra gave her an indignant look, ready to tell her that he could not be beckoned like a dog, but something strange was happening in his body that made the words dissolve on his tongue. There was an ominous vibration in his body, spreading through him like fire, and the next thing he knew, he was walking toward her. "Ezra," Gideon said, a demand in his tone, "don't." Despite the potency of Sabine's call, the trance nearly broke at his brother's order. But when the Valkyrie crooned at him to continue toward her, he found that there was no resisting. Calla's expression hovered between shock and fury as Ezra reached Sabine's side. What is really happening? To summon a soul from the Valley of Souls using Valkyrie feathers, one would need an entire wingspan's worth, Amina explained, summoning her wings and plucking out one of the large brown feathers to hold before them. Not an easy feat to gather that many. It's why beings like our dear friend the Witch Eater take them as payment and hoard them for decades, centuries, in hopes to gain enough to perform such a ritual. When a Valkyrie sacrifices their own wings to summon a soul, however, Amina reached over to tuck her feather behind Sabine's ear in an affectionate gesture. Their reward is influence over the resurrected soul. Not even your influence could break Sabine's hold, Prince. The way she spoke about Gideon's influence made it seem as though it was something more than brotherly loyalty,
But if anyone knew exactly what that meant, no one said anything. Ezra was trying to fight through the strange buzzing in his veins, but truthfully, he was exhausted. Whatever power Sabine wielded over him was definitely as strong as Amina claimed. Ezra shifted his gaze to Sabine's face, and she smiled, unapologetic. "Nicely played, Harpy," Ezra whispered to her. "And just when I was starting to think I genuinely enjoyed your company. At least this makes more sense." An emotion he couldn't quite name flitted through her jade eyes, but she said nothing as she turned her attention back to Amina, jaw clenched. "So Calla will come with us. Or you can say goodbye to the young Onyx Prince for the second time," Amina offered. Calla, Gideon, and Cass exchanged loaded looks. Ezra already knew what their decision would be, so he said, "Let them kill me. Death doesn't scare me anymore anyway." "As I've said before, death is not the worst thing," Lyra told him. "We would not kill you, but you definitely will wish we had by the end of it." "If I go with you, you said I only have to meet the queen, correct?" Calla questioned. "After that, we are free to go, and you'll leave us and Ezra alone forevermore?" "Well, there are no promises of that," Amina said. "Not with the way things seem to be going with this war. You might find that you need our help." "And you would help us?" Caspian scoffed of her. Amina looked slightly perturbed at the implication that she was not honorable enough to do so. "If helping meant we found an audience with the Fates to break our queen's contract with them, yes." "And what does the Valkyrie queen's contract consist of?" Cass pressed. Before the Valkyries could give him an answer, however, the ground beneath their feet began to rumble. "Don't tell me this is another God's damned earthquake!" Calla exclaimed as they all braced themselves. Then Thorn came bursting through the trees, chest heaving with effort as beads of sweat slid down his temples. "Hannah," he gasped at them. "She's—" "Spit it out, witch," Amina demanded. "Her magic," he finally said. "She's about to summon every dead creature in this forest." Long before Delphine felt the first tremors beneath her, Apricot had become apprehensive the farther north they traveled. At first, Delphine thought the mare was wary of the dragon shifters she likely sensed around them, something to do with being spooked by the presence of larger predators. But when the air around them began to smell like char and the ground started to shake, Delphine realized something was very wrong. As the rumbling grew, Apricot whinnied in fear and tried to turn around, ripping her reins out of Delphine's hands with the effort. Delphine scrambled to grab a fistful of the horse's mane as she cooed to the beast, trying to settle her, but Apricot refused to go forward a step more. And when tendrils of inky black fog began to swirl around them, the horse reared onto her hind legs and bucked Delphine clean off. Delphine hit the ground with a heavy thud, groaning as Apricot bolted away. Small black spots peppered her vision as she pushed herself up, her nose burning as the scent of dark magic grew stronger. There was a shout in the distance, but she couldn't quite make out what it was saying. Delphine heaved herself back to her feet and started forward, toward the danger. She knew she should have been as spooked as the horse by the clear display of treacherous power bleeding through the forest around her, but something urged her to get a closer look. Then she heard another shout.
And this time, the word was loud and clear, a single name, Hannah. Before she knew what was happening, Delphine was flying toward the shouting, toward Hannah, Hannah, Hannah. She ran until her lungs burned, until she could barely see from the writhing, shadow-like tendrils of magic clogging up the air. "Hannah, you have to stop!" It was Calla's voice. A sob nearly cracked open Delphine's chest as she pushed herself even faster. "I'm coming. Please don't move. I'm almost home." A biting chill clung all around Hannah. The witch hanging by his wrists to her right was long dead, having passed hours ago when the dark magic had melted his flesh from his bones and he had been too exhausted to regenerate. The witch to her left was still holding on, but barely, which meant it was up to her to complete this ritual. The full moon glared at her from above, as if admonishing her for participating in this insidious evening. But she had no choice. Her mother was resolute in tonight's cause.
reanimating someone who would fetch them a small fortune from a high-profile trader who wanted to refuse a soul with the body. She'd failed during the previous month's ritual, and if she failed this time, she didn't think she'd survive it, by her mother's hands or the magic. Tears slipped down her face as she pulled at the dark power weaving in her core. Chalked runes on the ground and the witch hazel concoction still dripping over her skin supplied her with the energy she needed to transform her rouge magic into necromancy magic. Her skin pulled taut with the effort, and her bones stretched and popped until she thought she might pass out. But when she had created and gathered enough of the magic, she unleashed it once again. An inky substance leaked from every one of her pores, sending snaking wisps of charred power through the air and toward the half-assembled pile of bones on the ground beneath her. The earth began to shake, and Hannah began to scream, a hoarse guttural sound from deep in her chest as her skin tore apart and stitched itself back together, the magic passing through her corroding body. But the earthquake only grew stronger, and that meant it was working, finally. Yes, Hannah, her mother's voice encouraged from somewhere in the distance. Push harder. I can't, Hannah choked. Mother, it will kill me. Push harder, her mother hissed, a monstrous warning beneath the words. Blood began to run down Hannah's arms, and she blinked up at where her wrists were bound together, the rope cutting so deep that her flesh had been rubbed raw. She saw the spider web of black veins that stretched from her fingertips to her elbows, and she knew if she didn't stop soon, her transformation into a full necromancer would be complete, and there would be no going back. I can't, she cried. I can't. I can't. The ground continued to shake. The witch to her left groaned in agony, but Hannah didn't even have enough energy to turn her head and check if they were okay. Yes, it's close, so close, her mother growled. Keep going. I revoke this magic, Hannah thought. This is not what I want. Then make a choice, a voice whispered in her mind. Hannah startled, her eyes wildly searching around her for who might have spoken to her. But there was no one there other than her mother and the witch. Who's there? She thought. If you continue on this way, you will die, they spoke again. I know, she whispered aloud. But if you choose to, you can lock this magic away and deny her access, the voice said. How? She questioned, too exhausted to determine whether this hallucination was real or not. Deep breath, she obeyed. Recall all your power into your core, shape it all into a tight, neat little ball. So she did, sucking back in the shadowy tendrils of dark magic, knotting it into a tangle of power inside of her. What's happening? Her mother demanded. What are you doing? Hannah ignored the woman, focusing only on gathering every last speck of magic inside of her. What about my rouge magic? She thought. I cannot separate it. That's because there's not much of it left. The dark magic is eating it away. Hannah sucked in a shaky breath. No, her magic was everything to her. It's already nearly gone. Lock it all away now, and one day reconcile that the magic you have access to is not necessarily what you want, but it's what you've got. Or lose everything now. Hannah mustered up every last ounce of energy she had, and she made a choice. The shaking earth beneath her was silenced a moment later, but her mother's screams of fury seemed to continue for hours. Delphine burst through the trees into an actual nightmare. Hannah was lying on the ground, black veins spiderwebbing across her ivory skin. Her hands clutched the earth, her wide eyes a depthless, unseeing abyss as they stared at the maelstrom of dark magic swirling above her. The loud, crackling roar of power that consumed her ears was almost painful and easily drowned out the sounds of the forest. Worst of all, hundreds of decaying hands were clawing their way out of the ground. Despite the fear threatening to seize her, Delphine didn't hesitate to plunge herself into the darkness. "Hannah!" she called out, but she could barely hear her own voice. Skeletal hands swiped at her ankles, ripping into her flesh as they tried to use her to pull themselves out of the ground. They tore at the hem of her skirt, nearly tripping her in stride, but she gritted her teeth and kept going. Bile rose in her throat as the dark magic around her became suffocating, almost as if it were thick, electrified smoke. When Delphine finally reached Hannah, her friend's torso had been torn open by the insidious raw magic. Decaying hands were grabbing at her sides, trying to drag her beneath the dirt. Delphine dropped to her knees, hands hovering over the open cavity of Hannah's chest, as if she could somehow protect Hannah's exposed heart. Except there was nothing to protect, not when the ink-like power seemed to be coming from the organ itself. Delphine began to yank the undead hands, tossing aside the macabre appendages as they broke away. When her fingers brushed against Hannah's skin, Hannah's hand shot out at lightning speed, grasping onto Delphine's wrist in a painful grip. "Hannah," Delphine coughed out. "Hannah, it's me." Hannah's hold only tightened, and Delphine swore she felt one of her tendons snap. "Hannah," Delphine pleaded, "it's me, Delphine." Delphine cupped her free hand against Hannah's cheek. "Hannah, baby, it's me." Hannah's unblinking eyes focused on Delphine's face, but the siren worried that even if she'd gotten through to Hannah, the long travel had made Delphine too unrecognizable for it to matter. In a voice that was not her own, Hannah rasped, "Delphine?" Delphine nearly sobbed. Yes, I'm here." Hannah opened her mouth to say something else, but a rageful scream tore out of her instead. Her back arched off the ground, the hand she still had clutched into the dirt, digging in even further, and then she commanded the magic around them to return to her. Delphine watched in awe as the shadows began to dissipate, and the bodies clawing their way free began to sink once more into the ground. The charcoal veins crawling beneath Hannah's skin pulsed with effort as the magic obeyed its orders. When the storm was over, Hannah's chest began to mend itself as well. The skin over her heart wove itself back together as she shakily pushed herself up off the ground until her face was inches from Delphine's. "Delphine," she breathed, pleaded, invoked. "Hannah." Delphine sighed, brushing a strand of hair off her friend's forehead and tucking it behind her ear. "I'm so grateful that I found you." The second those words left her lips, Hannah leaned forward and kissed her. Wildly, passionately, all-consumingly. Delphine was too shocked to move, which was just as well, because the moment Hannah broke the kiss, she lost consciousness. Calla couldn't believe her eyes.
Delphine? As the tempest of dark magic dissipated, she had expected to find Hannah and maybe an undead creature or two. Delphine? As the tempest of dark magic dissipated, she'd expected to find Hannah and maybe an undead creature or two. Never in a million years did she think she'd find Delphine. Delphine stood, careful not to disturb Hannah's unconscious form, and turned toward Calla. She could only imagine that the relief on Delph's face mirrored her own as they ran to each other and collided in an earth-shattering embrace. Hot tears rolled down Calla's cheeks as she squished her friend as close as she could. "You're here!" "I'm here," Delphine confirmed with a sniffle. "I'm home." Calla pulled back so she could see her friend's face fully. "How?" Delphine shook her head. "We have a lot to discuss. First, we need to help Hannah." Calla nodded and stepped out of her arms to search for Gideon. "I'm here," he murmured as he approached from behind. Calla spun to face him, and something about seeing him made her pent-up emotions bubble to the surface all at once. A sob caught in her throat as he gently brushed the tears from her cheeks. "Delphine!" "Hannah!" Calla started, but her throat was too tight to get anything out. She wasn't even sure exactly what she was trying to say. But with Gideon, it didn't matter anyway. "It's all right," he told her. "We need to get away from these bodies." Before Delphine suddenly screeched a few feet away, cutting off the rest of his words as one of the undead hands clasped around her ankle. Gideon unsheathed a dagger from his belt and sliced it down in a quick, precise arc. The blade severed through the rotten sinew and bone, leaving Delphine to rip it up and toss it to the side with a disgusted expression. "How are we going to stop all of this?" Calla shouted. "There's way too many for just us." Gideon poised himself to attack, but the decaying appendages began to shake before going entirely limp, dead once more.
It was clear that whatever magic had reanimated the bodies was slowly slipping away with Hannah's consciousness. A delay in the magic, Gideon spoke his suspicions aloud. He crouched down at Hannah's side and scooped her friend's limp body up into his arms. We'll have to discuss this whole raising the dead thing when Hannah is able, but for now we still have to deal with the Valkyries. Valkyries? Delphine exclaimed, looking to Calla as the two of them fell into step at Gideon's side. Calla nodded. One of the many current complications we're dealing with. Thank the very gods that you're here, safe, and we can cross one more thing off our list. It's genuinely become unmanageable. Someone remind Ezra of that when he inevitably has something to say about me being high maintenance, Delphine quipped. I took care of my own side quest. You're all very welcome. Calla and Gideon exchanged a loaded look. Calla wondered if Delphine might become more amiable toward the prince when she heard about Ezra's own little detour through the afterlife. Calla reached over and squeezed Delphine's hand. I need you to know we never stopped thinking about you, I swear. Things have just gotten so complicated. I know, Delphine squeezed her hand back. It was better this way. I needed to sever my ties to the siren sea myself to regain my freedom. And I did. Calla slowed her steps, looking at Delphine with wide eyes. You mean... Delphine twisted around, brushing her hair off her neck to show Calla her unmarked skin. Oh, Delphine. Calla smiled, her eyes pricking with tears, only this time they were tears of pure joy. As they approached the others, Calla spotted Caspian pacing back and forth. The others braced for whatever might be about to come out of the woods. Calla saw there were more decaying body parts littered around her friend's feet, though most of them were noticeably smashed to pieces. Please tell me there isn't going to be an entire undead army about to come out of there, Thorn commented. Good thing we have wings, Amina muttered to Lyra. The magic has cleared some. Calla and Gideon must have managed to stop, began to say, before Calla and the others stepped into view, making Cass do a gasping double-take. Hey, handsome, Delphine greeted Cass. Glad to see you made it. Then she noticed Ezra and sighed. I suppose I should say I'm glad to see you're unscathed too, Black. Don't you have impeccable timing, Ezra retorted. Hannah choked on a sob as sparks of anxiousness filled her core and shot up her arms. She didn't want to do this anymore. It was too real now. She wanted her mother to tell her it was all right, that she didn't have to if it hurt her, made her feel uncomfortable. But her mother didn't say any of that. Instead, she said, begin. Hannah's memory of that first time was fuzzy. Only flashes of snapping bones, salty tears running down her face and over her tongue, shooting pain as patches of her skin slowly tore apart. By the time she was being hauled down from the beam, she'd felt it. The darkness had stayed. Decided it would stick around to test if she'd be a viable hose. Burrowed itself into her very core and waited for her to feed it so it could grow. And her mother still said she had not given enough. He's been stabbed with a poisonous dagger. Sabine rushed to the Valkyries as they came crashing through the checkpoint, her green eyes wide with faux tears. We were ambushed in the forest by a group of courtless fey heathens. The queen was expecting him for an appointment 2 hours ago, and we need to get to a healer as soon as possible. Ezra would have been impressed by Sabine's act if his entire body wasn't still radiating with pain from being stabbed. The Valkyries gave his doubled-over form a once-over, their eyes lingering on the spot he was clutching at his side, blood flowing profusely from the wound since he couldn't remove the knife until their charade was over. One of the Valkyries looked at Sabine empathetically. We're on strict orders to check through any goods or beings coming through. There's nothing in the cab, Sabine promised. We stole this from our assailants because he couldn't fly or carry me with his injury. Take a quick look. Emphasis on the quick, Ezra thought, as the second Valkyrie walked around to the door. Gideon's glamour skills were good, but making an illusion strong enough to hide 6 people was not an easy feat. Between us, Sabine gushed to the Valkyries conspiratorially, hoping to distract them from any inconsistent details they might find as they poked their head inside the can. He and the queen are an item. She's going to be furious that he's been held up. The Valkyrie pulled back in an instant, shifting their gaze over to Ezra. "Oh gosh," the one holding the door open said, as the other wrinkled their nose and noted, "He needs a haircut." "An entire royal makeover is desperately required," Sabine agreed, a bit too enthusiastically. "But we all know how Her Majesty loves a dragon shifter." The other Valkyries exchanged a loaded look as Ezra shot Sabine a glare. "All right, everything looks fine," the Valkyrie nodded as they went to shut the door. "You're good to—" Someone sneezed. The Valkyrie's eyes narrowed at the sound, and Sabine looked ready to commit murder. Really, Ezra thought. Before the Valkyries could look back in the cab, however, something shot down from the sky. No, someone. Lyra. "What is going on here?" Lyra demanded as they gave the situation a once-over. "Who are you?" one of the Valkyries asked. "I'm a rare artifact collector," Lyra answered. "I was supposed to be arranging a deal for Queen Ignaya today, but my cohort here never showed up with the precious cargo. Her Majesty is not pleased." "Please, we have to get him to a healer first," Sabine implored. "He's been stabbed with basilisk venom. I was trying to come as fast as we could, but these fools are holding us up." Lyra surveyed each of the checkpoint guards as they held their hands up in innocence. "I'll be sure to add every detail contributing to his late arrival to my report when we get to the palace." "Wait," one of the Valkyries pleaded. "We were only doing our very jobs. And I'll only be doing mine."
Lyra shrugged before beckoning to Sabine with a wave. "Let's go. We'll have to get him healed up and presentable before we take him to Ignaya." Sabine nodded, dashing back to the carriage bench and snapping the reins before the Valkyries could protest. The horses whinnied and huffed as they shot off after Lyra, who stayed closer to the ground now as they led the carriage into the land of the Valkyries. Ezra gritted his teeth as he finally removed the dagger in his side, letting it clatter on the bench between him and Sabine. Sabine glanced down at the knife and bit her lip. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been stabbed," he deadpanned. "You don't feel feverish? No muscle cramps? Hot or cold flashes?" she pressed. He gave her a confused look. "No?" And just as the word fell from his lips, the next wave of pain slammed through him. It took about 2.5 hours to reach Valor from the border and make their way to Lyra's house. 2.5 hours of Ezra slowly descending into a corpse-like state as the basilisk venom wreaked havoc on his body. His skin had turned an unnatural shade of gray, his disheveled black hair soaking through with sweat. Sabine almost felt bad for putting him through this. The moment she pulled the carriage to a halt in front of Lyra's manor, Sabine was moving with purpose. She brushed the back of her hand delicately over Ezra's cheek, stirring him awake. "Still with me, Prince?" she asked as his glassy obsidian eyes blinked open at her. "I hate you," he swore. "The most unoriginal experience you've ever had, I assure you," she told him. Then she hopped down from the carriage to bound up the marble steps and head for the front entrance. Behind her, the witches began to spill out of the carriage, looking a bit shaken up. The moment the Terra Witch stepped out, he lunged for one of the nearby shrubs and threw up his guts. Sabine snickered before slipping through the front door and bounding for Lyra's room. When she reached it, she found Amina standing over Lyra as they searched through a chest of colorful glass bottles for Ezra's antidote. "How much longer does he have left?" Amina asked. 10 minutes, give or take?" Sabine answered just as Lyra pulled a small, sphere-shaped vessel out of the collection. "Here it is," Lyra said as they handed the bottle over to Sabine. "No more than 2 drops. Got it?" Sabine saluted her friend before racing out of the room and back to the entrance. When she reached the front door, the witches already had Ezra inside, lying on the floor as they hovered over him in concern. Gideon shot a dirty look at Sabine when he spotted her coming. "What in the hells did you do, Valkyrie?" he snarled. Sabine didn't answer as she dropped to her knees by Ezra's side and uncorked the vial of antidote. She brought the bottle to his lips and carefully spilled exactly 2 drops on his tongue. They all held their breath as they waited to see if it worked. "Anyone else getting déjà vu?" Caspian whispered. Calla elbowed him in the side. Then, finally, thankfully, the color began to return to Ezra's face. His breathing deepened, his eyes grew clearer, and after a moment he was able to sit up with a groan. "What happened?" Gideon demanded again. Ezra ignored his brother as he jabbed a finger towards Sabine. "Was it really necessary to actually stab me with a poisonous dagger?" Everyone gasped and turned to Sabine, but she only threw her hands in the air.
I needed it to be realistic, and I didn't have faith in your acting ability. What's the big deal? She asked, annoyed. You're fine now. Oh, I am going to make you pay for this one, Valkyrie, Ezra growled. Sabine bit her tongue before she made the situation worse. All right, a letter has been sent to Ignia, Lyra announced as they walked up to the group, Amina and one of the butlers on their heels. Elvin here will show you all to the guest rooms so you can clean yourselves up before it's time to go to the palace. Then we need to break down everyone's tasks so we can be in and out as quickly as possible. An acquaintance of ours is preparing her spare home for us in the Muror Mountains in case things go south. We won't be able to return here if that's the case. Elvin beckoned for the witch crew to follow him, and Sabine offered a hand to Ezra as he climbed to his feet. He didn't take it. He also didn't bother to look back at her as he followed his friends down the hallway. Ah, well. Sabine turned to Lyra. Sydney responded to you then? Lyra nodded in confirmation. She received the proof we sent her about Ignia. She and Baden said we can have their cabin as long as we need. What are you going to do about your collection? Sabine asked. If Ignia marks us as fugitives, this will be the first place she raids. I'm having it packed up as we speak. The staff will stow it all away in our vault until I can get a hold of Lark and my parents to retrieve everything. Sabine's eyebrows lifted in surprise. None of them have answered you yet? Lyra sighed in frustration. I knew my parents would be hard to track down right now. They're somewhere on the third continent with no plans to return for the next 6 months. Lark, however, is just being his usual unreliable self. Sabine and Amina both nodded in understanding. During all the years the three of them had known each other, Lyra's twin tended to be aloof at the worst possible times. Lyra waved off Sabine's look of concern. I'll leave directions for him with the staff who decides to remain, in case he shows up. But for now, it looks like we'll have to rely on Sydney the most. We should go through your collection and see what might be useful to keep on us for the time being, Amina suggested to Lyra. Might as well do something to pass the time until Ignia's summons goes through. We can strategize how best to use the witches as far as rescuing Melee goes as well. That little blonde one is definitely staying back. Lyra nodded in agreement before throwing an unspoken question in Sabine's direction. I'll be right there, Sabine answered. There's something I need to do first. Thorn, with a surprised look on his face, and Caspian with a grin so bright it could have outshone the sun. Finally, Cass exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. How long have you been standing there? Calla groaned. Cass shrugged. Long enough to start planning my speech for. Before he could even finish the sentence, Calla made a squeak of protest, but Gideon only sighed and admonished, Way too much, Cass. Whatever. Caspian waved off their concern before gesturing for Thorn to follow after him. Come on, you gotta get going. As the two men strode away, Calla heard Thorn ask, who was going to tell me the two of them were together? Don't tell me you've never noticed Gideon's longing stares every time Calla enters a room, Caspian laughed. I just thought he looked like that, Thorn countered. Gideon grumbled all the way down the hall, and Calla couldn't keep the ridiculous smile off her face. When Ezra refused to answer the first 3 knocks, Sabine decided to stop caring about politeness. By the time she kicked in the door, Ezra had already cleaned up and changed, thanks to Caspian lending him some supplies, and was patiently waiting for her to pry her way inside. He was leaning against the far wall, wings carefully tucked against his back, arms crossed over his chest. When she spotted him looking at her expectantly, she bared her teeth. You really couldn't have just answered the door? You really couldn't have not almost killed me with a poisoned blade? He retorted. I see you had that one loaded up and ready to go, she griped. I told you, I needed to make it as convincing as possible. Do you know what would have happened to your friends if those Valkyries had found them? They have orders to reap any witch they see, any being they see. You could have stabbed me with a regular blade, he argued. I know you must have 100 on you at all times. That didn't occur to me at the time, she admitted.
And besides, I was still pissed at you for making me look weak in front of our peers. How the tables have turned, he stated. She gave him a vicious sneer. This is precisely why I didn't want to indulge your ridiculous little game of getting to know me, because you can't handle me. Your asinine, romantic delusions are not my problem. Blame whatever is in the magic we used in order to bring you back, but you don't get to look at me as if I disappointed you in some way when you don't even know me.
Ezra didn't respond. He only stared, waiting for her to get it all out. Her fists balled at her sides, and he could tell she wasn't used to not being able to elicit a reaction. "I don't need you to like me. In fact, I'd prefer if you didn't. The last person who liked me hates me now. And worse, she's being held by Ignia for ransom and tortured because I used her for information and made her take a blood oath to keep it to herself." She jabbed a sharpened talon at him. "You cannot tame me. I attempted to murder you a few times. Consider yourself lucky. I don't usually attempt." With that, she tried to storm away, but he wasn't even close to being done with her. In 2 strides, he was behind her, grasping onto her left forearm and spinning her back around to face him. "The girl you said is being held for ransom by Ignia? Was she the one?" he asked. She wrinkled her nose at him. "What do you mean? The one who really messed you up so bad I'm having to pay for it now?" he clarified. That really did it. She raised the arm he wasn't holding, and to no one's surprise, there was a knife in her hand. He blocked her from going for her usual spot, his abdomen, and the knife ended up embedded in his shoulder instead. She managed to rip herself out of his arms, and this time he let her leave. He stood there for a long while, staring after her, not bothering to remove the knife, until Calla and Gideon came down the hall, and Calla did a double take through the doorway. "Ezra?" she asked. He finally pulled the dagger from his shoulder as he muttered, "Hey, what happened?" she asked as she stepped toward him. He shook his head. "Oh, the usual, being a glutton for punishment." She opened her mouth to press further, but something in his expression must have made her think otherwise, because she pressed her lips back together a second later. Then, "Oh, I forgot, I have something for you." He tilted his head in curiosity as she twisted around to dig into the backpack hanging from her shoulders. "I'm going to go find Cass," Gideon declared while Calla continued her search, and they both gave him a nod in acknowledgement. "How is everything between the two of you?" Ezra asked as casually as possible. Calla's mismatched gaze flickered over to him in surprise. "What? Did I forget that we all took a vow not to talk about it or something?" he joked. "No, I was trying to avoid anything that might make things terribly awkward," she admitted. He shrugged. "No more awkward than pretending it's not happening." "That's true," she allowed. "I think it's probably better to talk about," he said. "The more open it is, the less strange it will feel over time. And you and we always talked. I miss that part of what we had, and I don't think I can pretend that I don't. Above all else, Calla, I never want to lose you as my friend. You were always my destiny," he'd said to her when he knew he was dying. He hadn't been lying. She was always his destiny for that first life. He was grateful to her for so many things, teaching him how to be loved, that he had his own light for one. In this second life, his destiny might be different, but he still wanted her to be part of his world, needed her to be. She gave him a brilliant smile. "We'll always be friends, Ezra." Then her smile slowly began to fade. "You have no idea how much it gutted me to leave you in the Valley of Souls. I need you to know how glad I am that you're here, truly." He nodded. He knew. She sighed in relief and continued her search. "Gideon and I are good, by the way. Finding our footing together in the midst of an impending war with the gods isn't necessarily easy, of course," she sighed. "And the soul bond, it makes things oddly intense." "Well, we don't have to be that open," he murmured, cutting off the rest of her sentence. She turned bright red and threw a scowl at him. "That's not what I meant," she huffed in exasperation. "Goodness, you and Delphine, anyway. I meant that having a magic link like that makes it hard to tell which emotions are real and what is heightened and exaggerated. I think both of us only just got to a place where we realized what we feel is real and strong enough to risk the heartbreak curse. But that was only after a lot of bleeding, getting stabbed in the heart by your mother, and nearly having the bond severed entirely. When the thought of losing it forever felt like torture, that's when I knew that what I felt was real. Which brings me to, aha! Of all the things he expected her to pull from her bag, Heartreaver was not even close to being on that list. His chest tightened at the sight of it.
He pocketed Sabine's dagger and took Heartreaver from her, letting the familiar weight of it balance in his palms for a moment. "I can't believe you got it back from the sylph," he told her. "Well, actually, the nymphs got it back," she explained, and when he threw her a confused look, she waved her hand and said, "Never mind, long story. One day we might all catch up on everything we've been through, but for now, I'm glad to reunite you with Heartreaver." He ran his fingertips over the hilt, waiting for the heart-shaped jewel to glow at his touch. But it never came. The telltale warmth of its magic remained dormant. "I don't think it's for me anymore," he said. But before she could finish, he passed the dagger back to her and watched as the stone instantly came to life after being returned to its rightful owner. Ezra smiled. "It's yours now," he declared. "Are you sure?" she asked. He nodded, pulling Sabine's dagger back out of his pocket. "I've found a new blade to fight with." And he didn't mean the one in his hand. One thing the Valkyries knew how to do was plan. In fact, even if they were scheming to somehow double-cross Calla and her crew, Calla thought they'd have earned it. To start, Lyra's collection of enchanted objects was rotund. A locket that stowed away memories until it was reopened. A ring that turned hot and cold around beings with certain ill intentions. A mask that allowed the wearer to speak any dialect they wished. The trove must have taken a century and an ungodly amount of money to collect, and Calla was vastly impressed. Lyra also had a detailed map of the Valkyrie Queen's palace, and to Calla that was the most valuable piece of all. Not going into something aimlessly for once felt much more reassuring than any of their other quests. Not to mention how thrilled it seemed to make Gideon and Caspian to be back in their element, strategizing. While Lyra, Amina, Gideon, and Cass spoke animatedly about how they should break up their tasks, someone had to rescue the Valkyrie that Ignia was using as a hostage, and then of course there was the matter of Ezra's heart. Calla and Ezra stood together, off to the side, and let them scheme. "Too many cooks in the kitchen," Ezra murmured as Amina and Caspian argued about whether or not jumping out of a window was a plausible escape route. "You have wings, Cass," huffed. "What in the world would we do?" "Hope for the best," Amina offered with a dismissive wave of her hand. Calla let their voices fade to the back of her mind as she took in the details of the room they were in. Possibly the most opulent place she'd ever been, aside from Myrea's palace. But this was a different sort of glamorous, compared to the Rouge Queen's style. "Oh, your mother and I go way back," Ignia claimed. "I even knew your father at one point, though I don't believe he's been around in some time." Gideon reached up to tug at one of the metal hoops in his ear. "You know who our father is?" "Of course," Ignia purred.
"Are you saying she never told you?" Gideon was silent, and Ignia tilted her head back with a mocking laugh. Leaving her own son in the dark about where he came from? Ignia clucked her tongue. "Secrets have always followed Lysandra like shadows. I assume your brother never learned his own history before his untimely end. Either reveal what you know, or get on with why we've been brought here." Calla seethed at the woman, tired of the cruel way she kept dangling such sensitive information over Gideon's head like a carrot on a string. "You shouldn't deny a scorned queen her pleasures, girl," the queen said with a languid smile. "But, yes, let me be the one to have the pleasure of revealing that your brother was only born so he could take the Heartbreak Prince curse away from you." "What?" Gideon and Calla exclaimed in sync. "When you were born, I received a letter from your mother," Ignia explained. "It was mostly just a rageful piece about how she'd burn my land to the ground for creating the Heartbreak curse now that her firstborn was inflicted with it." "You created the Heartbreak curse?" Calla gaped. "Why?" "Not my finest hour," she admitted, her face contorting into a mask of bitterness. "But you can hardly blame me. I was a mere mortal at the time, in love with a ruthless, immortal prince. So I did what many foolish mortals have done in times past. I made a deal with the gods, and was not careful enough with my words. Let me guess," Gideon inserted. "They decided not to curse only your immortal prince, but every prince thereafter?" The queen shrugged. "At least only one at a time.
One dies, another is reborn. Enter you. Something about where this conversation was headed gave Calla a bad feeling, and from what she could sense on Gideon's end of the bond, she knew he felt the same dread. You were born with the heartbreak curse, and your mother very near lost her mind. I think she must have searched every inch of Aetherius for a way to rid you of it, but not a single being had the answer. Not even the Fates were willing to make an additional bargain with her over you. They said your role in their game of destiny was too important, so she became desperate. Gideon paled, his eyes squeezing shut as if he were in pain. Calla's mind was racing, trying to put the pieces together. Surely she couldn't be implying that your brother was conceived, and 9 months later, when your mother went into labor, poison went into your bottle? All you needed to do was die just long enough for the next immortal prince to be born and take on the curse? Then they'd give you the antidote and bring you back. But Gideon is still the heartbreak prince, Calla blurted. Ignia gave her a vicious smile. The Fates aren't very fond of cheating. Your mother paid the price for that little trick. The only man she ever loved. How do you know all of this? Gideon demanded. Ignia laughed. Pillow talk. Gideon's mouth twisted with disgust. You mean with, I've always enjoyed taking things that belong to Lysandra, and your father was one of my favorites. Bellator was quite the catch back when he enjoyed the political game as much as the rest of us, before he became an utter, morally sound bore. Bellator, Gideon repeated. That's our father's name. Your father's name, the queen corrected. I never learned the name of your brother's father. Gideon reared back a step. Calla blinked in confusion. Gideon and Ezra are only half-brothers? Before either Calla or Gideon could process everything they'd just learned, the queen shifted gears. The amusement in her eyes dissolved in a matter of seconds, the air in the room around them growing colder, and Calla pressed herself closer to Gideon's side as she braced for whatever was about to come. Now that our fun is over, I have business to pick with you, girl. Ignia's eyes burned into Calla. I want the Fates' dice. Calla barely resisted the urge to laugh in the woman's face. Even if she still had the Fates' dice, Calla would not have handed them over to anyone except Gideon. Or what? Calla taunted. The queen tilted her head. Would the name Kai happen to mean anything to you? Amina hated this freaking place. Even more, she hated that she had to allow herself to be dragged to this dungeon instead of shredding those guards into bloody ribbons. It took every ounce of self-control she'd had to watch them close the door to the windowless stone cell without putting up a fight. But above all, she hated that all she could do now was pace and wait for Caspian Ironside to show up. 1 minute went by, then 2, then 10. I'm going to murder that witch, she seethed to herself aloud. The next time I see him, I'm going to... A loud thud sounded right outside of the cell before the door flew wide open. The next time you see me, you're going to what? Caspian asked with an amused grin. Thank me for saving you? Tell me how handsome you think I am? Amina bared her teeth at him as she smoothed back one of her curls from her face and pushed past him out the doorway. I'd rather chew my own arm off, witch. You know what I think? He taunted as he followed too closely on her heels. I think you secretly enjoy me. I think you haven't been able to stop thinking about me since the first time we met. Don't worry, you're one of many. I think you should shut the hells up and focus on our mission, she bit out. Does this really seem like a decent time for flirting to you? Near-death experiences are always a decent time for flirting, he retorted. They're heart-racing by nature. As soon as he said the words near death, Amina stumbled across the first body. The Valkyrie, A man with long blonde hair was lying face up on his back, his entire face a macabre shade of purple. Asphyxia only knocks them out for a few minutes, Caspian informed her. So we better figure out where your friend is, quick. How many of them did you have to knock out? 11 or so. Lyra was right. None of you are prepared to handle an unexpected witch infiltrating your midst. I'm pretty sure half of them are going to wake up still confused on what the hell's knocked them out. Amina refused to act impressed when the element of surprise had done most of the heavy lifting there. So, instead, she said, "All right, we have to start searching every room down here for Melee." "Oh, no need," Caspian said, as he stepped past her and made a gesture with his chin for her to follow. "There aren't any other prisoners being held in the palace aside from Melee, and she's supposedly detained on one of the upper floors in the East Wing. I already squeezed those little details out of one of the guards. Figured if we had the opportunity to wreak havoc by setting a bunch of people free, it might be a good use of our time." "Why would Melee be in the East Wing? That side of the palace doesn't have any dungeons," Amina reasoned. "They were probably lying to you. Or they weren't lying, and the queen is keeping her in a place that you wouldn't have thought to look first," he countered. Amina's pace slowed as she grew skeptical. Caspian looked back at her over his shoulder, pausing when he noticed she'd stopped. "What's wrong?" "I'm trying to decide if you make good bets or not," she answered. "Do I make good bets?" He shrugged. "Not always, but I think anyone who knows me knows that I am a good bet." He started forward again. "Stay or follow, Valkyrie. Either way, I'm getting out of here." Amina followed. "Could you possibly move any slower?" Ezra glared in Sabine's direction, ignoring her impatient tapping foot, and brushed away yet another cobweb off the tops of his wings. The appendages had become torturous for him, and truth be told, he wanted them gone. Hopefully, getting his heart back from wherever it was stashed in this palace would be the first step in that direction. Every time the wings bumped into something, he had the urge to rip them off himself. "Do you think if I could control these freaking things better, I wouldn't?" he shot at her. "If the two of you don't shut up, I'm going to rip out your tongues," Lyra scolded them both.
"Do you think the staff here doesn't have ears or something?" Ezra pressed his lips together at the admonishment, not wanting to test the limits of Lyra's patience, since they were the only one who had actually memorized the way through this dusty nightmare. Sabine, however, took the criticism and stuck her tongue out at him instead. Cots, she was an infuriating, impatient, bratty little monster. But gosh, if he didn't almost laugh. "Only 2 more doors ahead," Lyra informed them. "Move." The 3 of them prowled along the narrow passageway until they came to the door Lyra had determined would lead them to the correct part of the palace. "Sabine?" Lyra prompted, waving their hand toward the door's iron keyhole. That smile Sabine got every time she had a dagger in her hand made its way onto her face as she stepped forward and inserted the tip of one of her blades, one that was abnormally long and thin, into the keyhole and shimmied it around until there was a resounding click. Lyra let the door fall open naturally, making a gesture with their hand for Ezra and Sabine to wait. A moment later, footsteps approached on the other side of the door. A hand appeared first, wrapping around the door's edge so its owner could pry it open further and peek inside. They never got that far, however, because the moment Sabine spotted flesh, her knife was speared through it, securing the person's hand to the wood. Before the unfortunate soul could even suck in a breath to scream, Lyra lurched forward and gripped the door in order to slam it into the person's body so hard it knocked them out. Ezra had to look away as the weight of their bodies slumping to the floor made the knife in their impaled hand slice clean through the bone until it was no longer holding the appendage in place. Sabine pushed the door wider, shoving the body out of their way and allowing Lyra to slip out before her, Ezra filing out last. He looked down at the poor Valkyrie with pity as Lyra and Sabine assessed what direction to go next, neither one of them giving the passed-out figure a second glance. From what he could tell, they were in a small alcove off a main hallway, each of the other walls around them embedded with their own mysterious doors.
He could hear faint voices talking from somewhere beyond the alcove's opening, but couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. The queen's bedroom door is at the very end, to the right. There are usually at least 4 guards in this hallway, 2 at her bedroom's entrance itself and 2 roaming up and down the corridor. We just took 1 out, which means the others need to drop quickly and quietly before they can alert anyone else. Leave that to me, Sabine said as she procured 3 more daggers off her person. How many knives can one woman hold? Ezra wondered, watching her in awe as she shifted 2 of the knives to her left hand and palmed the 3rd in her right. Get ready, Sabine warned. Ezra and Lyra braced themselves as she dashed out of the little alcove and into the open corridor, assessing her surroundings and launching all 3 of her blades in less than 2 blinks. There was a brief sound of surprise from somewhere beyond the walls Ezra could see, followed by a distressed gargling. When Sabine gave them a signal it was all clear, Ezra and Lyra raced after her. As soon as he stepped out of their hiding place, he noticed the blood. Considering everything else around them was white and gold, the pools of crimson beneath the guards and in their open throats was stark. That won't keep them down for very long, will it? Ezra grunted at the Valkyries. Valkyries were just as immortal as witches. He couldn't imagine their rapid healing abilities operated much different. They will sense my blades were full of poison, Sabine answered, flashing him a self-satisfied grin. When they reached the door, Lyra was surprisingly able to shove it right open. I guess when you have incompetent guards, you don't need a lock, Lyra muttered, before turning to Sabine and ordering, hide the bodies somewhere, then stand guard inside. Sabine gave Lyra a thumbs up before bending down and grabbing one of the 2 guards by their legs. Let's go, Prince, Lyra demanded to him, and something about the calm air of authority Lyra exuded made him compelled to follow their instructions implicitly. As they moved through the bedroom, he couldn't help but scoff at the ridiculous decor. Wallpaper made of scarlet velvet and a canopy bed so egregiously large it almost made him blush. Lyra, however, had razor-sharp focus. Ezra watched as they found a trapdoor he never would have been able to spot in a million years. They pried the door all the way open to reveal a set of stone steps and yet another underground passageway. "You've got to be kidding me," he complained. "Can't you just finish this last bit without me so I don't have to drag these wings down yet another of the world's smallest secret tunnels?" Lyra opened their mouth to argue, but instantly seemed to think better of it. "You know, I do work infinitely better alone. If you want to put your literal heart in my hands, I have no problem leaving you behind." "Well, when you put it that way," he began, but a muffled shout from the hallways cut him off as both he and Lyra whipped their heads in the direction of the open bedroom door. "Just stay with Sabine and make sure she doesn't get in trouble," Lyra demanded before diving through the trapdoor. "Keep Sabine out of trouble?" "Sure," he mumbled as he watched the Valkyrie disappear. Lyra made quick work of navigating the second tunnel system, retracing their steps from memory of the last time they'd been through here with their other slayers. Of course, everything was quick work when you didn't have to deal with 2 fussy children every step of the way. The migraine pounding at their temples was a clear indication they absolutely did their best alone. A few minutes later, they found the door they were looking for and shouldered it open, the weight of it much heavier than they remembered. The familiar room was massive and cluttered, bookshelves and desks still littered with stacks of papers and scrolls, as if no one had touched anything since they'd been through here. Lyra immediately started searching the floorboards with their feet, bouncing on each one until there was a telltale creak. They knelt down and pried up the wooden slats to reveal the dial beneath. 0, 2, 1, 6, they recited quietly as they spun the knob to each corresponding notch. When the scraping noise in the stone behind them echoed through the room, a smile of satisfaction curled up on their lips. They hurried to replace the floorboards before rushing over to the stone brick now jutting out of the room's only bare wall. The moment they pulled the brick all the way out, however, a sharp, piercing sound cut through the room like a blade. An alarm. Without a second thought, Lyra tossed the brick aside and thrusted their arm into the exposed hole in the wall, yanking out the familiar wooden box that sat inside. Then they darted out the door and back into the shadows of the tunnels. Amina and Caspian managed to sneak halfway to the east wing without adding anyone else to their body count.
But when the alarm went off, Amina knew their luck was over. "What in the hells is that?" Caspian asked as the keening alert made him cringe. "Trouble," Amina answered, as a fleet of guards poured out of a pair of double doors at the end of the corridor. Most of the guards immediately rushed for the main palace, but 3 of them lingered, stomping closer and closer in Amina and Caspian's direction, pausing only to throw open every door they came across to check for anything suspicious. "You're sure Mealy is in one of these rooms?" she asked him as she kept her eyes trained on the guards, bracing herself for the moment they spotted the 2 of them pressed into the shadows against the wall. "That's what the guard said," he confirmed.
And though they could have been lying, I find people tend to tell the truth more often than not when they're being strangled. All right, Amina nodded. Then you better be ready to get your hands dirty. Caspian gave her a lazy smile. Oh, don't worry, I won't need to use my hands. They call me the Valkyrie Whisperer, you know? Amina looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. I don't even know what to say to that. Just watch, he told her. And before she could protest, the damned witch walked out into the middle of the corridor and strutted right up to the trio of guards. Amina cursed him silently as she waited to see what happened from her vantage point, straining to hear the words he was saying over the still keening sound of the alarm. "I think I'm lost," Cass greeted them. "Do you suppose you could point me in the right direction?" "Don't move," one of the guards snarled after doing a double take. Utterly taken aback at finding an onyx witch out and about in the Valkyrie Queen's palace. "Who the hells are you?" another of the guards asked as they readied daggers in Caspian's direction. Cass shoved his hands into the pockets of his leather trousers, nonchalant about having 3 men staring him down with weapons, men that wouldn't hesitate to reap his soul. Arrogant fool. "Don't mind me, I'm just looking for someone," he told them, advancing another step forward. "A Valkyrie the Queen is keeping prisoner in this wing? Sound familiar?" "Secure him and bring him to Ignia," the first guard barked at the others. "I'll continue searching the wing." As the guards stepped toward Caspian, he laughed. "Oh, come on, guys. Can't we work this out without involving the Queen?" Both guards lunged in sync. Caspian lithely dove between them, rolling on the ground and back onto his feet in a single fluid motion. "I suppose I'll take that as a no," he taunted as he spun to face them once more. The 2 Valkyries unsheathed throwing knives from their belts and launched them at the witch's head, but as promised, Cass didn't lift a hand. Amina watched as the knives froze inches away from Caspian's skin, a sudden draft kicking up around her as his wind magic flared to life. With a concentrated look on his face and a slight flick of his chin, the knives spun in place, in midair, until their points were facing toward their owners instead. Then, another gust of wind later, they were embedded right through each of the guards' right eyes. Blood squirted from the wounds as the leader shouted in outrage and called for more guards to assist. At that, Cass did finally lift a hand, but it was not to physically strike anyone. Instead, he made a circular motion in the air, and Amina watched in awe as the trio clutched at their throats, knees slowly lowering to the ground as they fought to breathe. She had never really seen a witch use their magic up close like this before, and certainly never one with such precise skill. Most onyx witches she'd come in contact with were a part of the guild, but their attacks were broad and used blunt force. Caspian knew how to manipulate every single molecule of air around him, as sharp and clean as Amina and her slayers knew how to use their wit and claws. They stole the contract, after all. Gideon rubbed a hand over his mouth in horrified disbelief. Is that why you reap so many witches?" The Queen smiled. "And I'll keep doing it." Calla gave her magic a squeeze, and the woman let out a pealing scream. "I could do it," Calla told her. "I could take everything away." Ignia's chest heaved with the effort of her breaths in Calla's vice. "The reason I won't isn't for you. Remember that." Calla gave a flick of her hands and slammed the guards right into the Queen, leaving her and Gideon plenty of space to slip out of the study and into the fray going on in the corridor. Guards were bustling in all directions. The noise in the palace seemed to be reaching a crescendo. Calla heard Ignia snarling at her guards to find them, and she and Gideon picked up their paces. They dashed down the hallway and back toward the front foyer, sending waves of power crashing into any Valkyrie that dared look in their direction.
Only one of the guards managed to land a hit, a throwing knife that sliced through the top of Calla's cheekbone. She only knew because she watched the same cut appear on the side of Gideon's face, blood spilling over his jawline. As they reached the front door and made their way out into the evening air, Calla bounded down the marble steps outside and asked, "Where do we go? Should we have tried to help the others? Should we have gone search for Kai? Do you think she really has him?" Gideon opened his mouth to answer, but then his focus suddenly shifted to something in the sky behind her. She twisted around just in time to see Amina jetting through the open air with Caspian in her arms. Calla went to take a step to head in the same direction, but Gideon grabbed her hand and yanked her over to him, reaching up to cup both her cheeks in his hands. "I'm so proud of you," he affirmed. "If Kai is someone important to you, I'll go back in there right now." Calla's chest tightened. She knew he would, but she shook her head. "I know it might make me a monster," she whispered, "but Kai turned his back on me once, and though I've never held that against him, if I have to choose between checking on the friends who have never wavered from my side or risk leaving Kai behind, I have to leave him behind." Gideon nodded. "What you said to Ignia was correct. If anything happens to him, it's because she did it." Calla squeezed her eyes shut and pressed her forehead to his chest, just for a moment. "I know there will have to be sacrifices and death in this war, but I hate it. I'm so angry. And I don't want to be. I don't want to let them make me like this." "I know," he murmured as he ran a soothing hand over her hair. "We're going to get through this, one step at a time." "Together?" she whispered. Gideon held her tighter. "Together." Another minute of the incessant alarm and Ezra was going to go mad. Lyra hadn't made it back yet, and now there was a blaring alarm and a flood of guards pouring into the corridor outside the Queen's room. He and Sabine had barricaded the doors with as much furniture as they could manage, which wasn't much, considering how heavy everything in this very room seemed to be. But the guards were only seconds away from busting through. "How the hells are we supposed to get out of here?" asked her. Sabine jutted a thumb over her shoulder toward a window. "You better start flapping your wings, dragon boy." He gave her an incredulous look. "There is no way in the hell, Sabine. Open the window, now." It was Lyra's voice echoing out of the trapdoor as they came rushing up the steps and bursting into the room. There was something in their hands, which they promptly shoved into Ezra's chest. "Whatever you do, don't drop that," Lyra told him, before taking him by the shoulders and spinning him toward the window Sabine had just pried open. "There are guards coming through the tunnels as well. You need to jump now." "There's no way my wings are fitting through that tiny opening," Ezra told them both. Sabine immediately fixed that by reaching up to the molding at the top of the stacked window panes and pulling herself up until her chin was above her hands so she could place both of her feet against the glass and slam her boots into it until the entire window popped out of the frame and fell into the darkness below. When she dropped back to her feet and turned to throw Ezra a smug look, he was suddenly overwhelmed by how sexy the entire demonstration had been. "Not the time or place," he scolded himself. "Stop drooling and move," Lyra growled at him. He stepped up onto the windowsill, looking out into the night sky. They were at least a few stories up. There was no way he was going to be able to jump. He said as much aloud. And then the guards busted through the bedroom door, sending splinters of wood scattering through the air. "Time's up, Prince," Sabine chirped.
Ezra looked down at her over his shoulder, ready to tell her they were going to just have to risk the fight, but instead, Sabine threw her full weight into his back and pushed him out the very window. A surprised grunt fell from his mouth as he awkwardly somersaulted through the air, clutching the wooden box in his arms like his life depended on it. He tried to gather his bearings, enough to open his wings and fly. One pump and he evened out, hovering in the air. Another and he rose, higher and higher. Adrenaline flooded his system as he got closer and closer to the stars. Ezra looked back down to the palace, searching the dark for the Valkyries. Lyra was launching themselves, Sabine cradled in their arms, off the palace's turret. He concentrated on holding himself in place, a feat that was much more difficult than it seemed, and waited as they swiftly made their way toward him. "Head down before you fall," Lyra shouted at him. Ezra did as they said, angling his body as best as he could toward the earth. He couldn't see if Lyra was following him or if they'd zipped ahead, but he was too focused to look back and check. That is, until Sabine screamed his name in a way that made his heart nearly stop. At the sound, he dropped, too quick, plummeting nearly 10 feet before he caught himself and was able to roll over in midair to see what was happening. Sabine was falling. He didn't have time to look for what happened to Lyra, didn't have time to think twice about what he was about to do. He just dropped the box in his hands and dove. Ezra tucked his wings in as close as he could to his back, urging himself in her direction, reaching out with his arms toward her as she tumbled through the air. With every inch he got closer to reaching her, they both got 2 inches closer to the ground. He kept pushing, closer and closer, and when he was finally able to grasp her and pull her into his body, they were yards away from crashing. Ezra unfurled his wings from his back, spreading them out as far as he could, Sabine clutching him so tightly he almost wasn't able to breathe. He could feel her body shaking as they continued their turbulent fall, his wings acting as a parachute with what little space they had left. And just as they were about to hit the earth, he rolled himself over to take the brunt of the impact. "Really?" he groaned as every inch of his body screamed in agony. Sabine was still clutched against his chest, but he didn't unwrap his arms from around her. Not yet. He could already feel his magic starting to focus its healing properties on the small tendons that had snapped in his wings from landing on them so hard. But other than that, it didn't feel like anything was broken. He'd managed to slow their fall just enough to avoid that, at least. "Sabine?" He rubbed a hand down her spine. "Are you all right?" That's when he felt it. Tears, sliding over his skin where her face was pressed into the crook of his neck. "It's okay, baby," Ezra soothed, his voice oddly gruff. "I got you. You're okay." She stayed there, tucked against him for a long, silent minute, before finally pushing herself away and climbing to her feet. He slowly followed, gritting his teeth against the aching in his body as he straightened himself up. When he looked at her face, he saw that her tears had already been wiped away, though the stains on her cheeks and his skin remained. "If you tell anyone I cried," she threatened, though her words didn't have the same bite as usual, "I'll send you right back to the Valley of Souls." That pissed him off. "For hell's sake, Harpy," he shook his head at her, "is having a single vulnerable moment so bad?" She looked away from him. "We need to find Lyra. The guards, they shot an arrow through their wing. It took them by surprise, and they dropped me." Ezra took a deep, disappointed breath. It was clear she wasn't going to give him anything more than that, and he was much too exhausted to fight her on it. 1 step forward, 3 steps back. "Sabine!" Ezra and Sabine both looked up to see Lyra making their way down to them. When they touched down on the ground, the first thing Ezra noticed was the bloody patch of feathers in the top of their left wing. The second was the wooden box he'd dropped when he went to catch Sabine. Somehow, it wasn't smashed into pieces. "Lyra," Sabine sighed in relief, throwing her arms around the other Valkyrie. "I'm so sorry," Lyra choked out. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean—" "I'm fine. It's okay," Sabine cooed back. Ezra stood to the side, silent, a pang of jealousy spearing through him as he watched the interaction. When Lyra caught his haze over Sabine's shoulder, however, they threw him a deeply appreciative look, and for a moment at least, he knew he'd earned their approval. Ezra dipped his chin in an acknowledging nod. When the two of them finally pulled apart, Lyra said, "I have bad news." They presented the box to them both, pushing in a hidden button to make the lid pop open and reveal a note. "Ignia? Please tell me that wasn't supposed to be my heart?" Ezra griped. "She's been on to us," Lyra confirmed. "I triggered the alarm when I retrieved this, an alarm that most definitely wasn't there the last time." "Well, let's hope your friend made it out safely so we don't have to deem that whole mission as a bust," Ezra muttered, and Lyra nodded in agreement. "I spied Amina and Caspian just 2 streets over," they said. "Let's go." With a mixture of relief and solemnness, they continued into the night. But amid the quietness, there was a glimmer of hope, a shared understanding that they had been stronger together. Hannah awoke covered in sweat, in an unfamiliar bed, in an unfamiliar room.
Her body began to panic, her chest heaving in fear as she thrashed beneath the covers tucked in around her. "Hannah, it's okay. You're safe," a musical voice said from somewhere in the dark. Hannah's breath hitched as she recognized that voice, her eyes searching the shadows frantically for its owner. A lamp clicked on, and she blinked rapidly, waiting for her eyes to adjust. And then, there she was, Delphine. "You've been asleep for a while," Delphine told her. "Do you need some water?" Hannah swallowed, wincing against the dryness of her throat, and nodded. "I'll be right back," Delph swore. Hannah watched as she got up and left. Taking in her surroundings, she noted that she was folded into white satin sheets, the mattress beneath her so soft that it dipped even with the weight of her slight frame. There was a wooden dresser across from the bed, but other than that, the only furniture in the room was the wooden chair Delphine had been sitting in and a small side table for the lamp. Something about the space rattled a memory loose in her brain, but just as she tried to grasp it, Delphine came back in, glass of water in hand. Delphine sat down on the edge of the bed as she handed the water to Hannah and motioned for her to drink. While Hannah greedily gulped the entire glass down, she felt her stomach rumble with hunger. "Thorn is going to make you some food," Delphine smiled. "I would, except I think we both know it probably wouldn't be edible." Hannah reached over and placed the glass on the little side table. "Where are we?" She cringed at the sound of her own voice. So unused, it was as rough as sand. "Some sort of safe house," Delphine explained. "I have a lot to catch you up on. But first," she bit her lip. Hannah held her breath in anticipation. Do you remember what happened?" Delphine asked. Hannah looked down at her hands. "Sort of." "You terrified me," Delphine admitted. "I've never seen so much dark magic before. There were bodies digging themselves out of the ground." Hannah squeezed her eyes shut. I know. I've been trying to keep it in. And then Ezra showed up, and he smelled so much of death, and I just erupted." "Maybe that's the problem," Delphine murmured. "What do you mean?" Delphine sighed. "Locking away something that is so integral to your very being, like your magic, it's only a matter of time until it forces its way out."
"Believe me, I heard you calling. Hannah whispered. "You're the only reason I came back to myself." Hannah hesitated for a moment before reaching out and grasping Delphine's hand. Delphine squeezed back. "I'm sorry, I wasn't able to keep my promise. That I couldn't get to the Siren Sea." Delphine waved a hand in dismissal. "I'm glad you didn't come. That's not a place I ever wished for you or Calla to see, and I needed to finish things there myself anyway. I was just too much of a coward before." A beat. "I can leave you to clean up in the bathroom while I check on Thorn. Where are the others?" Hannah wondered. "That is a story for over dinner," Delph snorted. "But they will hopefully arrive soon enough." Hannah nodded, and Delphine hopped up from the bed, plucking the empty drinking glass off the side table to take it back to wherever she'd found it. When she reached the bedroom door, however, she paused and turned back around. "Hannah?" "Yes?" Hannah whispered. Do you remember what happened after I found you in the woods, before you fainted?" Hannah's entire body vibrated with adrenaline now. She worried she had imagined it, her kiss with Delphine, the one sliver of light amid a sea of darkness. Hannah swallowed and admitted, "Yes." Delphine's expression immediately softened, and Hannah's hope soared. Now was her chance to finally tell Delphine that she was in love. "I want you to know it's okay," Delphine assured. "I know it didn't mean anything." And with those 6 words, Hannah's hope crashed and burned. "I just didn't want you to worry about it," Delphine said with a smile. Hannah only stared as her friend slipped out of the room and shut the door behind her. Thanks to Lyra's connections, leaving Valor didn't require much fanfare. By the time the city had realized something was happening at the palace, the group had found one another in their various disheveled states, and Lyra was quick to fetch and shepherd the witches into the very carriage they'd arrived in. Stealing the vehicle was turning out to be their best investment yet, though the horses might not have agreed considering how nervous Calla's presence made them. Lyra and Ezra decided to take the driver spots out front, and the rest of them piled somewhat uncomfortably into the cab. Uncomfortable not because of space, but because of the clear tension buzzing in the air, and the odd way Sabine was regarding the unconscious Valkyrie. Amina and Caspian had rescued Melly, Calla recalled her name.
In fact, after Calla scribbled a quick note inside the enchanted communication device to inform Delphine they were all heading her way, she found herself very cozy as she slowly drifted off against Gideon's shoulder. Caspian was sitting on her right, head lolling against the wall as the exhaustion took a hold of him as well. But Amina and Sabine were wide awake, sitting on the bench across from them, with Melly's body propped up against Amina's side. It was starting to become an odd joke that at least one person had to be passed out in this carriage in order for them to travel. And if anyone would have asked Calla only a few weeks ago if she'd ever be sitting, amicably, across from the woman who ripped out Ezra's heart, she'd have probably told them only when the hells had frozen over. "Here," Gideon whispered to her, and she lifted her head to look at him in question, eyelids heavy. He lifted his arm so she could slide closer into him, wrapping it around her back as she nestled her face into the crook of his neck. When he rested his chin atop her head, she had to resist the urge to hum in contentment, conscious of her audience. They rode in silence for hours, and Calla found herself sliding in and out of a deep sleep. Light snores sounded through the cab. From Caspian, even Ezra and Sabine had both dozed off at some point. By the time they exited the land of the Valkyries and made it all the way up the middle pass of the Miroir Mountains, Calla was ready to give up the world in exchange for a bed. The carriage rolled to a slow stop, and everyone began groggily stretching out their limbs before piling out of the cab. When Calla stepped outside onto a snow-covered ground, the scene she found before her was enough to take her breath away. She'd never been this far north, had only ever heard of the celestial-like wonder that were the Miroir Mountains. But no description she'd ever been told could have possibly done it justice. Crystal peaks jutted into a diamond-encrusted night sky as far as the eye could see. Their sheer faces reflected the surrounding world like mirrors, but the way they reflected the stars? It made everything before her look like an otherworldly dreamscape, the celestial tapestry above a dazzling muse. A shiver ran down her spine at both the beauty and the crisp chill that clung to the air here. She knew there were plenty of different types of beings who made the passages between the mountains and even the peaks their home, but she couldn't imagine living in a place that was so cold for most of the year. Estrella would have been starting to defrost right about now, but the mountains before her looked as if they had not remembered spring was supposed to be coming. Something heavy dropped over her shoulders then, Gideon's cloak. She looked over at him and smiled in thanks. "You won't be too cold?" "Maybe," a smirk. "Fortunately, I look good in blue," she snorted. "The house is a mile off the trail," Lyra announced to all of them. "We can take the horses, but we'll have to wrap their legs for the snow. The carriage's wheels won't make it through, though." All three men immediately got to work on the horses, unhitching them from the carriage and using the spare clothing they had to tightly wrap each of the stallion's legs. When they were done, they began their trek, sloshing through the powdery ice, teeth clattering together. When the charming stone cottage finally came into view, Calla thought she might weep, and everyone's paces instantly picked up. The cottage's quaint exterior was adorned with an intricate wooden lattice that stretched along the front facade, icicles as long as her forearm drooping to the ground instead of the vines Calla suspected grew there during the warmer months. A single chimney protruded from the home's roof, emitting clouds of smoke that danced lazily into the clear night sky. Large windows sat on either side of the doorway, but their wooden shutters had been latched closed, likely to keep as much heat inside as possible. Lyra and Sabine led the horses down the footpath toward the back of the house where Calla could see a stable. The rest of them knocked on the front entrance and waited impatiently for someone to answer. When Delphine pulled the door open, they stampeded past her, right to the fireplace. "Thank the gods," Delphine said, as Calla and the rest of them began pulling off their wet socks and shoes to begin thawing themselves out. "Thorn is already passed out for the night. Did you know he could cook? You all missed out on a spectacular meal. Though there are some leftovers in the kitchen if anyone is hungry." Caspian and Ezra threw glances at each other before breaking into a full-speed run out of the cozy little den and toward an archway that looked like it led to the kitchen. There was a sound of something clattering to the ground, a grunt of pain, and then Caspian's declarative. "Too slow, Ez?" "Hope no one else wanted any," Delphine commented. Sabine made a face and stomped toward the staircase on the far wall without a word. "Are you hungry?" Gideon asked Calla, scrubbing a hand through his hair to dislodge any flurries that gotten caught in his cobalt tresses. "Yes," she admitted. But he shook his head as he started for the kitchen himself. "I'll take care of it. You get settled in." When he disappeared with the rest of them, Delphine gave Calla a smirk. "You've got that man wrapped entirely around your finger." Calla blushed, and Delphine threw an arm around her shoulders, guiding her over to the stairs.
"How did it go?" Delph asked as they made their way up the steps. "It went interestingly," Calla said. "I'll tell you everything while I change. How are the bedrooms?" "There are 6 of them," Delphine informed her. "All only have a single bed, but they're plenty big for 2 people each if needed. Thorn is already passed out, like I said. I'm staying with Hannah, and I figured you and Gideon would stay in the same room. That leaves 3 bedrooms for Ezra, Cass, and the Valkyries to fight over." Calla shrugged. "Works for me. How's Hannah?" "Oh!" Delphine exclaimed as she led Calla into the first available bedroom once they reached the 2nd floor. "She's awake!" Calla started. "What? I want to see." "Well, she's not awake right now," Delph clarified, "but she woke up earlier. That's why Thorn cooked. We figured she'd need a square meal to get her energy back." Calla bobbed her head in agreement. "Okay, I'll fill you both in tomorrow morning then. I think the plan is for everyone to get a good night's sleep for once before we decide the next steps." Delphine nodded and squeezed Calla's shoulders one last time before disentangling herself to head back to her own room. "Sweet dreams." Calla unloaded her backpack onto the floor the second the door clicked shut and let out a satisfying groan of relief. She didn't hesitate to begin peeling her clothes off her body, folding them into a neat pile next to the bag. The balmy air of the cottage felt wonderful against her bare skin compared to the damp garments. She spotted a little matchbook on a table next to the bed and struck one of the wooden sticks to light the gas lamp that sat next to them. A warm glow illuminated the space, and she quickly grabbed one of the only changes of clothes she had left and padded to the attached ensuite bathroom. There was a single vanity sink, 2 gas sconces bookending the large mirror that sat above it. She lit those lamps as well, and then turned her attention to the giant porcelain tub sitting in the middle of the room. The back edge of the tub had different vials of soaps and oils lined across it, and as she drew a bath, she poured a pinkish-colored one into the scalding water, watching as the running stream churned out clouds and clouds of bubbles. Calla had just sunk down to her shoulders, sloshing suds over the lip of the tub and onto the floor, when the knock sounded in the bedroom. "Calliope?" Gideon's deep voice called as he walked into the other room. "I'll be out soon," she called. A few minutes later, and she felt shiny and new, her long hair brushed out and plaited into 2 braids that reached down to her navel. She pulled on a pair of soft cotton pants and a knit top that would hopefully keep her warm if the house became drafty during the night. When she opened the bathroom door and peeked into the room, she found Gideon stretched out on the bed, leaning back against the headboard with his arms folded behind his head. His eyes were closed, and she took the opportunity to just admire him. Sometimes, when she thought about the girl she was the night they met all those weeks ago, she couldn't believe how far they'd come. How badly she'd wanted him to suffer when she was standing on that stage, being auctioned off by those insidious bastards. And now, it felt like he was her whole world. Like, if he wasn't tethered to her, if their souls weren't intertwined, she might have let the queens win. Not the war, never that, but let them turn her into the monster she could so easily become. The one the fates had tried to mold her into her entire life. One that would have killed every single Rouge witch back in Mireille's palace just to get to the woman herself. One that would have drowned that study in the Valkyrie Queen's blood, despite the fact that the Queen told her all of her people would lose their magic as a result. But Gideon's selflessness, his tenacity for always putting others before himself, reminded her that strength was the ability to stay good and empathetic, despite who the people that raised you wanted you to be. That just because one could wield power didn't mean one should, and if one did, to only wield it protecting those who didn't have it themselves. That's where the queens had gone so wrong. They swore that they made their bargains with the fates in order to bring power and health back to their land, but they did not distribute that power equally. Because they didn't care about anyone aside from themselves having real power, they only wanted their subjects to have a semblance of power, enough magic that could be funneled directly back to their rulers. And the reason she loved Gideon most? He had never once mentioned that he'd want to inherit his mother's throne when they win this war. He had no interest in playing into his mother's favoritism, no interest in being worshipped as a king. "I can feel you staring at me," he murmured, slowly blinking his eyes open. "What are you thinking about? After the war, when the queens are destroyed and the realms are without rulers,
"What are you going to do?" He raised a brow. "What am I going to do?" She nodded. "If your mother is gone, you're the crown prince. We've only ever had the witch queens, and you'd be the only technical heir." He was already shaking his head, and she let her words trail off. "I will not be ruling anything. Birth is not a good enough reason to be a ruler. So, to answer your question, I am going to go wherever you go." Her heart began to pound at his words, and she whispered, "Anywhere I go?" "Everywhere," he confirmed before swinging his legs over the side of the bed and standing. "I'm going to clean up while you eat. I left a plate of eggs and fruit for you down in the kitchen." Calla gave him a bright smile. "Thank you." He bent down and pressed a kiss to her temple before slipping into the bathroom to wash up. She headed downstairs to eat and found that everyone else had seemingly already gone to their rooms. Calla wolfed down the eggs Gideon had fried for her and the slices of apple and sourdough bread, heading back to their room when she finished. She could hear the water still running in the bathroom, so she left the lamp lit and tucked herself beneath the plush comforter. Sometime later, as she drifted in and out of sleep, she felt him return. He snuffed out the light and then crawled into bed behind her, wrapping his arms around her and dragging her body back into his. And she swore she heard him start to whisper something, but she was already slipping under. Sabine couldn't sleep. She couldn't eat. She couldn't stop pacing in her room. Sabine was alone because she couldn't deal with any more suspicious looks from Lyra or Amina. That very prince was driving her mad. "It's okay, baby. I got you. You're okay." How dare he affect her like this? How dare she let him? Was she the one? The one that really messed you up so bad I'm having to pay for it now? Melly wasn't the one to blame. It was herself. Because no matter who she was with, she would not bend, would not compromise. The price of which, she always knew, was that every relationship would eventually come to a blazing end. It was a fate she'd given herself and was more than happy to bear. She didn't need anyone or anything. She only needed to be herself, her true name from the varietous tree. The day she broke up with Melly, she swore she would never commit to anyone ever again. That once she'd gotten her true name, she would never let anyone have the ability to break her heart. Afraid if she did, she'd loathe herself after everything she went through to become this person she was always meant to be. Falling for a man who she barely knew, who she had a magic influence over, was not an option. She shoved her hands into her pockets in frustration and felt her left hand brush against something cold. She stopped her pacing as she fished out the object and held it out in front of her.
It was the brooch Shed found stashed in her room back at Lyra's when she was going through the things she wanted to take with her before they went to Igneous Palace. Truthfully, she'd forgotten she even had it. It was just some random bauble she'd stolen only a few weeks ago from a lover whose name she couldn't even remember. She hadn't known what compelled her to take it then, but now, as she rubbed the pad of her thumb over its surface, a knot formed in her stomach. Before she knew what she was doing, she was flying out of her room and down the hall. Ezra was wide awake, and still starving, lying atop his bed, alone, staring at the ceiling. That Valkyrie was driving him mad. She thinks you probably kissed her because it was a strange situation and you weren't entirely yourself, and she doesn't know how you feel about her. I'm sure she only said that to make sure you weren't embarrassed. You need to talk to her, really talk to her. And what if she can't ever think of me that way? Where would that conversation leave us? Besides, she's already talking about how hot she thinks Thorn is, Hannah whispered. Delphine saying Thorn is hot is like us saying Caspian is charming and Ezra is stubborn. It's a given, Calla pointed out. Before Hannah could counter, the doorknob wiggled. But with Hannah's weight leaning back against the door, whoever was on the other side couldn't push it open. Or, at least, they were polite not to. "Hannah?" Delphine called. "Calla, let me in." Hannah took a deep breath as she slowly stepped away from the door. "It's going to be okay," Calla assured, before telling Delphine, "Come in." Delphine's head popped inside first. "Everything all right?" "Yep," Calla said casually, as Delphine slipped inside and shut the door. "Lyra and Amina were filling me in about everything at the palace. They said their friend Melly still isn't awake. They're worried she's been poisoned." Calla's brows lifted. "What are they going to do?" Delphine shrugged. "The people this house belongs to are apparently supposed to show up sometime in the next couple of days, and they're hopefully going to be able to help. Cass and the others should be back soon, though, which means the Valkyries want us downstairs to begin strategizing. They're not really the rest and relax type. Well, I am, Calla muttered. If I hadn't slept so soundly last night, I don't... What? A wicked grin had begun to spread across Delphine's face at the mention of good sleep, and Calla already knew exactly where this was going. Spill, Delphine demanded, pulling Calla up and spinning them both to guide them toward the bed. They climbed up and made themselves comfortable, Delph patting a space between them to demand Hannah join. Hannah did, silently, and though Delphine didn't recognize any tension in the room, and Calla was all too aware of the precarious situation about to unfold between her friends, she still couldn't help but enjoy this moment. All of them together again, sitting in bed gossiping like they used to in their apartment. Only this time, the gossip wasn't about Calla and Ezra, but, "I didn't do anything scandalous, Delphine." Calla fixed her friend with an exasperated look. "Sorry to disappoint." "Ugh." Delphine scoffed in mock disappointment. "Come on, Calla, you're sharing a bed with a hot prince, and you're telling me you both just slept? How am I supposed to live vicariously through you if this is all you'll give me?" "I don't think becoming intimate for the first time on the day that my ex was resurrected from the dead would have been the most romantic scenario," Calla joked. "Fair enough," Delphine allowed. "Speaking of your resurrected ex, though, where the hell's is Ezra this morning? No one has seen him. Or Sabine." Calla's eyes widened, and even Hannah seemed suddenly piqued by the information. "What?" Delphine asked. Calla nearly choked. "No way." "What?" Delphine repeated, and Calla explained. "Pretty sure Ezra has a thing for Sabine." "Oh my gods!" Delphine's eyes widened. "How does Ezra Black keep getting with the hottest women in the world?" Calla had to keep from laughing. "All I know is that I've seen that look he gets around Sabine in his eyes before, the one he gets when he wants to find trouble." She snorted. "And then there's the influence she wields over him, because it was her feathers that were used to bring him back. He's enamored." "You think her influence is the only reason he likes her?" Hannah wondered. Calla shook her head. "Not at all. I mean, I'm sure it has some effect, but I've only been around them both for a day, so it's hard to say for sure. Honestly, though, I think he likes her because when he dishes it out, she takes it in stride and then turns around and gives it right back. He needs someone who will match his attitude when he's in a mood, as opposed to wanting to throttle him or getting lost in the whiplash like I always did." Calla sighed. "One night we'd be gambling and laughing and running around Estrella. The next, he'd be fussing at me for showing up to a place he invited me to. It was exhausting." The three of them were silent for a moment as they thought about Calla's words, reminiscing on the chaos of that time in their lives. And though Calla meant what she said, that her relationship with Ezra had been exhausting, even when she hadn't realized it, she was still thankful for that time she got to have, what she learned about herself from it, what it led her to. Calla flicked her eyes between her two friends, wondering if they felt like all this peril was worth finding themselves as well. She asked as much aloud. "Yes," Delphine said without hesitation. "Having my freedom, I'd go through those weeks of Renil's torture 100 more times if I had to. And I made it back to both of you. That makes it hard to be upset about anything that's happened." Hannah wasn't as sure. Looking down at her hands, she said, "I'm not sure I've gotten there quite yet with my own past." Delphine instantly pulled the girl into a hug, and Calla watched as Hannah tensed up for a moment before letting herself sink into it fully. Calla leaned forward to join their embrace. "You'll get there, Hannah. We love you how you are. You know that, don't you?" Calla asked. Hannah sniffed. "Death magic and all?" Calla pulled back with a grim smile. "I could do without the summonings of undead armies from the ground, but not if it meant we wouldn't have you. We'll learn to deal. Plus, the dark spooky look kinda does it for you, babe," Delphine quipped, as she reached over to lightly trace her fingertips over the dark veins still adorning Hannah's temples. "Makes you look like you'd rip out someone's heart and eat it in front of them." Hannah and Calla both wrinkled their noses at the description. "What?" Delphine questioned innocently. "I think that's a sexy quality." Hannah's face flushed intensely at the word sexy coming from Delphine's lips in reference to her, and Calla threw her a subtle look that said, "See?" "Oh, that reminds me. Guess whose heart I ripped out of their chest," Delphine told them. "Ramor's." Calla gawked at those words. "What?"
When I was trying to track you both down, I went to the one source I knew without a doubt would have information, Jack. Calla's head spun, and it took her a moment to shake off her shock before she demanded, "All right, start from the beginning." The three of them sat like that for nearly an hour, divulging as many details of their time apart as they possibly could, until Calla suddenly felt Gideon's magic return. Delphine stopped her detailed description of the four-way brawl she'd gotten into back in the Siren Sea the moment she noticed the excited look on Calla's face. "He's returned, hasn't he?" Calla smiled as they all clambered off the bed. "I hope they brought back snacks." "I hope they brought," Delphine started as they filed out of the room, but her thought was abruptly cut off when they saw who was exiting the room across from them at the exact same time. Two someones, to be exact.
The trio watched as Sabine strutted out of the bedroom, throwing them all a wink, and made her way to the stairs without a word. Next came Ezra, who froze the moment he realized there was an audience. The four of them stared at one another in silence for what felt like an eternity before Ezra finally cleared his throat and said, "Sabine gave me a haircut." Calla's eyes flicked up to his hair and realized that it had, in fact, been cut. No longer past his shoulders, his raven tresses could barely curl around his ears now. It made him look older, more handsome, instead of pretty. It also made him resemble Gideon even closer, despite the fact that she knew they were only half-brothers. A piece of information she'd forgotten until this very moment, and made her grip onto Delphine's arm before she could stop the reaction. Delph cut her eyes to Calla, giving a look that asked, "Are you okay?" Ezra must have thought Calla's odd response was due to the fact that they'd all just witnessed Sabine leaving his room, and what that implied, because he immediately became defensive. "It's no one's business who—" "Bite your tongue before you say something ridiculous, Black," Calla interrupted him, rolling her eyes before dragging Delphine and Hannah to the stairs. "No one cares who you're spending time with." "Where's the fire?" Delph asked as the three of them left Ezra to stare after them in confusion. "There's something I forgot to tell you both that the Valkyrie Queen revealed to Gideon and me, about the Heartbreak Prince curse. I wasn't sure if I should mention it until Gideon told Ezra about their fathers first." "Fathers? As in plural?" Hannah asked. When the three of them made it to the first floor, she saw the others had begun to congregate in the den. Cass and Thorn showing off the things they'd gotten at whatever trading post they managed to find in these mountains. Gideon was leaning back against the far wall, arms crossed, face stoic as he watched the others start to decide what was most important to take with them. When he spotted her, however, his obsidian eyes flashed silver, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. "Good afternoon," he greeted the three of them as they walked over, before turning to Calla to say, "I got you something." He reached down and unclasped something from his belt, a canteen. Calla took it, twisting off the cap as she gave him a questioning look. "It's blackberry lemonade," he told her. "They had a barrel of it down at the trading post." In everything she brushed against, every inch of ground she walked, there were echoes of that darkness. It was driving her mad, and her friends were beginning to notice. Even if she hadn't unfairly snapped at Delphine about Thorn, Delph would have known something was very wrong from the fact that Hannah could barely seem to speak. A problem she had never had before, not even those times Delphine would bring Alex around and Hannah thought she might die of jealousy. The darkness in her was twisting her into something unrecognizable, and she was afraid. "Han?" Gideon's voice brought her back to the present, and she blinked up at him. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "I asked if you knew where Delphine got off to. Calliope and I are about to go down to the port to get the tickets." "Oh, yes." Hannah flicked her eyes over to the clothing shop on their left. She managed to convince the shop owner to open up early for her. Gideon laughed. "I should have expected that. If you can pry her out of there, meet us down at the docks in 10, okay?" As he ambled off, Hannah turned for the shop Delphine had disappeared into, ignoring the closed sign that was still hanging on the door as she pushed her way inside. There was no bell to announce her entrance, and the store was so packed with racks of clothes that she couldn't see anything past the entryway. She could hear them, however. Delphine's unmistakable lilting voice mixed with the deep, smooth drawl of a stranger's. Hannah began to follow the sound of their conversation through the rows and rows of garments. "Ah, come on. You're telling me you've never met a pirate before?"
the drawling voice flirted. "I bet you had sailors throwing themselves overboard in hopes to be drowned by you." Delphine laughed. "Not where I'm from, handsome. We didn't spend much time at the surface, just in the deep, dark depths." "That why you're looking to get out of Illustros?" he asked. "Explore more of the open ocean?" "Absolutely," Delphine lied. "My friends and I want to see something new." "Friends? Are they as pretty as you?" he wondered. "Yes. Why? Are you looking for more people to give free clothes to?" Delphine teased. "If they look as good as you do in that dress, absolutely." Hannah was nearly at the back of the store now, and she peeked around the last rack of clothes to see who Delphine was talking to, flirting with. She spotted Delph wearing a dress made entirely of pearls. A dress that looked like it was crafted exclusively for Delphine, and Hannah was barely able to pry away her gaze to study the man. He was only an inch or two taller than Delphine, wearing brown leather pants that laced up in the front and a billowing burgundy shirt neatly tucked in to show off the 3 different belts he had slung around his hips. His hair was a mess of unruly brown curls, and his smile was crooked in a way that promised trouble. Hannah hated the way he was looking at Delphine. When he opened his mouth to deliver another nauseatingly cliché line, Hannah stepped out from behind the clothing rack and cleared her throat. The man's eye snapped to her immediately, and even from several yards away, she could see their unusual shade of scarlet. He didn't seem to be a fae, and was definitely not a witch, but he was something, undoubtedly immortal. Delphine smiled when she turned to spot Hannah. "Hannah, come see my new dress." Delphine twirled as Hannah strode closer, the pearls of the dress catching the light in a way that made Hannah realize they weren't actually white pearls, but a very faint shade of lavender. "It's pretty," Hannah nodded, "but I'm not sure we can afford—" "It's on the house," the man interrupted. "I couldn't possibly let anyone else have it after seeing it on the person it belongs. It would be blasphemous." Delphine's grin grew wider, and she threw a wink in Hannah's direction in triumph. Hannah cleared her throat, ignoring the man as she told Delphine, "We have to meet the others at the dock, now." "What's the rush, shortcake?" the man mused. "I was just telling Delphine that what y'all should really do is let my crew take you to Noctum. Our boat is smaller, but it's definitely more fun. We have dancing and wine, not to mention the most enthralling stories about encounters with the most thrilling sea creatures you never even knew existed." Delphine was enraptured. "What sort of creatures?" "Sea dragons, krakens, vespers, you name it, doll, we got a story," he claimed. "Sea dragons and krakens are nothing new," Delphine said. "But I've never heard of vespers." "Probably for the best," he revealed. "Highness creatures. They also go by the name of sea ghosts. They're sort of like sylphs, except they'll change their forms into those you love and lure you into the water to drown you." "Enticing," Hannah deadpanned. "And the wine?" "Delphine," Hannah chastised as sternly as she could. "We have to go." Delphine slid her gaze back to Hannah, ready to argue, but whatever was on Hannah's face must have sobered her up, because she sighed and said, "My friend's right. We should get going." When Delphine started toward Hannah, he shrugged. "Your choice. But if you change your mind, we're on the boat with the red sails, the Sea Pearl. We're leaving right after the first passenger ship sets off." "Don't you have to run your store?" Hannah grumbled. The man smiled. "I have people for that, shortcake. I just come back from time to time between voyages to check in." Delphine hooked her arm through Hannah's and threw one last smile over her shoulder at the man as they left.
"It was lovely to meet you," Isaac smirked. "You too, Dole." Ezra was avoiding her, which would have thrilled Sabine only 2 days ago, but not after the night they spent together. Not because of the kiss, which she was still thinking about, but because of everything after the kiss. Staying awake until nearly dawn, talking about things she'd only ever talked about with Amina and Lyra. Him allowing her to give him a haircut despite his previous refusal to let her near his head with a knife. And now the jerk was ignoring her? She made her way up the stairs to his bedroom. Amina had already left with Thorn and Cass for the Onyx Realm, and Lyra was watching over Melly while they waited for Sydney and Baden to show up. So that left Sabine plenty of time to make Ezra's life miserable without any interruptions.
She stopped in front of his door, pounding on it twice. "No answer," she called to him. "I'll kick the door in." The door swung open, and there he was. The first thing she noted was how tired he looked, the flames in his coal eyes not burning with their usual intensity. The second thing she noticed was that he was shirtless. Gosh, he's hot, she thought. Without a doubt, the hotter prince in her opinion, though she would never admit it to him. Gideon was just too nice for her taste. "Can I help you?" Ezra asked, his tone tired. "Get dressed," she demanded. "We're going to work on your flying. It's atrocious." He leaned against the doorframe, crossing his arms. "I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that the only time I ever tried using my wings, it was right after I was shoved out of a window." Sabine shrugged. "I suppose we'll never know. Get dressed." He shook his head. "I'm not in the mood today, Sabine." Sabine, not Harpy. She hated how such a small detail made her stomach clench. Gods, what was he really doing to her? "I don't recall asking if you were in the mood," she quipped. He stared at her for a long moment, silent. She stared back. Then, finally, he sighed. "Fine." Sabine smiled in triumph. "I'll be out front. Wear something warm." The last thing Ezra felt like doing was training. He'd much rather continue wallowing in his room over finding out that the only reason he existed was because his own mother wanted to curse him. But the look on Sabine's face when he'd opened the door had made him feel like a jerk. She'd hid it pretty well, as she did with all her most vulnerable emotions, but he'd studied her face enough these past few weeks to know that she'd clearly been upset he was avoiding her. Well, not her, everyone. But he went. He threw on one of the sweaters Lyra had modified for his wings, trekked downstairs, and met her out front, where he found her making a pile of little snowballs, which she launched directly at his head the moment she heard his boots crunch on the icy ground. "Oh, it's on, Harpy," he growled as he dodged a third. He scooped up a handful of snow and launched it in her direction, hitting her square in the face. She hissed, countering his attack with 2 more hits. 10 minutes later, they were both freezing, covered in snow, and out of breath. One last shot, he told himself, just as she turned her back to him. Big mistake. He launched his last ball of ice, and it arced perfectly through the air and went spraying across her back. "Ah!" she cried, stumbling to the ground. Ezra immediately froze as he watched her hunch over like she was in agony, grasping behind herself as she tried to dust the cold off her still incoming wings. "You hurt me!" she sobbed. Ezra cleared the yards between them in 3 strides, dropping to his knees next to her in the snow. "Gods, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Before he could blink, Sabine was tackling him back onto the ground, his weight landing painfully on his wings as she moved atop him to pin him down by his shoulders. "You are such a sucker," she teased with a vicious grin. Ezra scowled up at her. "You are so violent." "Is that a problem?" She lifted a brow. "Maybe, if it wasn't so sexy," he muttered. Her smile stretched even wider, but then she was up on her feet, releasing him from her hold and declaring, "All right, on to the next part of our training today." She knew the prince would be keeping a close eye on things, though, and she had a feeling the moment he could sneak a look at his compass, he would be making sure their trajectory did not change. Delphine cleared her throat. "Please tell me there are extra rooms for us." Isaac reached up to ruffle his brown curls as he winced. "Well, there's an extra room, singular, but don't worry, it has more than one bed." "That's a first," Calla muttered. Ezra caught up with Sabine a mile from the trading post on the eastern side of the mountain pass, and, as he suspected, she was not happy to see him. "Do you ever really listen?" she seethed. "I told you I didn't need you to come with me." "Too bad." He brushed past her. "You can't carry everything we'll need by yourself, so you'll have to deal." Something whirred past his head, and he halted his steps. Slowly facing her, he could feel the flames that were now always simmering in his core begin to burn brighter. He strode toward her as she raised a second blade, but before she could launch it, he had both of her wrists gathered in one of his hands and pinned to her left side. "You can't just stab anyone any time they do something you don't like," he told her. "I can and I will," she snarled back at him, fighting against his hold, but he didn't budge. "All right then, let me rephrase," he said as he squeezed her wrists tighter. "You can't just stab me anytime I do something you don't like. You need to learn how to talk out your feelings instead of acting like a child." She screeched in frustration when she still couldn't free herself from his grip, but he suspected that if she really wanted to break out of it, she could. Instead, she bucked and kicked at him, working herself up into a huffing, whimpering mess. He let her tire herself out until she finally sagged forward against him and began to cry. He sighed as he let her wrists go, the blade that had been in her palm clattering to the ground, and wrapped his arms around her to press her into his chest. She beat a weak fist against his chest. "No, I don't need you. Let me go." "No, no. Gods, why did it have to be Melly?" Ezra ran a hand over her golden hair as she cried over her loss, whispering reassurances in her ear as he waited for her sobs to quiet. Eventually they did, and only her sniffles were left between them. He pulled her face back and wiped away her tears with the pads of his thumbs, smoothing her hair from her face and tucking it behind her ears. "I hope you realize that you've seen me cry twice now," Sabine rasped, her green eyes still slightly unfocused as she raised them to his face. "Which means I have to kill you." "Kill me later," he told her as he dipped his face down to press a quick kiss onto her temple. "We have a task to finish." With that, he turned and began heading for the trade post once again. Despite her belief that crying was a weakness, he was going to take it as a sign that he was getting closer and closer to precisely where he wanted to be. Sabine was quiet for the remainder of the walk, and he didn't try to disturb the solemnness cocooning her. But when they reached the buzzing trading post and he caught a glimpse of a very familiar face plastered across the wooden booths that lined either side of the passage, he couldn't help but break their mutual silence with a "Gosh!" Calla's mismatched gaze was staring at him from the wanted poster. And if he hadn't thought they were on the precipice of the war before, the fates were making it very clear. One wrong step, and they'd be walking off the ledge and right into the raging fires of battle. When Caspian made it to the Onyx Realm, Amina and Thorn in tow, he was hit with a sudden sense of nostalgia.
The kind you only get when you realize the place you've returned to will never be your home again. "What's the plan here?" Thorn asked, as the three of them crouched behind an enormous boulder on the edges of the guild camp they'd found. They'd stumbled upon several other campsites before this one, but all had been readily abandoned, just as Amina had warned. Cass had been well aware of the Queen's strategy to pull her soldiers from the borders, but seeing it in action, the towns that once held their covens, completely barren, was another thing altogether. He wondered where Lysandra was holding her subjects, the ones that had not been trained to fight, but would soon find themselves having to do so against their will. "The plan," Cass finally answered, "is to grab one of those grunts so we can interrogate them." He pointed to a huddle of young witches roughing one another up as they tried to shoot acorns into a distant wooden bowl. Before Thorn could offer a suggestion, a shadow washed over him and Caspian. Cass glanced up just in time to see Amina unfurling her wings and launching into the sky. "Well, that's rather impatient," Thorn quipped. "Impatient is synonymous with Valkyrie at this point," Cass muttered in agreement as the two of them watched her soar above. Amina was like a wraith in the sky, dropping so fast to snatch up one of the unsuspecting grunts that she was little more than a blur of color as the chosen witch shrieked in fear. Caspian and Thorn watched as the rest of the guild members snapped to attention, unsheathing their weapons and holding their breath as they waited for the next attack. "Everyone back to your tents," a deep voice commanded in the distance. "Beat a check, the perimeters. Be sure to keep your eyes on the tops of the trees." Caspian recognized the voice immediately, a commander named Fernius who'd crossed paths with back when he was Kestrel's beta. Fern wasn't the friendliest man, but he was supportive of Caspian's cause, which meant Cass had stumbled across the right sector of guild members. "Poor Harold," one of the other grunts whispered as they all began to hurry to their tents, their weapons never lowering.
Cass sighed as he gestured with his chin for Thorn to follow him. The two of them moved silently through the forest, ducking out of the line of sight of Fern's men as they scanned the area for where Amina might have landed. "They're getting closer," Thorn warned as he flicked his gaze behind them, though there was no haste to his gait. "Want me to create a distraction? If you could make a tree fall somewhere over there," Caspian waved a hand toward the thick of trees in the distance to their right, "that would be great." The thunderous crack of bark splitting rang out seconds later, and the sound of snapping branches falling to the ground with a thud made the gaining footsteps instantly change direction. Right on cue, someone hissed Caspian's name from overhead, and he tilted his face up to see Amina pinning the onyx witch against the trunk of a tree nearly 10 feet up. The poor grunt's eyes were bulging out of his skull, his voice held hostage by Amina's hand gripped tightly over his mouth. In seconds, the Valkyrie landed the two of them back on the ground. "A bit ostentatious, don't you think?" Caspian asked her. "You say ostentatious, I say we didn't have to wait an hour for you to strategize how to get things done in the slowest, most boring way possible," she quipped back. Caspian gave her a lazy smirk. Slow doesn't always mean boring. He swore her cheeks flushed, but before he could linger on that detail, she was shoving the grunt at him and Thorn. "Get on with your questions. We have things to do," Amina snapped, crossing her arms over her chest with indignation. "She hates when I remind her that she's attracted to me," Caspian noted to himself. "Do it more." Caspian turned to the Onyx Witch now. Harold, his acquaintances had called him, who, upon being released from Amina's hold, had unsheathed 2 knives and was now trying to impale one into Thorn's abdomen. The knife bent. Thorn grimaced. "Sorry about that. Hope it wasn't sentimental or anything." Harold gaped at him. Are you a blood warrior?" Thorn gave an awkward smile as he turned his left forearm over to reveal the row of dots embedded in his skin. "The 5th. Oh, gods," the boy moaned as he flicked his eyes between all of them. "It's all true then? This is really happening." His breath became shallow. "I thought Commander was just joking about the 1st blood warrior." "The 1st?" Thorn and Caspian asked in sync. Harold nodded in confirmation before settling his gaze on Caspian and asking, "Who are you? Are you from another guild unit?" "Yes," Cass confirmed. "My name is Caspian Ironside." The boy's eyes grew round with shock. "You're him? You're on a hit list, you know. We're supposed to report any sight of you or the Onyx Princes." Thorn and Amina both stiffened. Thorn with discomfort, Amina with anticipation to strike. Cass, however, only smiled. "But you won't, because you don't have to follow her orders, do you?" Harold shook his head. "There were only 3 with completed roles in my unit, thanks to you and Prince Gideon. When she called for extra palace guards about a week ago, our commander specifically sent the 3 of them away." Caspian laughed. "Why are you here?" And with a... Harold flicked his eyes over to Amina with wariness as his words trailed off. "Careful what you say next, witch," she warned. "Valkyrie," Harold finished. "There's some developing news with the Fates War that has led to an alliance of sorts with our prickly feathered friend here," Cass explained. "But before we get into all of that, we're going to need you to tell us about the 1st blood warrior." When Ezra and Sabine made it back to the cottage, their backs and arms weighed down with an egregious amount of supplies, most of which they probably didn't need, but Ezra wasn't going to deny Sabine anything in the current situation. Lark and Melly were already gone. 4 new Valkyries, however, had arrived in their place. Isaac's companions each introduced themselves as they took up the remaining chairs at the table, but Hannah forgot the names of the first 2, and how to breathe the second she saw the 3rd man. A man with blonde hair threaded with seashells. "Hello," the man greeted her with a tight smile. "You can call me Lachlan." Hannah didn't eat a single bite the entire meal, and only pretended to sip the wine that was placed in front of her. She needed to do something with her hands to distract herself from the sight of Lachlan watching her like a hawk. Delphine was busy lingering on every word Isaac said as he regaled everyone with the stories he'd promised of dangerous escapades all over Etherius and strange encounters with sea creatures. And not at all unnoticed was the man next to Calla, Wesley, clinging to every word she was saying. Gideon's eyes had gone obsidian the entire time he watched Wesley refill Calla's glass or laugh a little too hard at something she said.
It was starting to become obvious to Hannah that her friends had perhaps had too much wine, but she knew neither she nor Gideon would ever suggest such a thing in front of the others, no matter how much they drank. By the time Isaac was proposing a toast, Hannah was dying to bolt back to their room. "To new friendships," Isaac said as he raised his glass, and they followed suit. Hannah sat her glass down and announced, "I think it's time for bed." Gideon was already pushing back his chair. "I couldn't agree more." Isaac laughed off their brevity. "Fair enough, you've all had quite the eventful day. Tomorrow, though, there will be a party on the upper deck you can't miss." Lachlan and the other of Isaac's friends, whom she hadn't bothered to learn the names of, headed back up to the deck first. Wesley, however, had tucked Calla's hand into the crook of his elbow and escorted her out himself, followed by the most hostile version of Gideon Black Hannah had ever seen.
She got up from her place and slowly trailed after them, lingering as nonchalantly as she could for Delphine to tell Isaac good night. When that never happened, Hannah cleared her throat and prompted, "Delph? Delph hummed as she looked up from her conversation. "Ready to go?" Hannah said. Isaac gave Hannah a languid smile. "Don't worry, Shortcake, I'll escort her back myself later." Hannah dug her heels in. "No, we're leaving now." Isaac cut his eyes to Delphine in silent question. "It's really all right, Hannah," Delphine assured. "I won't be long." Hannah braced herself for what she was about to do. "Delphine DeLune, if you value our friendship at all," Hannah enunciated every word clear and firm, "you will leave with me right now." Delphine's brows shot up in shock, and Isaac shifted uncomfortably in his seat. A long moment of silence hung in the air until Delphine finally scraped her chair back from the table and stood. "Good night, Isaac," she said before stalking off for the exit. "Good night, doll. We'll talk more tomorrow." Delphine didn't look at Hannah once as she made her way back to the deck, and when Hannah began to turn to hurry after her, Isaac called out quietly. "Piece of advice, Shortcake," he drawled. "Women don't like it when you act like you own them." Hannah bit her tongue until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, but she left without another word. Amina was not pleased with her current company. The grunt she'd plucked out of the clearing, Herolda, a name that she could not take seriously, had convinced her companions they should take an audience with his commander. And despite her many protests, she was now surrounded by onyx witches, most of whom looked as if they wanted to maim her. Which was probably fair, but that wouldn't stop her from slicing her claws through every single one of them if they made one wrong move. Caspian threw her a look that seemed to demand, "Relax," but he clearly didn't understand that not every witch was as agreeable as he was when it came to Valkyries. "Caspian Ironside, it's an honor," the commander declared, his eyes immediately assessing their group and lingering on Amina's scowl a little too long. She bared her teeth, the mask of the Valkyrie slipping back into its familiar place. Not for the first time this trip, she wished it had been Lyra dealing with this task. She'd forgotten how much she hated the bravado she had to put on around witches that weren't Caspian and his friends. She'd gotten too comfortable thinking they could all just move around one another without disturbance or acknowledgement. Not that Cass ever let her not acknowledge his presence, especially right now, as he was being showered with inflated compliments and appreciation. He took up more space in her mind than ever. "Commander Furnius," Cass dipped his chin in a respectful greeting, "it's been a long time." "Unfortunately, you're not catching my unit at their best time," the commander said, words gruff. "We just got an influx of untrained whelps from Lysandra," a flicked gaze in Harold's direction, "and trying to whip them into shape while strategizing how to move in this war when we all reveal our tricks has been a task, to say the least. I'm surprised she's not sending you new soldiers with their roles already completed," Caspian admitted. "She's trying, but the chaos at the palace has allowed for some of the other commanders to help glamour the new recruits and ship them out to our units before she can get to them," the commander confirmed. "And what's her plan?" Cass asked. "Where are all the witches she's made abandon their homes?" "She's moved them to the woods around her palace for the foreseeable future. Lysandra knows she's at the heart of the realms, that the war will most likely fall on her doorstep,
so she's built a barrier of obedient bodies to lie in wait. We all knew that's where this was headed, Cass nodded solemnly, and something pulled taut in Amina's chest. All of their queens had failed them so disastrously. And the fates, well, they had created the monsters in the first place. Any word from the other queens? Thorn wondered. Miria has moved the Rouge Witches closer to our border as well. The Guild is the first line of defense, but after that, the Rouge Witches are supposed to move in. As for Althea, Amina recognized, was the queen of the Terra Witches, the more subtle of the three witch queens. But subtle didn't mean not ruthless. We haven't received word on her moves yet, the commander finished. There's a lot of unpredictable factors coming our way. We don't know where all the Blood Warriors are or when things will start. We certainly don't know who's going to organize those who haven't completed their roles or where to send the children. We're working on getting the Blood Warriors, Thorn assured him. 3 of us have already found one another. And my friends and I are planning an attack from above, Amina chimed. The commander shifted his gaze to her. That's so? And just how many Valkyries are really going to come to help? 2? 10? And you should be grateful for even that, Amina retorted. Do you have any idea the lengths we're having to go to help you out? To convince our people to risk their lives in a god's war? Don't talk to me as if I don't understand that sacrifice, soul stealer, the commander snapped. You're not allowed to talk to her like that, Commander. Amina looked at Caspian with shock. She'd never heard the witch's voice filled with so much darkness before. But one look at his expression, and she knew every word had been laced with a threat. We're all dealing with things as best we can, and the Valkyrie's help is invaluable, Caspian continued. The commander looked as if he wanted to argue that point, especially when he saw Amina's lips curling into a smug grin, but Thorn was already moving on. The boy mentioned something about the first Blood Warrior earlier, Thorn prompted. Have you had contact with Dex recently? The commander raised a brow. A few weeks ago, in fact. A mutual friend put us in contact after Dex told them he'd heard the final Blood Warrior had been found and that it was Prince Gideon. The commander paused to gauge their reactions, and when none of them denied it, his brows shot up to his hairline. It's true? He's the 6th? I heard a rumor that there was some girl, a siphon. There is, Thorn said matter-of-factly. They're soul-bonded. The Fates got 2 for the price of 1. The commander rocked back on his heels. Dear gods, no wonder Lysandra has been a raging terror lately. Her favorite son is her #1 enemy. Do you know where Dex might have gone after you spoke to him? Did he say anything else? Thorn pressed on. The commander shrugged. He said he wanted to speak to someone in the guild to get a gauge on when he needed to be prepared to fight. Figured with the news that Gideon was a blood warrior, we'd be a good temperature check to see who knew what sort of information. I offered to let him stay in our camp, but he refused, saying it wasn't safe for him to be out and about in the realms, but that he wouldn't be too far. Thorn nodded. I know where he is. Amina nearly sighed in relief as she shifted on her feet impatiently. Great, let's go. Thorn gave her an understanding smile as he meandered away with her while Cass wrapped up a few last details with the commander. The 2 of them lingered back in the tree line as they waited for Cass to return, and it took everything in her not to yell for him to hurry up. She wanted to get back to Lyra and Sabine. I get it, Thorn murmured, seemingly responding to her unspoken thoughts. Being away from those you love while having to interact with those who are afraid of you, who see you as a threat, it's tiring. There was a beat of silence as they watched Cass finally turn away from his conversation and return to them. Exhausting, she agreed. But they aren't me, Delphine, and I'm not demanding that you have to reciprocate my feelings. I'd never do such a thing, and never really believed you would anyway, honestly.
But do not act as if your rejection is because you're worried I don't see you clearly. You want to know the version of you that's in my head? It's the one that takes men into alleyways and rips off their fingers for trying to put something in your drink. The girl who I spent years touring Estrella with, staying up until dawn talking on the couch,
who has an unparalleled taste for extravagant clothes, Calla and Gideon, which means there's still 3 others. You wouldn't happen to know where Piper and Eurydice are? Thorn questioned. I lost track of Piper ages ago, Dex said. But Eurydice? Has anyone been to the Mirwar Mountains lately? Caspian shifted his eyes to Amina's, a grin on his face. As a matter of fact, the sea breeze whipping through the air smelled like salt and ruin, as Gideon strutted across the upper deck with purpose. His mind was so heavily focused on the fact that he couldn't feel Calliope through their bond that he didn't notice Hannah among the shadows until he was running smack into her. Oof, Hannah said as he steadied her from ricocheting off his chest. He cursed. Sorry, Han. Where's Delphine? Hannah pointed toward the bow, eyes unfocused and hollow, as she said, Captain's quarters. Gideon cursed, then told her in a low voice, Get to our room and stay there with Calla. She blinked up at him, a bit of color returning to her cheeks. What's going on? Something here is very off, Gideon said, as he flicked his eyes around the deck to make sure no one was paying attention to them. All he found was the same huddle of crew members playing cards on the far left of the boat, too wrapped up in their own conversation to notice his and Hannah's.
Yes, it is off here, she agreed, her voice dropping to little more than a whisper. Gideon, I need to tell you about something that I found earlier. He nodded as he started toward the bow of the ship, waving her after him. We just have to make sure Delphine is safe first. Safe? Hannah asked, alarmed. Gideon felt the anger rush back to him, making his fists clench at his sides as he revealed to her, They drugged the wine at dinner. Hannah's breath hitched. No. She stayed right on his heels as he led them back toward the hidden room. He crouched down to pry the trapdoor open, but found it locked. I swear to the gods, he snarled when it wouldn't budge. I guess we're doing this the hard way. He stood and summoned his wind, coaxing it into a small tornado that hovered over the wooden slats before punching it straight down and splintering the boards open. The crew was on their feet in an instant at the commotion, but Gideon was already reaching his hand through the hole he'd created to unlatch the door and throw the busted panel out of the way. He let Hannah climb down first before dropping after her, landing nimbly on his feet in the dark corridor between the dining room and the bedroom. A loud creak came from their left as Isaac threw the door open to see what was going on. What in the hells? Isaac growled. Gideon had him pinned against the wall before either of them could blink, his forearm pressed against the pirate's throat as he bared his teeth. What did you really put in that wine? There was a hard glint of something Gideon couldn't name in Isaac's crimson eyes, but all the man choked out was, I don't know what you're talking about. Somewhere between tossing and turning in the uncomfortable bunk bed and the stroke of midnight, however, she'd forgotten all about her and Hannah's fight and had become insatiable for something she couldn't name. That is, until she wandered back up onto the deck and saw him. It was like an instant relief, seeing his crimson eyes and crooked smile. He'd beckoned her over, apologized for how everything had happened, and asked if she'd stay up and talk with him since he couldn't sleep either. Can I ask you something? He murmured to her now as they gazed out at the dark blue horizon. She sighed dreamily, her head resting on his shoulder. Have you ever been in love? She lifted her head to look at him, that delicious warmth buzzing through her body once more as their eyes met. A very long time ago, she admitted. What's kept you from finding it again since? The answer sparked instantly in her mind, but for some reason when she went to say it aloud, it died on the tip of her tongue. Instead, she shrugged. Haven't found the right person, I suppose. He looked at her, thoughtful. You know, my mother used to say, a single kiss was all you needed to know whether or not you could fall in love with someone. She said there was some sort of magic in first kisses. Delphine smirked. Surely there's a less cliché way to ask me to kiss you. His gaze sparked with a wicked gleam. Perhaps, but it's still going to work, isn't it? It was. She began to lean forward,
dying to feel his lips against hers, that insatiable need roaring back to life in full force. Isaac was ripped away from her, an inhuman growl sounding from his throat as Gideon held him nearly a foot above the deck by the back of his collar. Delphine was on her feet in a second, fists balling at her sides as she got ready to lay into the prince. But before she could get a single word out of her mouth, she spotted the scene behind the two men. Standing with their wrists bound by swirling ropes of wind were two of Isaac's guests from dinner, the one named Lachlan and the woman whose name Delphine couldn't remember, as well as an unfamiliar girl who was slumped, half-conscious on the ground. Gideon's fury was palpable as he brought Isaac over the side of the deck and dangled him above the black ocean. "I'm not sure if you thought I was bluffing earlier," Gideon snarled, "but you're about to find yourself swimming at the bottom of the ocean if you don't explain what's going on here right now." "How? Do you still have your magic?" Isaac choked, his expression a mixture of both shock and fury. Delphine stepped up beside Gideon then, utterly confused. "What are you talking about?" "The wine at dinner was supposed to seal away your magic for at least 4 days," Isaac revealed. Delphine furrowed her brow as she strutted toward the side of the ship and leaned over the railing, reaching her hand out to try and coax a stream of water out of the choppy waves. But there was nothing, no response in the well of magic within her core, not even a single drop from the sea responding to her call. She had no idea how she hadn't noticed before this moment. Her shoulders began to heave with anger at the realization of the trap the pirate had so easily set, but when she swung her gaze back over to his face, every single bit of wrath she wanted to unleash on the man completely melted away. "What is wrong with me? What the hells did I tell the two of you about getting this one perfect?" Isaac seethed over Gideon's shoulder. Lachlan and the woman, Delphine really felt like a traitor to women everywhere that she couldn't remember this girl's name, immediately went on the defensive. "We enchanted the wine exactly the way you taught us," Lachlan swore. "Don't be too cross with them," Gideon told Isaac. "Enchanted wine only really works if one actually consumes it. But I saw you take several sips from your glass," the woman insisted. Lachlan turned to her now. "God's fairy, Lottie, you are a really amateur. You must check if the glass is actually empty." Gideon ignored them both as he calmly explained to Isaac, "This is undoubtedly going to end with me snapping at least one person's neck, most likely yours. But before I do, why don't you go ahead and tell me what the real you were trying to take our magic for? To turn around and trade us to the witch queens?" Isaac opened his mouth to answer, but before he could, someone said, "What's going on?" They all snapped their heads toward Hannah. Hannah's depthless black eyes were sleepy as she came toward them, barefoot. She stopped about a foot away from the half-lucid girls still slumped on the ground, her mouth dropping into a surprised O shape. "You're the girl I saw in the cargo hold?" Hannah whispered, before flicking her eyes over to Gideon and Delphine in question. Lachlan curled a lip at Hannah in disdain. "I knew you were down there, you really little spy." Hannah shifted on her feet as she threw the man an indignant glare. "Maybe you shouldn't leave doors open when you're trying to hide something." Isaac began to claw at Gideon's hold on his throat then, gasping for breath and thrashing his legs wildly. Gideon pulled the pirate back over the side of the boat and placed him onto his feet. "I'll give you until the count of 3 to start really talking. 1. Isaac said nothing as he straightened himself out and swallowed a few gulps of air, his glare never leaving Gideon's face. 2. Lottie shifted on her feet. "All right." Gideon shrugged before spinning toward Lachlan and lunging forward, wrapping the man's windpipe in his grip and snapping his head to the side in a single blink. 3. Lottie and the other girl let out twin shrieks as Lachlan dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. It seemed to jerk the second girl enough out of her trance for her to crawl to Lachlan's side, hovering over him as her chest heaved with panic and tears streamed down her face. "What have you done?" she sobbed. "I endured torture for him. What have you done? Do you understand how long it takes for us to heal from such severe wounds?" Hissed. "We aren't like you natural-born immortals." "Then I suppose someone should have answered me," Gideon snarled back, and Delphine could tell that his patience was wearing thinner and thinner the more confusing the details became.
"So, which one of you wants to be next?" "Stop!" Lottie pleaded, stepping before Lachlan and the girl protectively. "Shut up," Isaac snapped, "or I'll break your neck myself." Gideon sighed and waved a hand in Isaac's direction, cutting off his oxygen supply. Isaac choked and gurgled as he clutched his neck, rage filling his eyes as he struggled to breathe. "Continue speaking," Gideon barked at Lottie. "What do you mean you aren't natural-born immortals? What sort of immortals are you?" Lottie gulped. "We're called albatrosses. We weren't born immortal, we were made." "Albatrosses!" Delphine sucked in a breath as the word triggered a memory in her mind. "Hope that my payback for you will hurt far less than yours did for Raymore." "You all are working for Jack?" Delphine accused. Gideon's brow furrowed as he glanced at Delphine. "Let him talk," Delphine ordered Gideon. Gideon obliged, and despite trying to catch his breath, Isaac grinned and rasped, "Jack says hello." "What in the hell's an albatross?" Hannah questioned. "Abhorrent creatures that will trap you at sea for 6 years if they manage to steal a kiss from you," Delphine recited, though even as she spoke the truth aloud, it didn't curb her appetite for wanting to let Isaac do just that. Her fists balled as she stepped toward him. "What have you done to me?" Isaac gave her a lazy smile. "Part of the wine's effects, a little gift from Jack himself. Usually, we would just find desperate humans who wish to be immortal and offer them a spot in our crew. One kiss and they're transformed into an immortal for at least 6 years, longer if they continued to renew their tenure. But Jack knew even if you all were desperate enough for an alternate escape route at the port, you'd need a little more coercion to give any of us a kiss. And even as I'm telling you this, you can't help but want to give in to that desire, right, lovely?" Delphine swallowed. He was, in fact, correct. It was like she had been hypnotized, entirely aware of her surroundings, yet compelled to give in to the ill-advised desire the moment she looked into his eyes, as if they were the magic word. "We all had our assignments," Lottie explained. "Wesley with the siphon, me with you, and Lachlan with her." She gestured at Hannah with her chin before looking back to Gideon. "But you wouldn't look away from the siphon's face for a second, so even if you had drunk the wine, I would not have been able to properly entice you. Wesley only captured her attention because she's polite and made enough eye contact while they were talking." Lottie's eyes shifted to Hannah then. "Lachlan had the same problem as I did with you. You wouldn't look away from the siren. Jack didn't really warn us about how deeply involved your group dynamics would be." "I knew there was more to this than fairy wine," Gideon glowered. "Calliope nearly let that bastard kiss her. She never even let strangers touch her, Calla," Hannah suddenly choked out. "Where is Calla?" Gideon's entire body went tense as he demanded, "What do you mean, where is she? Did you not leave her in the room?" Hannah shook her head voraciously. "It's why I came out here. I woke up and no one was there." Gideon took off before Hannah even finished speaking. Of all the shocking things Amina had ever experienced, watching a Terra Witch create a portal right in front of her had to be at the very top of the list. Dex and Thorn were acting as if it was the most normal occurrence in the world. The two men stepped through first, heads bent together as they reminisced and caught up on the events of the past few decades. Meanwhile, Caspian looked at Amina with just as much wild disbelief as she was sure was on her own face. "Guess we know how he got out the glass box," Amina finally said, though she made no moves to step through the floating window that seemingly opened right into a pass of the Merwar Mountains. Caspian leaned forward to poke at the magical rift in the air, awe in his steely gaze. "How in the world do you think he—" Amina shrugged. "If I had to venture a guess, it involves him being some sort of magical anomaly like Calla. The Fates had to choose witches for their blood warriors, but clearly they were going to make sure their choices were stacked with the rarest and most powerful beings possible.
Caspian glanced back at her, offering a hand. Ready? Amina accepted it, a rare bit of nerves washing over her at the thought of going through the portal alone. Who knew what sort of magic they were about to walk through? If she somehow got flung to the other side of Aetherius, she'd rather not be stranded by herself. Cass gave her a tight squeeze, as if he was thinking the same thing, and her stomach flipped a bit. A bright light erupted across her vision as they stepped through, but it wasn't enough to keep her from seeing the small smirk on his face. She scowled. When they stepped out of the rift, they found Thorn and Dex patiently waiting on the other side. Not so bad, Dex hummed before waving them all to follow after him. Amina was relieved to see that they were, in fact, back in the Merwar Mountains, though this pass wasn't familiar and the air was much crisper. She had a feeling they were somewhere much higher up than the cottage. Eurydice's lair isn't for the faint of heart, Dex warned the group, especially if you don't like small spaces. He walked over to the mountain's reflective facade on their left, placing both of his palms against the side and making the crystal-like exterior crack open until it revealed a narrow passage. Amina was instantly ready to decline, but Caspian knocked his shoulder against hers in challenge. "Scared, Valkyrie?" he taunted. She glared at him, lifting her chin with indignation. "Not in the slightest, witch." It was Caspian's challenge and that familiar spark of competition that spurred her on, despite the natural apprehension of traveling somewhere where she would not be able to use her wings. With a deep breath, she followed Dex and Thorn into the crevice, trying to ignore the feeling of the cool, sharp walls of the corridor brushing against the exposed skin of her arms and making it pebble. The passage was indeed tight, forcing them all to turn slightly sideways to maneuver through, careful to avoid the edges that jutted out from the jagged walls. She felt Cass following closely at her back, his presence a somewhat reassuring shadow behind her that she would not be left behind. The path twisted down and down into the mountain like a corkscrew. Each step forward, however, seemed to echo louder, like they were approaching something hollow in the distance. She glanced back at Cass. "It sounds like we're almost there," he whispered. Sure enough, a few moments later, the passage widened, and Amina could see where the mouth opened up into a spacious cavern a few yards ahead. Just before they could reach it, however, Dex called out, "Move to the walls!" Amina barely had time to react before Caspian was yanking her to the right, his body pressing hers flush against the crystalline wall as they watched spikes suddenly spear down from the ceiling above them. The dagger-like points barely missed Caspian's back, but the ones that crashed down onto Thorn and Dex shattered into a million pieces and crumbled to the ground. "What the hells?" Amina hissed as she shoved Caspian away from her and stomped over to jab a finger in Dex's chest. "You couldn't have warned us there were death traps in here?" "I told you it wasn't for the faint of heart," he said defensively. "I did forget about that one, to be fair, though." "What else should we expect?" she gritted out. Dex glanced over his shoulder to the vast chamber ahead of them. "Once we step onto that platform, it's going to begin to rise until, well, not me or Thorn, but you are crushed against the ceiling above. Eurydice likes her theatrics, and she's made sure that if any of the queens ever found her location, they'd lose as many soldiers as possible trying to retrieve her."
"Am leaving," she spat, spinning on her heels to head back down the corridor they entered through, only to find it entirely blocked by the spikes dripping down from the ceiling like stalactites. Amina cursed. "I hate witches." Cass had the distinct feeling that Amina was on the verge of slaughtering them all. Otherwise, he would have never risked what he was about to do. He reached for her hand, yanking her attention back to him. He could see the slight bit of fear in her eyes she wasn't quick enough to mask, the way her breathing was being deliberately slowed, how her hands twitched as her claws itched to swipe out at them. "I'll make sure you get home, Valkyrie," he vowed. Then, to the others, he said, "Go ahead, we'll follow." Thorn took the hint immediately, beckoning Dex forward without a backward glance. Cass turned back to Amina and murmured, "You okay?" She ripped her hand from his grasp as she snarled, "Of course I am. I'm not a fan of being ambushed or backed into a corner, though, and I swear to the gods if anyone ever told you that you're cute when you're pissed." Caspian smirked. She sputtered in shock for a second.
Whether from being called cute, perhaps a first for someone so regal, or from his lack of reaction to her anger, he didn't know. But he couldn't help it. He laughed. "I am the Valkyrie Whisperer," he complimented himself as he pushed past her and headed off to find the others. "You are a pain in the ass," she countered as she strode after him. "I swear, once this war is over, I'm going to make it a point to never have to see one of you witches again." Cass rolled his eyes. "Sure, Valkyrie, whatever you need to tell yourself to sleep peacefully. But you want to know what I think? Not even a little bit. I think," he continued as if she hadn't spoken, "you're secretly enjoying the chaos. I see it, you know. The excitement in your eyes whenever something new or dangerous happens. Like you forgot what being alive was like for a while, and you're relieved to feel it again." Amina stopped walking. He paused as well, angling his body back just enough to gauge her reaction. They stood there for a long moment, regarding each other warily in silence. When she finally opened her mouth to say something, Thorn shouted for them to hurry. Amina's mouth snapped closed once more, and she moved past him as fast as she could. He knew he'd read her correctly, and that she wasn't happy about it. When they finally caught up to the others at the mouth of the corridor, they saw that the floor was, in fact, lifting, triggered by Thorn's and Dex's weight. Amina hopped up onto the platform easily, Caspian in tow. "What's the plan now?" Cass asked as they walked toward the center to meet the others. "There's going to be an opening on the right in just a minute," Dex called out over the loud noise of the platform scraping against the side walls of the cavern. "We won't have much time for all of us to get through, so you and the Valkyrie need to go first." Caspian nodded and let Dex lead them to where the exit was supposed to appear. He braced himself to go ahead of Amina, shifting between the balls of his feet as he prepared to jump. When the opening began to appear, he didn't hesitate to wedge himself in the slowly growing gap, pushing himself through the narrow channel like a slide. As he inched himself down the tight space, he was suddenly very grateful he didn't mind enclosed spaces. The farther down he slid, the more momentum he gained, and by the time he reached the exiting end of the tunnel, he was sliding much too fast to stop himself from shooting out like a loosed arrow. He hit the ground rolling with a heavy thud as he righted himself back up to his feet in a move that probably wasn't his most graceful. Amina, on the other hand, drifted down to the floor with poise, her wings appearing for the briefest moment to pillow her fall. She gave him a haughty look. Thorn and Dex dropped down next, respectively, and when they were all reunited, Caspian finally took in the space around them. The small empty chamber was little more than a mirrored box. The facets of the reflective walls around them warped their reflections. "What's next?" Amina demanded. Dex walked over to the far wall and placed his palm against it, just as he had earlier, to open the entrance into the mountain. The room around them began to shake with the effort of Dex's magic, and Amina seemed to unwittingly shuffle closer to Caspian, much to his delight. The wall slowly began to split apart, and Cass watched with intense anticipation as a vertical crystal crypt was revealed behind it. Cushioned inside was a sleeping woman. The deep brown locks of her hair were perfectly plaited, her warm brown skin shining with health. There was not a single wrinkle in her deep plum dress. Her arms were neatly crossed over her chest, and Cass could just make out the 6 numbers that made up her rolls of fate on her left forearm. All 3s. "How do you know so much about this place?" Amina suddenly wondered as they all took in the witch. "I helped build it for her," Dex revealed. Amina's brows shot up. "And you couldn't manage to remember the spikes of death?" Dex shrugged. "It was a long time ago." "How is she still asleep with all this ruckus, is what I want to know," Thorn quipped. "She's a rouge witch," Dex explained. The dawning sun was still hanging low when they approached the continent, casting long, misty shadows over the choppy waters as Noctum's rocky landscape emerged behind the shroud of the haze. There were dark, tempestuous clouds looming above the entire continent, a foreboding omen as the waves beneath the ship grew more and more rageful. A couple miles out, the waters had grown so rough the motion of the boat beneath Calliope was making her sick. That's when Isaac and his crew determined they'd have to drop their anchor and wait until the storm was over to dock. Gideon wasn't having it. As the crew ran around at Isaac's barking orders, Calliope and her girls were following Gideon's. They packed everything they could in their bags and made their way back up to the deck where Gideon was already lowering the dinghy.
He waved for them to load themselves on, and they threw their backpacks over the side before clambering in one after the other. Someone above yelled an expletive when they realized what the four of them were doing, but Gideon was already jumping down from the deck and cutting the ropes that attached the dinghy to the ship before anyone on board could do anything about it. The tiny wooden boat dropped to the water, and all of them groaned as they shifted into one another with the rough descent. The moment they were in the water, waves folded inside the boat, and with Delphine's magic still inaccessible, there was nothing she could do about it. Gideon, however, was unperturbed. He continued on as if the ocean wasn't threatening to capsize them at any moment and drag them to a watery grave. When the laughter from above began, Delphine sent up a couple crude gestures with her hands just before Gideon let out a blast of wind directly into the sea and propelled the boat forward. "All right, I'm going to push this thing to shore, but you'll have to steer," he yelled over the waves, pointing at the 2 oars stored on either side of the boat. Calla and Delphine snapped into position, signaling to Gideon their readiness before he sent another round of wind into the sea, and they skipped forward once more. When they made it past the ship's nose and out into open water, Delphine and Calla placed the tips of their oars into the water and began to curve the dinghy to the left, toward the mainland. The ride was choppy, and Hannah found herself bending over the side to lose the contents of her stomach on more than one occasion, but eventually they made it. By the time all 4 of them had climbed out of the little boat and onto the rocky shore, every single one of them agreed they'd rather go back to the Valkyrie Queen's castle before they got back on a ship again. "Sure, Valkyrie, whatever you need to tell yourself to sleep peacefully. But you want to know what I think? Not even a little bit. I think," he continued as if she hadn't spoken, "you're secretly enjoying the chaos. I see it, you know. The excitement in your eyes whenever something new or dangerous happens. Like you forgot what being alive was like for a while, and you're relieved to feel it again." Amina stopped walking. He paused as well, angling his body back just enough to gauge her reaction. They stood there for a long moment, regarding each other warily in silence. When she finally opened her mouth to say something, Thorn shouted for them to hurry. Amina's mouth snapped closed once more, and she moved past him as fast as she could. He knew he'd read her correctly, and that she wasn't happy about it. When they finally caught up to the others at the mouth of the corridor, they saw that the floor was, in fact, lifting, triggered by Thorn's and Dex's weight. Amina hopped up onto the platform easily, Caspian in tow. "What's the plan now?" Cass asked as they walked toward the center to meet the others. "There's going to be an opening on the right in just a minute," Dex called out over the loud noise of the platform scraping against the side walls of the cavern. "We won't have much time for all of us to get through, so you and the Valkyrie need to go first." Caspian nodded and let Dex lead them to where the exit was supposed to appear. He braced himself to go ahead of Amina, shifting between the balls of his feet as he prepared to jump. When the opening began to appear, he didn't hesitate to wedge himself in the slowly growing gap, pushing himself through the narrow channel like a slide. As he inched himself down the tight space, he was suddenly very grateful he didn't mind enclosed spaces. The farther down he slid, the more momentum he gained, and by the time he reached the exiting end of the tunnel, he was sliding much too fast to stop himself from shooting out like a loosed arrow. He hit the ground rolling with a heavy thud as he righted himself back up to his feet in a move that probably wasn't his most graceful. Amina, on the other hand, drifted down to the floor with poise, her wings appearing for the briefest moment to pillow her fall. She gave him a haughty look. Thorn and Dex dropped down next, respectively, and when they were all reunited, Caspian finally took in the space around them. The small, empty chamber was little more than a mirrored box. The facets of the reflective walls around them warped their reflections. "What's next?" Amina demanded. Dex walked over to the far wall and placed his palm against it, just as he had earlier, to open the entrance into the mountain. The room around them began to shake with the effort of Dex's magic, and Amina seemed to unwittingly shuffle closer to Caspian, much to his delight. The walls slowly began to split apart, and Cass watched with intense anticipation as a vertical crystal crypt was revealed behind it. Cushioned inside was a sleeping woman. The deep brown locks of her hair were perfectly plaited, her warm brown skin shining with health. There was not a single wrinkle in her deep plum dress. Her arms were neatly crossed over her chest, and Cass could—
"That was awful," Hannah moaned as she heaved against the black sands of the beach around them. Calla went to Gideon's side.
"That was awful," Hannah moaned as she heaved against the black sands of the beach around them.
Calla went to Gideon's side and lightly brushed the sea-soaked strands of his cobalt hair from his forehead. She gently cupped both of her hands against his face as he worked to catch his breath. And though her rouge magic still felt cold and unreachable inside of her, she watched as her touch still managed to return the color in his cheeks. Their bond had started to come back to life, slowly but surely over the last few days. Whatever effects Jack's wine had was unable to grasp on as tightly to the faded magic between them, which was more than fortunate, considering being able to recharge each other was likely the only thing that got them through the past few days. Watching Gideon have to manhandle an entire crew of reluctant pirates had been quite the show, but he'd done it with the same calm grace he did everything else. And if she hadn't been disgustingly in love with him before, she certainly was now. When she'd told him how impressed she was that he was managing a bunch of wicked imbeciles, he just shrugged and said something about having to direct his mother's recruitments in the guild. But Calla had to silently give credit where credit was almost certainly due. Kestrel had trained him undeniably well to work under such pressure. "All right, Delphine," rallied. "We need to figure out where in the world we are and what we do next. We're here to find one of the Fates' dice, yes? None of us know this place or the terrain, and some of us still have no magic. Where in the world do we start?" Calla whispered. "First, give me the communication thing." Delphine stretched out a hand toward Calla. "I'll let Lyra know we made it here at least." Calla dug into her pocket and passed the little gold artifact to Delphine as they all got to their feet. As they took in their surroundings, Calla realized they had missed the loading docks by about 3 miles and were now standing on a desolate stretch of a gloomy black sand beach. Nothing about the terrain around them was welcoming, especially not the impossibly thick wall of gray fog up ahead, blocking anything aside from the shore from view. The jagged rocks that littered the ground at their feet grew thicker and thicker the farther they climbed up the beach until they became less rock-like and more boulder-like. As they took in their surroundings, a low rumble reverberated through the ground beneath them. The sky darkened even further, and the clouds seemed to gather menacingly overhead. Suddenly, the air grew heavy with a palpable sense of dread. Calla's heart pounded in her chest as a chill ran down her spine. She glanced toward her friends, noticing the fear etched on their faces mirrored her own. But before anyone could speak, the strange gray mist began to move before them, writhing closer and closer until they were enveloped within completely. Panicked, Calla stumbled backward, trying to disentangle herself from the eerie fog, but when she found herself back on the beach, utterly alone, somehow that was worse. "Gideon?" she called. He didn't answer. She tried to search for him through their bond, but she found she couldn't feel any life at the end of it. Her stomach plummeted with fear, so she dove back into the mist head first. The ropes around Calla's wrists were bound so tight that every time she moved, pieces of her skin peeled away. Before her, Myrea was laughing as a fleet of Rouge guards finished building the pyre at Calla's feet. "Perfect," the Rouge Queen purred as the guards stepped back so Her Majesty could admire their work. "If there's not enough kindling, she'll just have to burn slowly." Calla swallowed as she glanced around the battlefield, seeing the fallen that had fought with her so fiercely being carried away in defeat. She had failed. The queens had won, and now the fates were going to let her be punished. "Before I strike the match, there's one more person I think should be here to see this," Myrea revealed with a vicious smile. No, Calla thought before she even saw him. But there he was, being dragged forward by 10 of Myrea's guards, his veins bulging with strain as the Rouge witches flexed their hold on his blood. "I'm so delighted we were able to sever your little bond after all," Myrea said. "It's much more satisfying this way." Calla's eyes widened at that. She glanced down to her left forearm, and sure enough, the constellation of dots that denoted her rolls of fate were no longer the telltale crimson of the soul bond. "Now that we have our audience, the show can begin," the Queen announced.
The hiss of a match striking ricocheted through the air around them, and Calla watched as the stick dropped to the ground, a wave of flames erupting beneath her. She tried to scream, but Myrea tightened her jaw shut, not even allowing her that one relief. Myrea made sure that Gideon screamed, however. Made sure to let her guards give the Onyx Prince just enough slack that his rage could be heard across the entire world. He fought their hold on his blood as hard as he could, and Calla could only watch in silence as the fire licked its way up her body. Blisters welled on her skin, and pain unlike she'd ever felt before seared into her bones. But the agony on Gideon's face was worse. It was the sort of pain she knew he would never get over, never survive when she was gone. As if Myrea heard her thoughts, the woman laughed. "I'll make sure he lives for as long as possible, until the world around him becomes dust, but his memories of this day remain." Gideon kept fighting, and she couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't scar him so deeply like this, all because he loved her. So she did the only thing she could think of. She gathered the very last kernel of power she had left in her core, and she reached out for him. The moment her magic touched him, she knew. It was the way his eyes flashed silver for a single second of relief. And then she burst every single blood vessel in his head and watched him slump to the ground unconscious. As Myrea screamed in fury, Calla smiled and continued to burn. Calla was abruptly stumbling out of a cloud of thinning fog to find herself standing before a small village. There were buildings lining a sandy black cobblestone road as far as her eyes could see. People were bustling about with parasols stretched above them as a light drizzle sprinkled down. The clip-clop of horses pulling carriages echoed around her, and the strong smell of fish and salt wafted over her face, making her nose wrinkle in distaste. When she did a double take to her right, she saw a small crowd of people watching her curiously. She was about to approach them for help, to see if they knew who she was and where she was, when a familiar voice rang out before her. "Calla!" With the sound of her name, everything came rushing back to her. The sea pearl, crashing onto Noctum's shore, walking into the mist. Delphine was suddenly there, wrapping her in a tight hug. "Oh, finally!" Delphine exclaimed. "We were about to send a search crew in there for you. What happened?" Calla gasped as she rocked back on her heels. "What was that?" "That was Noctum's first line of defense," Delphine explained, as she wove her fingers through Calla's and pulled her down the road, past the curious crowd. "Apparently, the continent is surrounded by it. A mist that drops you into the middle of your worst nightmare. You have to defeat it in order to leave. You've been in there for hours. We had to threaten to sedate Gideon just to get him to the inn to get some rest. I took up his post waiting for you." A shiver ran over Calla's spine as the slightest impression of the memory of what it felt like to burn echoed through her body. A place of nightmares was right. Delphine stopped before a quaint red brick building and pushed open the door, yanking Calla inside after her. Calla quickly recognized the setup as a lobby for an inn. You've seen one inn, you've seen them all.
A giant desk sat to their right with a wall of cubbies built into the wall behind it, each with a number carved below. A girl with long, glossy raven hair and a ghostly complexion stood behind the desk, doodling in the margins of a notebook. When she looked up, Calla stopped cold in utter shock at the sight of her eyes. The left one was a deep midnight blue, the right a shade of amber Calla knew very well. Siphon. Delphine grinned as she waved a hand toward the girl and introduced. "Calla, this is Tempest. She's a shadow siphon." Tempest gave Calla a bright smile. "I'd shake your hand, but touching others with the siphon curse is, complicated, to say the least." Calla wouldn't know. It didn't matter anyway. She was too speechless to move as she continued to stare at the girl in awe. Tempest didn't miss a beat. "Delphine told me you hadn't ever met another siphon, so I'm sure this is disorienting, especially after you just left the mist. Are you all right, by the way? Your partner was in quite the state when your friends dragged him in here."
Her words were a bit too fast for Calla at the moment, but one thing she did latch onto was the mention of Gideon being in quite the state. "Where is he?" Calla asked, alarmed now. "Why is it that everyone got out of that very fog so much quicker than me?" "Gideon's getting some very much-needed sleep upstairs," Delphine informed her. "He looked like he was going to faint by the time he made it out of the mist. He wouldn't tell us what he saw, though." Then she tilted her head and asked, "What did you see?" "Nothing I want to recall right now," Calla mumbled. "Let's just say it involved Maria and a pyre." Delphine's mouth formed an O shape at Calla's revelation. "I want to see him," Calla whispered. Delphine nodded. "Of course. You both need to rest before our meeting tonight anyway." "Meeting?" Calla questioned. "There's a man staying here," Tempest chimed. "He's called the Wayfarer. He's probably the most well-traveled man on this earth, and if there's anything you need to find, he's the one to talk to. You don't even know how serendipitous the timing is that you've come at the same time he's around. He's not an easy one to catch." Calla's brows lifted with curiosity. Tempest leaned forward conspiratorially. "He's cursed. They call it the Midnight Curse. He can never visit the same place twice. Everywhere he goes, the curse's magic gives him a perimeter that he's unable to leave, and after a certain period of time, it transports him to somewhere new." "But if he can never visit anywhere twice?" Calla trailed off as she realized the implications. Tempest nodded. "He'll travel until there's nowhere left, and then it'll kill him." "And why is he our key to success?" Calla asked. "Like I said, if there's anything you need to find, that's something he's apparently very good at, according to my boss anyway. She's the one you should thank for the recommendation and the meeting." Tempest shrugged. "I've only met him once, when I was checking him in, and he was not in a pleasant mood." "Then I asked Lyra if they'd ever heard of him," Delphine inserted, "and they confirmed the rumors and said he was someone we could trust. They also told me to mention their name when we speak to him, so I guess we'll find out what that's all about soon." Calla sighed as she rubbed her temples. "All right, I need a nap. Where's our room?" "Your and Gideon's room, you mean," Delphine said in a sing-song voice as she guided Calla toward a wooden staircase across the lobby. Tempest smiled and waved as they went, and Calla dipped her chin at the girl in acknowledgement. The shadow siphon. She'd have to come back to that later. As they walked up the stairs, Calla flicked her gaze over to Delphine. "What did you and Hannah see in the mist?" "Well, I've already lived through my worst nightmare," Delphine huffed. "I was back in Ranil's bed with my siren's oath. At first, I thought I had dreamed my escape and finding you all again. It was such an exhausting idea that I didn't even waste time ripping his throat out, and the moment I did, the illusion disappeared, and I was here." Calla swallowed. "And Hannah?" Delphine winced before whispering, "I think she recently lived her own worst nightmare, too. She wouldn't talk to me about it any more than Gideon would his, but I'm sure you could ask her." Calla reached down and squeezed Delphine's hand in comfort, but neither of them said another word the rest of the flight up. Calla slipped into the bedroom, not bothering to knock. The room was pitch black, the curtains on the windows drawn tightly together. It looked like every other inn they had stayed in together, a huge upgrade from the dreadful bunks of the Sea Pearl, but not nearly as cozy as the Valkyrie's house in the Miroir Mountains. Still, it was warm and clean, with a bed that looked incredibly inviting sitting in the center. A bed currently being occupied by a very exhausted prince. Calla crept across the floor to the right side of the bed, wondering if she should wake him or let him keep sleeping. He clearly needed the rest. But the moment she came within a foot of him, he shot up in the bed. "Hey," she whispered as his eyes sought hers in the dark, the usual silver in them nowhere to be found. "It's me." He was off the bed in seconds, wrapping his arms around her so tightly that she could barely inhale. She didn't care. "I'm sorry if I made you worry," she said, as he buried his face in the crook of her neck. "I'm sorry I was gone so long." "Gods, I thought I was going to lose my mind," he finally spoke, his voice gruff. She pulled back slightly so she could see his face when she asked, "What did it show you?" "The Queen's, severing our bond before locking me behind a glass wall and torturing you." His voice was thick with sadness, and it made her chest tighten. "What did it show you?" "Something very similar," Calla whispered. "Your nightmare is watching me get tortured, and my nightmare is watching you have to see that happen to me." As his arms tightened around her, Calla fought a desperate need to admit her feelings for him. The mist had made their nightmares feel too real. If those things had actually happened, she'd never have the chance to tell him. How many times would she let such an opportunity pass by before it ended up being her last opportunity? Perhaps it was a selfish thing to be thinking at such a time, after he'd just spent days protecting her and their friends from insidious pirates. "But I love you, Calliope." Calla went rigid in his arms. Gideon must have thought she was upset because he took a step back so he could search her face. "I'm sorry if it's terribly unromantic timing," he whispered, "but I've been dying to tell you how I felt about you since the moment we met. When I was in the mist, watching you get tortured behind that glass wall, all I could think about was how I hadn't gotten my chance and how it would haunt me as long as the sight of your pain would." He held his breath, watching her carefully as he waited for her reaction, and she almost laughed because a few days ago, on their way through the Miroir Mountains, he had been the one to tell her she was overthinking things. "Gods, Gideon, you have no idea how much I love you," she told him, her mouth curling up at the corners when he let out a breath of relief. "I wanted to tell you when we were driving the carriage to the port, but you had just had that conversation with Ezra about your fathers. And when I tried, you told me not to, and assumed that maybe it was because you didn't." His brows lifted in shock. "I didn't realize that's what you had been wanting to tell me. I was worried you were about to offer me pity, and that's one thing I couldn't take. I'll take your apathy, your anger, and your concern, but never your pity." Calla understood what he meant. There was something about pity that cut deeper than hatred. Luckily, neither one of those things was something she felt for him. "But gods, your love?" he continued, his words turning reverent. "I won't just take that. I'll earn it. I'll worship it.
I will go to the ends of this God's very earth and back to keep it. And though I'm reluctant to thank the gods for anything, I'll thank them every really day I wake up next to you for the rest of my eternity, if I must." Her heart began to thunder in her chest at his words. He stepped closer once more, pressing his forehead down to hers in contentment. "I'm sorry if I made you feel as if you needed to wait to tell me about your own feelings, though." A slow smirk began to curl up at the corners of his mouth. "I think it's only fair I got to tell you first, considering I loved you first." Calla scoffed. "That is not how it works." But before she could finish her sentence, he was tilting her face up into a kiss. One so consuming that she knew, without a doubt, that whatever they had, whatever this was between them, it would not be able to be taken from them. The fates could try with all their might, could rip out both of their hearts, but it would not matter. They would always find a way to come back together. When he finally broke their kiss, she let out an embarrassing whimper of protest and felt his chest shake with silent laughter. "As much as I hate to be the one to interrupt us this time, I would like to shower before our meeting tonight," he murmured, tone regretful. She sighed. "That's just as well. I need a nap anyway. This meeting, though, what do you think we should expect?" Gideon stepped past her to dig through his backpack as he answered. "No idea. We don't have any other leads, though, so I suppose we have to hope this one gives us something." Calla nodded in agreement before sitting on the edge of the bed to unlace and kick off her boots. As she tucked herself in for her nap, Gideon promised he wouldn't be long, and then quietly shut the door behind him. A few hours later, Calla and the others were waiting down in the lobby for the mysterious stranger. Tempest was chatting with Delphine animatedly from behind her desk, while Hannah solemnly watched from afar. Calla wasn't exactly sure what had happened on the Sea Pearl between her two friends, but the moment Gideon revealed the two of them weren't sharing a room here, she knew something had occurred there. "Jack's wine really did a number on everyone," Gideon said to her in a voice too low for the others to hear. "Not everyone handles jealousy well. That reminds me," she narrowed her eyes at him in mock outrage, "you didn't seem upset enough with me for everything that happened with Wesley." Gideon lifted his pierced brow. "Did you want me to be upset with you?" No, but I can think of a relatively similar scenario that happened with us, and she didn't need to say his name. They both knew she meant the incident with the nymphs making her and Gideon kiss in front of Ezra. In the spirit of not giving my brother too hard of a time or making this conversation too sticky, Gideon said wryly, I'll just say that jealousy only exists where insecurity does. Not to mention, you were under the influence of an enchantment, Calliope. I know, without a doubt, you weren't feeling anything for that ridiculous pirate that wasn't completely fabricated. Something about being with someone so secure was incredibly attractive to her, and by the way his gaze heated, she knew the bond was letting him know that too. When the buzz of Delphine and Tempest's conversation suddenly hushed around them, Calla looked up from Gideon to see the cause. Their guest of honor had finally arrived. A man as tall as Gideon, with black hair that faded to silver at the ends. His eyes were impossibly blue as they flickered over the group, and Calla noticed the way they seemed to linger on Tempest a little longer than the others. The most interesting thing about his appearance, however, was the moving maps inked across every inch of visible skin below his neck. Calla thought he might be one of the prettiest beings she'd ever laid her eyes on. All right, maybe I'll have to rethink the jealousy thing, Gideon teased Calla as she worked to peel her gaze away from the stranger. Hello, he greeted, his voice a lot softer than Calla expected. I'm the Wayfarer. Well, that's a mouthful, Delphine commented. The Wayfarer pretended she hadn't spoken, saying, I was told you were all looking for something. Something was taken from us that we need back, Gideon confirmed. I have an enchanted compass that led us here. The Wayfarer looked bored as his eyes slid over to Gideon. What was taken? Fate's dice, Gideon revealed. 2 to be exact. The Witch Queen said they were going to hide them from us, and we were hoping the compass might be leading us to Noctum because they hid one of them here. Intrigue sparked in the Wayfarer's eyes at this revelation. Well, I have bad news. Everyone straightened up a bit as Calla said, Fantastic! What's the bad news? The Wayfarer's gaze locked with hers. You're not going to like where it is. Delphine narrowed her eyes. Does that mean... If the Queens risked sending something valuable to Noctum, there's only one place I can think of where your sadistic rulers would have hidden it. The Trench of Lost Things, Tempest whispered in realization. The Wayfarer nodded in confirmation, and Calla did not like where this was going. He shrugged. If it's not there, I'm afraid I wouldn't have much more insight. Can you show us where this place is? Gideon requested. Unfortunately, it's out of my travel valor, so they could try and get ahead of whatever the Valkyrie Queen was planning. Lark, Lyra's twin, had shown back up a few days ago after taking care of things with Melly to give them intel on how some of the other Reapers were going to try and infiltrate those joining Igneous ranks against the witches. By the time Caspian and Thorn had finished carving out a place to sleep on the floor of Ezra's bedroom, an inevitable turn of events with the space inside the house growing more and more scarce, a rowdy game of cards had broken out downstairs, and Cass and Thorn didn't hesitate to bound off and jump in. Ezra, however, stayed upstairs, lying back on the bed as he listened to the hum of voices muffled through the walls, feeling suddenly adrift. You're missing the party. He turned his head to see her leaning in the doorway, arms crossed as Sabine watched him. Her golden hair was neatly plaited into 2 braids that framed her face. The style made her look so innocent, despite the fact that he knew better. I like your hair, he said. Sabine smiled as she patted over to him. Amina helped. I'm still getting the hang of how to deal with it being so long. Ezra sat up as she approached, letting her wedge herself forward between his knees and drape her arms over his shoulders. He wrapped his own arms around her waist and pulled her in closer. What's wrong? She murmured. I'm not sure, he admitted. Except he was sure. Ezra was sure that what was wrong was exactly this. How much he enjoyed being near her, their time together. How much he hated that Cass and Thorn would be crashing the nightly routine he'd grown so fond of. Most of all, he was sure that just weeks ago, he had felt so at peace with the fact that he might die again soon. That he'd done it once, and he had no qualms about sacrificing himself again for the cause. And now,
The idea of leaving her filled him with dread, especially after what she'd sacrificed to bring him back. "I don't believe you," Sabine told him, cutting through his thoughts. Instead of answering, he only pulled her in closer, until he could press a lingering kiss against her lips, mourning everything he was about to lose that he never thought he'd have again. Heartreaver soared through the air with purpose. Calla and the others took off after the dagger as if their heels were on fire, tearing through the middle of the trench as they kept their eyes trained above them. Gideon and Delphine had the longest strides by far, and they pulled ahead as they tried to keep up with the enchanted blade, lest they lose it in this mess as well. When Calla's lungs began to burn, she was not built for running, and Heartreaver began to leave even Gideon and Delphine behind, Calla started to worry this was the end of the road, that the fates did not want their war to begin after all, that Calla's hold on her own destiny was just as out of reach as it had ever been. And then Heartreaver began to drift down in a perfect arc to the left. Gideon's pace picked up, and Calla's entire body buzzed with anticipation as he and the dagger finally came to a sudden halt. A minute later, the rest of them caught up, Delphine and Hannah making room for Calla to break through the piles of clutter around them to meet Gideon.
Calla's chest heaved with effort as she tried to recover from her sprint, searching Gideon's face for any sort of confirmation that it had worked, that Heartreaver found a fate's die. He gave her a beaming smile as he unfurled his hand to reveal the black and red cube sitting in the middle of his left palm, Heartreaver clutched in his right. "You did it!" Calla wanted to weep as she launched herself into his arms. He caught her easily, spinning her around in triumph as a shot of pride speared through her from his side of the bond. Once he set her back down on her feet, she said, "We should roll it now, before it can get away from us again." Gideon nodded in agreement, holding it out between them in his flattened palm. "You do the honors." Calla plucked the die from his hand and clenched her fist around it. As she shook it in her hand, its strange pulsing magic grew heavier. She glanced back to where Hannah and Delphine were watching in anticipation, the memory of the last time she'd rolled a die slamming back into her. That night had been the start to all of this. Calla looked back to Gideon. "Together?" "Together," he vowed. She released the die. It bounced along the ground between the piles of books and jewels and forgotten heirlooms, bouncing next to stray spoons and shoes and handwritten letters. And when it landed, a beacon of gold and crimson light shooting into the sky, toward the gods, Calla didn't need to be able to see it to know what number it had landed on. 6. When they all returned to the inn, Tempest was gone for the night, a sign that said "closed until morning" sitting atop the front desk. Hannah left to get some sleep, while Calla and Gideon waited downstairs with Delphine to return the talisman to the wayfarer. It was midnight on the dot when the man finally appeared. "Thank you," Calla told him sincerely. "Truly, if there's any way we could repay you—" "Unless you know how to break a curse," the wayfarer muttered, "it's unnecessary. Besides, I'm not very fond of your queens anyway. They always made things difficult for me when I ended up in their realms." "Shocking," Gideon commented, tone dripping in sarcasm. The wayfarer smirked. "Must be hells to be one of their sons and a blood warrior." "An understatement," Gideon said dryly. "I met one of you once," the wayfarer said. "Here, in Noctum, actually. The second one, I believe." Gideon and Calla exchanged a look. Then Calla asked, "You wouldn't happen to know their name, or where they are?" The wayfarer hummed. "It's been over a decade, but I can try and locate them. Will you be around for a day or two more?" "If there's a blood warrior here, we'll be staying," Gideon confirmed. "All right," the wayfarer sighed. "I'll let you know what I find by tomorrow evening." With that, the wayfarer left. Calla and Gideon bid Delphine good night before they all returned to their own rooms as well. Once Gideon shut the door behind them, Calla felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of nervousness hit her. She decided to make a quick excuse to wash up for the night, grabbing her toothbrush and dashing to their attached bathroom. When she looked at herself in the mirror, she saw how flushed her cheeks were, and she tried to keep her emotions in check so Gideon would not sense them. As she brushed her teeth and her hair, she glanced down at the newest addition to her rolls of fate. Only one more roll to go. But that's not what she wanted to think about right now.
Right now, all she wanted to think about was how she and Gideon were sharing a room, alone, for the first time since they had admitted they were in love with each other. And the fact that, for the first time, there was not any immediate danger or an ounce of tiredness in her body, not even from the sprint through the trench. No, Calla was suddenly very, very awake. When she walked back into the bedroom, nerves going haywire, her heart almost stopped as she spotted Gideon taking a drink of water, shirtless. Her eyes traced down his body, from his face to the harpy eagle tattooed across his chest to his rippling abs as he swallowed another gulp of water. Gods, he was beautiful, in a way that ought to have been a sin. Once again, the knowledge of her lack of experience compared to his hit her like a ton of bricks. And when he screwed the lid back onto the canteen and set it aside, his eyes flashing pure silver as he did his own scan over her figure, Calla desperately wished she could freeze time and run to Delphine for advice. "Hey," he said as he stepped closer, tilting her chin up with the knuckle of his index finger until she was looking right into his eyes. "It's only you and me. Whatever worries are going on in your head, let them go. Nothing has to happen tonight or any other night if you aren't ready." It was just like him to know exactly what to say to give her every ounce of reassurance she needed. Because he was right. It was only them. Whoever else had ever had in his bed before her didn't matter. What mattered was that she was here now, and she trusted him implicitly. And that she was ready. More than that, she was eager. As if he saw every one of her thoughts written on her face, he whispered, "Are you sure?" She nodded. "Are you have no idea," he interrupted, "how sure I am. I've never wanted anything as badly as I've wanted you." "I don't know what I'm doing," she admitted, letting out a shaky breath. "The only experience I have is through Delphine's stories, and I'm not sure they're the most realistic examples to follow." Gideon huffed a laugh. "You'll have to show me." His answering smirk made her stomach clench in pure anticipation. Gideon brought her lips to his then, his hands running down the sides of her arms, down to her wrists, before she pressed her own hands to the planes of his stomach. He deepened the kiss as she lightly trailed her fingers over his abdomen, and he made a sound of encouragement in the back of his throat as she continued to explore. He was showing her, just as she'd asked. Gideon slowly walked her toward the bed, stopping when they reached the edge and breaking their kiss. She took in a shaky breath as he reached between them and slowly lifted the hem of her shirt. "Any time you need me to stop," he told her, tone deadly serious, "you tell me to stop, okay?" Calla nodded, whispering, "Same for you." He pressed a light kiss beneath her jaw before tugging her shirt off the rest of the way. Next, he unbuttoned her pants, and then his own, kicking the clothing away until they were both standing in only their undergarments. As he captured her mouth with his own once more, he lifted her, and they moved to the bed, settling together. Her heartbeat was thrumming erratically, or maybe that was his. It was hard to tell in a moment where they were so consumed by each other, and the soul bond made them feel like they were one and the same, inextricably melded together. She let her hands twist into his hair as he kissed her until she became dizzy from need. When he pulled away to begin kissing other parts of her, her neck, her clavicles, her navel, a small whimper of want fell from her mouth before she could stop it. She felt him smile against her feverish skin at the sound, and before she could even be embarrassed about it, he was kissing places that made all thoughts in her head empty. "I love your curves," he murmured as he left a trail of kisses over the soft, plump part of her belly. "I can tell." She giggled softly, his kisses tickling her skin as they continued up and up, dusting over her sternum and stopping at the pulse of her throat. He hummed against her lips, his left hand sliding down to the dip in her waist. Soon enough, all their clothing was shed, and their hands explored each other with equal fervor, memorizing the lines of their bodies, the way they moved together. She always thought she'd be shy, being so bare in front of someone else like this, but there was nothing to be shy about with Gideon.
He knew her soul already, and her body felt inconsequential in comparison. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. It was more intense than she could have ever imagined. emphasized by their soul bond and the way it amplified each other's ecstasy. "Calla," he whispered over and over and over again, too gone to say her full name. She held on to him tighter, burying her face into the crook of his neck so she could feel the vibrations of her name from his throat against her lips as he spoke. "No curse will ever be able to take my heart," he vowed, "because you took it a very long time ago, and I have no desire for you to return it. You will have me until they take my soul, and even then, wherever souls go, ours will go there together." They came together in passion, until a bright crimson light erupted around them. Their rolls of fate glowed as Calla and Gideon reached a peak of pleasure, and the light remained until their heartbeat slowed and they crashed back down to earth, together. Staying in her own room was torture, Delphine decided. If it had been up to her when they arrived at the inn, she'd have absolutely made Hannah share a room with her and forced them to speak to each other. But Hannah had beat her to the punch, requesting a room alone, and now here they weren't speaking. Though Hannah's words echoed plenty in her mind. "I'm in love with you, Delphine. Why do you always go for people who only like you for what's on the surface?" And then Delphine proved her point tenfold when she'd fallen under Isaac's spell. Calla had seemed to snap out of her trance on her own just fine, but Delphine had taken days for the very enchantment to wear off. No matter that her mind had logically known she was supposed to hate that very pirate, her body had been unwilling to accept the reality of the fabrication, and she could tell that it had been a ruthless act for Hannah to watch. Which was precisely how she knew she hadn't lied when she said it was safer for them to never cross the line between friendship and something more. She'd fallen in love with Celeste, and that had ended in utter disaster. Such disaster that she knew, without a doubt, she'd never see Celeste again. A price Delphine could more than bear. But Hannah? She would rather go back to the Siren Sea for the rest of eternity than lose Hannah. Hannah, who risked unleashing the darkness of her magic trying to save Delphine from being dragged back to the Siren Sea. Whose gentle voice was the only thing that made Delphine keep her sanity under Renil's hold. Whose face Delphine knew better than her own. Hannah, whom Delphine had thought about every waking moment during Renil's torture to remind herself of what she needed to fight for, to go home to. Because Hannah was the only version of home that had ever stayed consistent when that concept had been taken from her time and time again. "Oh my gods," she whispered aloud as she sat straight up in bed. "I'm in love with Hannah." She felt something slide down her cheek. Of course she was in love with Hannah. Hannah, whom she'd burned the world down for. Who vowed to tear the world apart for Delphine if that's what it took for them to be reunited. What had she done? What had she stolen from herself out of fear? Stolen from them? She was a coward. And Hannah deserved better. She knew that. She knew she should let Hannah heal from her rejection, from the way she'd left her standing there to follow after a man who had been less of a man and more of an omen of how the rest of Delphine's life was going to look. And she knew she should stay away, should let the wound she'd clawed into her friend's heart scab until it became just another faint scar of something that once happened in the past. But Delphine never claimed to not be selfish. The idea of ending this war with only regrets of what they could have been had her climbing out of bed and heading down the hall until she stopped in front of Hannah's door. She knocked. Once, twice. When Hannah's face finally appeared before her, Delphine was silent. "What do you want, Delphine?" Hannah asked quietly. Delphine took a deep breath. "I want you. I want to stay here forever." Calla was lying on Gideon's bare chest beneath the tangled sheets as he drew lazy circles down her spine over the material of the oversized shirt she borrowed to sleep in. She knew they ought to sleep, but she had never been more electrified in her entire life. A million thoughts running through her head. Calla looked up at him through her lashes. Was that all right?
The corners of his lips curled down as he admonished. "It should be a crime that you just asked me that question. All right is not even close to what that was. Try world-shattering." She wrinkled her nose as she moved to lie flat on her stomach, folding her arms over his chest so she could prop her chin up on them as she spoke. "No need to flatter me," he sighed in exasperation. "Calliope," she rolled her eyes. "Gideon, I am not so fragile that I would unravel if I am not the best you've ever had right from the jump." "You are the best I've ever had," he said softly, "because I've never had anything with anyone I've ever loved. It's a different thing." The way he was looking at her, like he would steal all the stars in the sky and name them after her, she was inclined to believe him. "I love you too," she whispered. He smiled and gently rolled her over until she was pressed back against the bed once more, making sure to lean all his weight onto his forearms as he bent down to kiss her. When he broke the kiss, he whispered, "Say it again." She hummed, "I love you, Gideon Black." He kissed the top of her head. "I'll never get tired of hearing, Calliope?" Calla furrowed her brows at the sudden look of alarm on his face. She reached up to cup his cheek and let out a strangled gasp when she saw that her hand was disappearing. He hesitated, only for a moment, as he handed over the Transvectio talisman to Tempest, who stepped forward and offered it up for all of them to latch onto. Calla was careful not to touch the girl's skin, recalling the earlier warning about siphons coming into contact with each other. Tempest spoke the name of their destination, and a second later, they arrived. "We definitely aren't in Illustros anymore," Hannah thought, when Tempest dropped them off with a final farewell before disappearing. Remote and coastal were accurate descriptors, but unlike the pink sands and vibrant colors Hannah had experienced with Delphine and Calla in Illustros, everything here was very gray. The town was nestled between rugged onyx cliffs and the thick charcoal mist that separated it from the sea. The town itself was a collection of weather-beaten structures, their facades worn by the salty winds that the ocean's relentless waves sent their way. The buildings, constructed from slate and stone, seemed to blend seamlessly into the rocky terrain, 100 different shades of black and gray, almost as if they were carved from the very cliffs they rested upon. Narrow, winding streets snaked their way through the town, flanked by ancient gas lampposts that cast a pathetic glow against the rolling mist. And up ahead, like a beacon calling out to them, was the lighthouse. "Of course we have to walk up a hill," Calla muttered. Hannah nearly slipped on the slick cobblestones as they began their ascent through the town. Delphine was there in a split second, wrapping an arm around Hannah's waist to steady her. "Thanks," Hannah whispered, trying to keep her heartbeat calm despite the proximity of their faces as she straightened herself up. Delphine nodded, her eyes flicking down to Hannah's mouth so quickly before she stepped away that Hannah thought maybe she'd imagined it. When they finally reached the lighthouse, a grueling 45 minutes later, none of them were in any mood to make a good first impression on someone new, but they didn't have much of a choice. The exterior of the lighthouse was weathered and worn, and not at all welcoming.
Its paint was faded and peeling, its windows like unblinking eyes that peered out into the endless expanse of the ocean, watching, waiting. The mournful cries of seagulls echoed through the night, their eerie calls adding to the sense of foreboding that hung heavy in the air. Gideon knocked on the worn. Its paint was faded and peeling, its windows like unblinking eyes that peered out into the endless expanse of the ocean, watching, waiting. The mournful cries of seagulls echoed through the night, their eerie calls adding to the sense of foreboding that hung heavy in the air. Gideon knocked on the worn wooden door, and they all waited. No one answered. He tried the handle next, to check if the door might be unlocked, but no such luck. "They might be asleep," Calla offered. "We probably should have just waited until morning." "Time is of the essence, unfortunately," Gideon said. "We got a message from Caspian while you were gone with Jack," Delphine informed her. Calla started. "Why didn't you tell me?" "We got a little distracted," Delphine said defensively, "with Gideon losing his mind and all."
Well, what did Caspian say? Calla prompted. Thorn found the original blood warrior, and they're working on hunting down the other two as we speak. Delphine looked back to the door. Which means I don't really care if they're sleeping. They're about to wake up. Delphine began beating both her fists on the door. Hello? Gideon and Calla watched, exasperated at Delph's tactic, while Hannah found herself trying not to laugh. Could I see the messenger, Delphine? Gideon asked. I'd like to send Caspian some information as well. Delphine dug into her pocket and handed over the gold artifact to Gideon before turning back to her task. I'll stay here all night, she threatened in a sing-song voice. Looking for me? A lilting voice called from above. Their heads all snapped up in sync to find a woman with long aubergine hair leaning out one of the windows. Hannah could hardly make out the details of her features from so far below, but her lips were painted an unmistakable plum color, and her eyes were the color of ice. An onyx witch. I'm not much up for company, she crooned down to them. Perhaps another time. Listen, lady, Delphine scowled, you might as well come open the door because we're coming in regardless. I am tired, my outfit is dirty, I haven't had decent food in weeks. The woman slammed the window shut. Well, this isn't off to the best start, Calla said. Why do all onyx witches have a particular talent for enraging me? Delphine griped. Then to Gideon, no offense. I'll make an exception for you, considering you and Calla apparently finally shared intimacy. Delphine, Calla screeched. What? Delphine asked innocently. Is now not the time to bring up that I'm angry you have yet to share all the details with your best friends? The walls at that inn were not thick. This is not the time, Calla said, as she covered her face with her hands, mortified. Gideon, for his part, didn't look too fazed. Delphine didn't get the chance to rebut because the door in front of them ripped open, revealing the onyx witch in all her glory. She would have been stunning, Hannah thought, if not for the intensity of her eyes. They were quite unnerving, though perhaps she herself had no room to talk. I was wondering when this day would come, the woman declared as she took the four of them in. I was hoping moving all the way out here would mean no one would bother to show up on my doorstep, however. May we come in? Gideon asked. We need to talk. The woman glanced over to Delphine, who gave her a wicked smile. It doesn't seem I have a choice, does it? The woman asked. Correct answer, Delphine said, as she shouldered past them all and pushed her way inside. Calla and Hannah both threw apologetic looks in the woman's direction as they followed suit. The woman shut the door and crossed her arms expectantly. Gideon cleared his throat. Gideon Black. Prince of the Onyx Realm, the woman finished with a nod. I know. I must admit I'm astonished to see you on this side of things. Yes. Well, Gideon is one of us, Calla inserted. The woman lifted a brow. One of us. A blood warrior, Calla explained. I'm Calliope Rosewood. These are my friends Hannah and Delphine. The woman eyed them each in turn before finally offering, I'm Piper. It's nice to meet you, Piper, Calla said, at the same time that Delphine asked, Which number are you? The second, Piper answered. How close is it? There was no need to clarify what she was speaking of. Calla rolled up the sleeve of her shirt and displayed her rolls of fate for the woman to see. The woman gave a low whistle. We're trying to gather all of the blood warriors to start the war on our own terms, Calla explained. We were hoping you'd come with us. Piper was already shaking her head. There's a reason I left Illustros, darling. I paid in blood, sweat, and tears to make it off that very continent, and I am not going back. Gideon's expression darkened. We've paid as much, if not more. None of us wants to be in this position, but the fates haven't given us a choice. Don't you want this to end, instead of hiding for the rest of eternity? Piper laughed. I don't mind the hiding. I enjoy living here, alone, just fine. I haven't left this lighthouse in nearly 2 decades. Hannah wrinkled her nose and shot a look at Delphine, who was frowning in equal measure. That sounded miserable. Aren't you afraid the fates will find a much more insidious way to get you on the battlefield? Calla questioned. Piper narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? I mean that we're here, politely asking you to come with us, Calla said. But who knows what will happen the moment I roll that last fates die? The fates may plop us all right onto the battlefield. Wouldn't you rather be prepared, know who your allies are? Piper sucked in a sharp breath. Fates die? Calla winced a bit. Yes, that's our next task. The queens took them from us and hid them. One was here, in Noctum, and now we're going to have to begin looking for the other. You have no idea how tired we are of traveling, Delphine grumbled. Piper sighed. I may have something that can help with that. They all looked at her in surprise. Follow me, she waved a beckoning hand at them. As Piper began to lead them toward the base of the spiraling staircase, Gideon and Calla were quick on her heels. Delphine, however, put a gentle hand on Hannah's shoulder, silently asking her to stay back. Hannah raised her brows in question. I don't trust her, Delphine whispered to Hannah. Hannah tilted her head, waiting for further explanation. It wasn't unusual for Delphine to be skeptical of new people, unless they were attractive pirates. I probably need to let that go, she chided herself. None of that was her fault. She says she hasn't left this lighthouse in 2 decades, but she absolutely reeks of witch hazel, Delphine said. Hannah hadn't even noticed that little detail. Maybe she has a perfume with witch hazel in it, Hannah suggested. She is still an onyx witch. A perfume that doesn't run out for 2 decades? Delphine said skeptically. Delph, Han, Calla called down to them. Are you coming? Yes, Hannah answered, before pulling Delphine with her toward the stairs. I don't like this, Delphine muttered, but when they reached the top landing with the others, she didn't say anything else, just kept her shrewd, starlight eyes on Piper's face, as if she were waiting for the woman's expression to reveal some sort of deception at any second. All right, what I'm about to show you is not something you can ever speak about to anyone else, Piper told them, before taking a step toward the only other thing occupying the stark white space around them. It was something large and oval, covered by a gray sheet. Piper grabbed a corner of the sheet and ripped it down to reveal a giant gilded oculus beneath. Calla made a startled gasp. I've seen this before, in a dream. Whatever you need, this will take you directly to it, Piper told them. Where did you get this? Calla asked. It was a gift, Piper said. When I made it clear I was dedicated to never seeing the outside world again, the one who owned this before me said I should keep it. So I have a window into the universe whenever I begin to feel trapped. Go ahead, ask for it to show you your fates die.
They all watched as Calla and Gideon exchanged a wordless conversation in that way they did before Gideon waved a hand for Calla to go ahead. Calla stepped forward, lifting her chin as she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. Then she requested, "Show me the fates die." The oculus glass surface began to ripple, Calla's reflection fading away as it morphed into something else. A vision of a dim room, its back wall lined with bookshelves and maps. A glossy black table sitting in front of it. The only thing on its surface? The fates die. Wait, Gideon whispered as he took a step forward, his eyes darting across the image. Calla reached out to brush her fingertips against the oculus surface, her hand sinking right into the glass. Gideon sucked in a breath. Calliope! No! But it was too late. A gust of wind suddenly kicked up around them, and Hannah spun to see Piper blasting her magic as hard as she could to make Calla and Gideon tumble forward through the mirror and out of sight. As soon as they were gone, the mirror's surface returned to normal once more. Delphine let out a grunt of rage as she dove forward, tackling Piper to the ground, her sharpened claws ripping through the woman's clothes. When Delphine's claws met the witch's skin, however, an ear-splitting shriek rang out around them, as if Delphine were scratching steel. Piper laughed. "You cannot hurt me, siren. I'm a blood warrior. I am invincible." She bucked Delphine off her, and they both jumped back up to their feet, scowling at each other with rage. "Why?" Delphine snarled. "We were only asking you for help. We weren't going to force you to come back with us."
Sure you weren't, Piper spat. That's all anyone ever wants from me. Return to Illustros, prepare for war, bend to the will of the fates. I've had enough. I will die in this place alone if I have to, but I will not step foot onto that battlefield. Besides, I did them a favor, didn't I? They were transported exactly to what they were looking for. Hannah stepped up to Delphine's side as she said, "You better hope Calla wasn't correct, that the fates don't drop you right into the middle of the fight without a single clue of who your allies are." Piper's expression faltered, but Hannah didn't give her a chance to repent. She only hooked her arm through Delphine's and tugged her toward the oculus. "Show me Caspian Ironside," Hannah said. The moment the mirror showed her a glimpse of Caspian's warm, smiling face, Hannah didn't waste a moment pulling Delphine through with her. The moment Gideon crashed into the study of the Onyx Palace with Calliope, he knew they were absolutely screwed. He'd recognized the trap too late. As the two of them got back on their feet, he spun, glancing around the familiar space for the fate's die, only to find his mother. Lysandra's smugness was so palpable around them that Gideon could have cut it with his blade. She was leaning against the very mahogany table the oculus had shown them, and when he glanced past her to its center, sure enough, there it sat. The final fate's die. Calliope stepped up next to him, shoulder to shoulder, lifting her chin as they both recognized the predicament beginning to unfurl around them. "Welcome home, my prince," Lysandra purred. "I'm so very glad to see that my little bargain with Piper was worth giving up the Oculus of Obscura for. I suppose it's poetic to trade one of my prized possessions for another." "I am not your possession," Gideon snarled at her. "Doesn't seem that way to me at the moment." Lysandra laughed as she reached across the table and plucked the die from its surface. "You both really know how to make a scene wherever you go, don't you? I had so many people reporting from the Miroir Mountains of your little escape that I had time to deliver the Oculus to Piper days before you arrived. You should be quite embarrassed." "Funny," Gideon snapped. "I was going to say the same thing about you hiding one of the die in a place called the Trench of Lost Things." She shrugged. "I knew if you managed to use that very compass of yours to find the first fate's die, it'd need to be hidden somewhere that would make it easy for you to reach Piper next, and then she would lead you right back to me. I will say that I thought the Trench of Lost Things would be a bit more of a challenge, but it's become clear that where there's desperation, there's a way with the two of you." Gideon's loathing for her reached a new all-time high. Before he could help himself, he was seething. "Is that the same mindset you had when you decided to conceive Ezra to take on my curse?" His mother's face twisted with shock. "Who told you that?" Gideon smirked. "I believe the Valkyrie Queen sends her lowest regards." A snarl ripped from Lysandra's throat at the mention of the Valkyrie Queen. "That insipid, difficult person. You cannot believe. Did you or did you not risk letting your own son die just to give his curse to another son you only birthed for that purpose?" Calliope accused with rage. "And if it had worked, you'd be thanking me, girl," his mother addressed, "because you would not have to be worrying about your heartless fate right now, would you?" "Did Bellator know you let me die?" Gideon asked, shifting the queen's attention back to him, away from Calliope. "Is that why he left you?" Lysandra moved so quick that Gideon didn't even see the slap coming. Calliope stumbled back as his mother continued to slam him into the shelves lining the wall behind him. "Do not ever speak that name here. Do you understand me?" she growled. "I will rip out your heart myself." "Then do it," Gideon murmured, locking his eyes with hers. Lysandra's breathing was labored, her expression full of fury, but he saw the brief flicker of pain that flashed in her gaze before she could conceal it, and he knew right then that it didn't matter what he did, what he said, what name he invoked, or how much he hated her. He was the one thing she would never let go of. Whether that was because she wished to torture him, or because deep down there was some sort of maternal love she couldn't rid herself of, he didn't know. "There will be more blood moons, you know," his mother rasped. "I can wait the two of you out, bide my time until the next opportunity comes along that grants me enough power to sever your soul bond, and then make sure to rip out her heart so that you will never see her again." Is that because you want me to be just as miserable as you, so that I might find solidarity in your company?" Gideon taunted. Calliope snorted. "Except Bellator is still alive. He chose to leave, isn't that right?" Lysandra spun on Calliope, but before the queen took a step, Calliope lifted her hands and seized Gideon's mother's limbs. He felt it then, the return of Calla's magic, a bright spot of heat blooming in his core at the same time as it did in hers. He watched as her cheeks flushed pink from the effort, her beauty never ceasing to stun him. But as quickly as the spark of her power had returned, it flickered out once more. "Guards!" Lysandra howled as Calliope's grip faded away. An entire unit of guards flooded into the study around them, 4 of them immediately seizing Calliope. Gideon sent a blast of his magic into his mother as he tried to lunge for Calliope, but a pile of guards was on top of him in a matter of seconds. His mother recovered easily, smoothing a hand over her hair as she fixed a smile on her face. "Take her to the dungeons. Then show my son to his old bedroom. I wouldn't want him to be uncomfortable." Gideon fought against the guards' holds, but it was no use. He watched them drag Calla away, fighting as hard as she could herself, but he knew her magic still hadn't recovered fully from whatever enchantment that difficult pirate had put on her. He promised himself then and there that when this war was over, when they were safe and the world was less complicated, he would hunt Jack down and kill him for his little trick with the wine. Slowly. "Gideon," Calliope choked out, "I'll be fine."
His mother wouldn't have to rip his heart out to make her point. This was just as painful. "I'll always love you," he vowed to her. His mother wouldn't have to rip his heart out to make her point. This was just as painful. "I'll always love you," he vowed to her before they took her from the room. He thought he'd lost his mind when she disappeared at the inn, right after the best moments of his entire life. But now, he was going to finally break. He wasn't even sure what happened the moment she was out of his sight. All he knew was that the room around him turned to rubble, that within his chest there was a raging heart, and he'd be very sure before he'd let anyone have it but her. "Knock him out, you imbeciles," his mother's voice ordered. Then everything went dark. Hannah and Delphine crashed out through the oculus and onto the floor at Caspian's feet. Hannah squeaked in pain as her head conked into Delphine's, a migraine instantly rippling through her temples. "What in the hells?" Caspian exclaimed as he jumped to help them both back to their feet. "Where did the 2 of you come from?" another familiar voice asked. "Ezra?" Hannah glanced around to see that the 4 of them were standing in the clearing just out front of the cottage in the Miroir Mountains. Cass and Ezra both looked tired and slightly damp, and she wondered if they had been doing some sort of sparring in the snow when she and Delphine dropped in. "Knocked 'em," Hannah remembered to answer as she rubbed the throbbing bump on her forehead. "We found the 2nd blood warrior." Caspian's face lit up. "Are they on their way?" Delphine let out a bitter laugh. "No, that jerk tricked Kaylie and Gideon right into Lysandra's arms and refuses to have anything to do with helping us or the war." "She essentially said she'd rather die," Hannah added. "Then why not just die on the battlefield like the rest of us?" another familiar voice snorted. Hannah turned to see Thorn approaching from the cottage's doorway, having been alerted to all the commotion she and Delphine must have made. Hannah gave him a sheepish wave with her fingers. He smiled back warmly. "Glad to see the 2 of you are all right, at least," Thorn noted. Cass nodded in agreement as he stepped forward to squeeze Hannah into a hug. Delphine stepped back to give them some room to embrace. "Missed you, little witch," he hummed ruefully. Hannah gave him a squeeze. "I missed you too, Cass." He set her back on her feet as Delphine propped a hand on her hip and speared Ezra with an expectant look. "What about you, Prince? Did you miss us?" she taunted. "Just like Cass, I certainly missed Hannah," he quipped back, before reaching out to give Hannah's head an affectionate pat. Delphine stuck her tongue out at him. "What's been going on here?" Hannah prompted before they got too sidetracked. "Did any of you track down the other blood warriors?" "2 of them," Thorn confirmed. "And the Valkyries?" Delphine wondered. "We've got a lot of introductions to make," Cass informed. "But before we get to that, elaborate on Kaylie and Gideon being with Lysandra?" Hannah and Delphine flinched in tandem. Delphine explained,
There was this whole thing with an oculus. Lysandra basically paid Piper off to trick Kaylie and Gideon into her clutches. There's nothing we can do now except go get them. Wait, Ezra inserted. You mean you think we should move in now? Hannah and Delphine exchanged a loaded look before Hannah finally nodded and said, "The sooner we can move, the better." Kaylie and Gideon found one of the Fates dice and made their 5th rolls already. And I have a feeling the last Fates die is closer than any of us might think. If they find it and roll it and we aren't ready, Caspian nodded. You're right. It's time to get all our ducks in a row. The queens claimed they hid both those dice, but I don't believe for a second that they risked having both of them out of their sight. Ezra huffed a laugh of agreement. I'd bet money my mother has it on her person as we speak. For a moment, they all just stared at one another as the reality of what Ezra suggested slowly sunk in. Then, all at once, they were rushing toward the cottage. Gideon was sealed in his old bedroom for nearly 3 days before he felt it happen. 3 days where he refused to eat a single bite or drink unless someone told him what was happening to Calliope. It was on the 3rd night that he woke up, cold as ice, unable to feel her. He ripped the covers away, yanking up the left arm of his shirt to see that his numbers were scarlet. He nearly vomited in relief, but something was still wrong. His mother had done something, and he'd had enough. He went to his bedroom door and ripped it open. The guards that were standing outside in the hallway, 10 of them every shift, startled to attention. "Where is she?" he snarled at them. "Back in your room, Prince," the one in charge ordered. A muscular man with platinum hair and a well-groomed beard. Gideon didn't bother with any more words. He sent a gust of his magic right into the man's abdomen, making the guard fly back into the wall with a grotesque crack. The other guards began to move instantly, and so the dance begun. Gideon knew he could hold his own long enough to get away. The problem was, if he exerted all his magic now, there would be none left to help Calliope out of the dungeon. Still, when he slammed his fist into one of the other grunt's faces, splitting open the skin of his knuckles as he broke the witch's jaw, the sharp pain felt intensely satisfying. "Prince Gideon," another guard barked as he approached from down the hall. "Your tantrum has wonderful timing. Your mother has summoned you to meet her in the throne room." The bearded guard he'd been addressing before looked relieved as he stepped aside for Gideon to be able to adhere to his mother's summons. "God's very royals," he heard the man mutter to someone else as he strode after the messenger with purpose. Gideon swept past his escort to bust through the double-door entrance into the all-too-familiar throne room. A dark sense that he'd seen this exact scene before washing over him as he stalked forward. "Gideon, darling," Queen Lysandra crooned. He bared his teeth. "Mother." "Come now, Gideon, why the hostility? Haven't you missed me?" she asked from where she was perched on her throne in the middle of the white marble room. He had definitely experienced this before, but he didn't have time to focus on that. "Where is she?" he demanded. Lysandra leaned her chin down to rest on her hand as a wicked smile unfurled on her face. "Who?" Gideon practically snarled as he asked again. "Where is she?" "Oh, does it truly matter, Gideon? You can't save her. You can't even save yourself. We both know how this story ends." "No, you don't get to decide how this ends," he said. "You started this in the first place. This is your fault." Lysandra laughed darkly. "My dearest boy, you've gotten yourself into this mess. It was never supposed to be you. I had him to spare you from this. I tried to ensure your fate. You're the one who undid all of my careful planning. For her. Where is she?" "I'll tell you what, Gideon," she sat up straight. "I'll make you a trade." The realization suddenly hit him. The Demon's Oak vision. Gideon knew this was a trap. Knew exactly what her request was going to be. Still, he played along. "What do you want?" she smiled. "Quite a loaded question, darling. I want a lot of things. But this conversation isn't about what we want, is it? It's about what we need." He waited for the request to come. for her to ask for his brother's heart. Bring me Ezra's heart, and I'll give you the girl. Let's see where your loyalties truly lie. What she didn't know, but he did, of course, was that he could bring her Ezra's heart. All he had to do was go back to Valkyrie Queen's palace. Tell me where she is first, he demanded. Sealed behind a magic barrier that will not release her without Ezra's beating heart, her mother told him. The location doesn't really matter without that piece of the puzzle, does it, my dear? And surely you wouldn't choose a girl over your brother, would you? Is that your grand plan?
To lock her away so she is unable to start the war? Do you think Ezra isn't noble enough to give up his heart for such a cause? Her lips curled back. Even if Ezra were, you still won't have the die. So go ahead, Gideon, get rid of your brother and finish the job I started years ago. You never really deserved him, Gideon told her. She shrugged. I never tried to. He spun on his heels and strutted out of the room. Let him go, his mother boomed at the guards as he moved through the palace he once called home like a wraith escaping out of the hells. He understood now that this place had never been a home. As he made his way outside and headed right for the stables, he fished the messenger he'd taken from Delphine out of his pocket and wrote out a pleading request to whoever was on the other end. He pocketed the artifact once more as he pushed through the stable door with a little too much force, startling the stable hands working inside. He paid them no mind. His favorite horse, a blue rose stallion named Equinox, whinnied the moment he entered. "Hello, old friend," he greeted the beast before making quick work of saddling him, ignoring the staff as they protested his thievery. He mounted Equinox in one swift motion and dug his heels into the beast's flanks, sending them both shooting into the night. "We need Ezra's heart," Caspian announced to the group as he read Gideon's message, once, twice, 3 times before it disappeared. "Sorry, but I'm out of the heart donation business," Ezra responded from where he and Sabine were thumb wrestling at the dining room table. "Lysandra's trapped Calla somewhere. She can't be rescued unless we use Ezra's heart to unlock it," Caspian explained as he looked to each of his friends around the room in turn. Amina, Lyra, and Delphine were chatting across the table from Ezra and Sabine, each gaping at his news in disbelief. "Gods, how do things always find a way to get worse?" Delphine gritted out in frustration. Ezra, on the other hand, looked devastated as he dropped his hand from Sabine's grip. And though the Valkyrie's movement was subtle, Caspian noticed how she pressed closer to Ezra to comfort him. Why would she make the key your heart? Amina wondered, tilting her head at what she probably perceived as Ezra's odd reaction. Ezra gave a bitter laugh. "To punish both Gideon and me in different ways. She doesn't believe Gideon would rip out my heart to save Calla, and that would mean our mother wins. But if Gideon did have the stomach to do such a thing, I'd be dead, and she wins that way too." Sabine's eyes darkened as she inserted, "Well, it's a good freaking thing your heart is already out of your chest, isn't it?" Amina snorted. "Yes, but it's—" Her words cut off as she spotted the mirrored looks on Sabine's and Caspian's faces. Then, "No, absolutely gods, very not." Lyra sighed as they stood from the table, their chair scraping against the floor with the movement. "Come on, Amina, we didn't do all this work to let it fall apart because of one pathetic attempt at sabotage." Amina let out a string of curses, but didn't protest further as Lyra turned to Cass and said, "You good with coming along? We could use that nifty ability of yours that stops people from breathing." "It's my heart." Hannah waited in anticipation as Delphine slinked up the bed and over her body, gently pushing her shoulders to lay her back down. Delphine bent and gave Hannah a gentle kiss on her collarbone, causing a shiver to run down her spine and goosebumps to prick up on her skin. She could feel Delphine's heartbeat as their chests pressed together, making Hannah's head swim. "Promise me something," Delphine whispered. "Anything," Hannah breathed.
Promise me we will have plenty of time for everything after all of this is over. After we finally get Calla back. After this war." "Everything?" Hannah asked. "Everything," Delphine nodded. "I want to know what it's like to experience the world by your side as more than just your friend." Hannah smiled as she nudged the top of her nose against Delphine and said, "I promise." A knock suddenly rapped against the bedroom door, and both of their heads turned. "Ladies," Thorne's voice called from the other side, "it's time." Calla awoke to the light of a breaking dawn and the sound of fluttering wings. "If I had a wish for every time this very heart was the key to breaking a magical barrier," Amina joked nonchalantly as she and Lyra landed in front of the cave. Gideon was on his feet in seconds, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as the Valkyries approached, Ezra's heart in hand. Calla stood slowly, stretching her limbs, before Amina tossed over Ezra's heart unceremoniously. Calla caught it easily out of the air, wrinkling her nose at the grotesque squelch it made when it hit her palm. The pulse of its heartbeat in her hands was unnerving. She took a deep breath. The moment of truth. Calla stepped forward, waiting for the painful zap of the magic seal to burn against her skin, but it never came. Instead, the barrier's power began to crackle and absorb right into Ezra's heart. Calla watched in horror as the organ swelled until it burst into grotesque, bloody smithereens. "Yuck!" Amina hissed as she lunged out of the splash zone. Calla could only blink in disbelief. "That is not what happened when my exile was lifted," Amina griped. "Probably because for you it was just a key to get out," Gideon murmured as he wiped a few of the heart-splattered bits from his face. "For my mother, this was a way to destroy something she knew we cared about." "Hope you didn't want it back," Lyra deadpanned. Calla turned to Gideon, ready to say how sorry she was, but the relief on his face when he wrapped her up in his arms told her the heart didn't matter. It wasn't Ezra's anymore anyway. Ezra had a new life, a new heart, a new future. A rebirth that his mother had never touched, never scarred. "Surprised you didn't lock yourself up in there with her, Prince," Amina said as she tapped her foot impatiently at their display. "Wouldn't that have been the romantic thing to do?" "Then who would have gotten me dinner last night?" Calla responded in Gideon's defense as she stepped back from his embrace and turned to face the Valkyrie. "All right, give us an update. Where are we at with everything?" "You mean the impending war?" Amina asked. "On the precipice. I imagine this is one of the last moments everyone you know will still be alive, so enjoy it while you can." Despite the slight drip of sarcasm, the truth of her words settled deep into Calla's bones. Everything was about to change. "My brother just informed me they're on the move," Lyra confirmed, tone grave. "It's beginning." "Who is they?" Gideon asked. "Are all our friends safe? What about the other blood warriors?" "Thorn and Caspian managed to find the first and third blood warriors, and obviously we all know now what happened with the second, who you found. No one knows any information about the fourth, though," Lyra explained. Calla bit her lip. "Can we even start this war without the others?" "The war starts the second you both roll that last die, doesn't it?" Amina pointed out. "We can't continue to wait for people we can't find or who refuse to show up. For people in need, because it might inconvenience them. They're cowards anyway. None of the queens are waiting any longer. Ignia knows that Lysandra and the others have already gathered the entirety of their realm's subjects, and they're all lying in wait. She plans to send her own forces onto the witches whether the war has actually begun or not, to reap souls for her tithe. They'll probably go straight for the Onyx realm, but we've got plenty of Valkyries heading for the Rouge realm to try and stave the Rouge witches as long as they can. No one has heard a single thing from the Terra realm, though." Calla blanched. "The Valkyrie Queen is starting her own war? Now?" Lyra nodded. "Correct. Which is why we need to move. No more waiting for other players. We're what you've got. The Fates can take it or leave it." Calla looked at Gideon. "Ready?" "No," he murmured.
"Well, give you two a minute," Lyra allowed. Amina began to protest, but Lyra was already tugging her away, leaving Gideon and Calla to have one last moment of privacy, of peace before they headed for the battlefield. "I love you," Gideon told her, his hand coming up to hold her face, the pad of his thumb brushing over her cheekbone. Whatever happens, it happens to us together," she reminded him. He nodded. Together. She reached up on the tips of her toes to kiss him, perhaps for the last time. This kiss felt different from all the others. It wasn't a hazy kiss born from the influence of a nymph, or one born of desperation and weak resolve. It had none of the sweetness of the kisses they'd stolen in secret when they still didn't know what they meant to each other, or the passionate need of the kisses they'd shared that night in the inn. No, this kiss was one that branded her soul, and she knew in this moment that he had always been her destiny. The scent of petrichor and rain clung to the tension in the air like a treacherous omen when word of war reached the Terra Witch Queen's doorstep. Her witches were already 6 feet underground, not in their graves yet, but in their pursuit of the battlefield, moving like worms beneath the earth, waiting for the signal of blood soaking into the soil. The queen had always known her realm would be the last whisper on the wind, that by the time the 6th blood warrior had been found and fate began to shift, her witches would already be late. However, late to war was last to die, a fact that she'd been planning on for centuries. Unlike the others, hope had long perished in her land, in her bones. Many were sure she would not even show up to Death's invitation, had thought her realm to be too quiet for all the rumors that'd been snaking their way through the continent over the past few weeks. But anyone who thought such a thing was very wrong. After all, she'd helped create this land, and she would watch it burn. Caspian strode through the Onyx Palace with the confidence of a man who already knew when and how he was going to die. The palace was surprisingly empty, or maybe it wasn't surprising. After all, he knew very well where everyone was, hiding in the shadows of the Onyx realm, waiting for a war to begin. When he reached Lysandra's throne room, the queen sat straight up as if she had been waiting for his very arrival. "Caspian Ironside," she purred, "I haven't seen your handsome face in ages. Tell me, what was it like putting a knife so deep into my back?" Caspian gave Lysandra a lazy smile. "The time of my life." She scowled. "When your peers begin falling around you because of your treasonous little project with my guild, the blood will be staining your hands." Caspian's smile didn't wane a bit, but he did say, "I'm not sure I know what you mean. Did you think I really wouldn't figure out your game? One slip-up from a grunt and a couple days of torture, and I realized just how much treachery you and my son have plagued me with over the years. Not to worry, though. The units have already begun making a dent in finding every witch with uncompleted roles and making them finish. And you're about to join them." Caspian felt his grin grow as he raised his chin and said, "Well, you better get on with it, because I have a message for you from your sister, Ignia." Lysandra slowly rose from her throne, her coal eyes becoming glassy, unseeing, as she realized exactly what had brought him to the lion's den. He didn't even need to speak the words himself. Ignia is on her way, here. Caspian gave her a confirming salute. "I hope your sisterly reunion goes well." The cold snap that went through the room around him was quick. Lysandra's wind wrapped around his neck and wrists like vices, dragging him across the marble floor toward her as she dug something out of the bodice of her dress. A witch's die. She pressed the die into his hand, leaning forward until their chests were nearly flush, and she was able to bring her mouth right next to his ear. "I look forward to seeing you on the front lines, shoving a knife through your friends' hearts." If she was looking for him to flinch or cower, he didn't. In fact, he pressed himself closer as he growled, "I look forward to watching Calla end you all." He and the Onyx Queen watched each other carefully as he finally pulled away, his fists tightening at his sides, the corners of his lips fighting to stay neutral. Before either of them could utter another taunt, 2 Onyx guards came rushing into the room. Their footsteps continued to echo in the hollow palace as one of them announced, "Your Highness, something is arriving."
Lysandra let go of her hold over Caspian, pushing past him as she strutted after her men, only turning back to say, "I'll let you finish your final role in peace, the last bit of peace you're going to have before I sink my power into you on that battlefield." Caspian waited for her and the guards to disappear from the room before lifting his left fist and unfurling his fingers to reveal the Fates die. The witch's die was still burning in his other hand, but it was the least of his concerns. It could melt through his flesh and bone all it wanted, pleading for him to roll it, but he was going to be in the earth long before he ever allowed himself to complete his rolls of fate. He lifted the Fates die closer to his face, inspecting the pulsing black and red cube with resignation. Villains always think keeping their weaknesses in plain sight means their enemies won't find them, he echoed Amina's words from earlier, triumphant. Caspian smiled as he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to rumble. It was time to find Calla. As Ezra flew Sabine through the sky, with every mile they grew closer to the Onyx realm, he had to fight the urge to turn around and bring her right back to the cottage. He wanted to lock them inside and pretend the outside world didn't exist, that his brother and his friends were alive and happy, that his mother was 10 feet in the ground, and that the Fates had grown too bored to keep playing their games with any of them. Sabine held him a little tighter as their friends and newest allies soared through the clouds around them. A few of them were showing off, spinning and dipping through the air, and Ezra wondered if they all thought this might be the last time they felt the thrill of flying. Half of them were heading to the border of the Rouge realm in hopes of intercepting Myrea's men before they came too close to the heart of the battle. Ezra still wasn't confident they had enough fighters on their side, but it was too little too late now. "Ezra?" Sabine whispered. He glanced down at her face, her green eyes shining with an emotion she'd never shown him before. "Yes." She swallowed. Don't die again, okay?" Ezra gave her a grim smile. "Okay." When the realms finally came into view, he could see the spires of his mother's onyx castle just over the horizon line. Worse, he could see the lines and lines of onyx witches marching toward an enormous clearing littered with gold and red witch hazel pouring in from the margins of the woods that surrounded their land. The fleet around him paused, hovering as they watched their opponents head toward the soon-to-be graveyard below. Someone shouted something up ahead, and Sabine made a strangled noise as she shifted in her arms. "Oh gosh," she cursed as she pointed to something just past the borders of the Onyx realm. Another army, this one made of rouge witches, encroaching the borders of the Onyx realm. "This is it, Harpy," he murmured to her. "What about the Terra witches?" she asked. "We have no one protecting us from the north." He shook his head. "Not sure. The Terra Queen has always been the most aloof. I don't know if she's even visited our realm since I was born. She'll be a wild card." "Maybe they didn't get the message," Sabine began, but her words cut off as her face went ashen. "What's wrong?" he demanded as he followed the direction of her stare.
In the distance, coming right toward them, were hundreds and hundreds of flying brown specks. If they hadn't been in the sky, Ezra might have thought it looked like an infantry of ants barreling toward them. The Valkyries. The ones that wouldn't join their cause, or at least didn't know about it. Some sort of projectile went flying past Ezra's head, the whistle of it snapping against his eardrums. "We need to land!" Sabine shouted, twisting in his arms to call out to the others. "To the ground!" And just like that, their allies began falling out of the sky like stars. Em watched as her master unraveled the last bit of crimson yarn and circled it around the Onyx realm on the map tacked to the wall, the only thing left in the deserted cottage. The Witch-Eater couldn't really experience nostalgia in the way other beings did. They were too ancient, too immortal. Even Em's distant, buried emotions were more tangible than the Witch-Eater's. But if her boss were able to be nostalgic, she thought that perhaps that was what was happening now. "She's coming," the Witch-Eater rasped, dipping their chin in a nod of approval. The Witch-Eater turned to Em then, bowing their head then, in what felt like reverence. "You've served me well, child. May your soul find peace in the fires of salvation." Em bowed their head back,
a flood of power washing over her as the remnants of her contract to the Witch-Eater were finally, blessedly paid, and her master finally released her soul into the ether. When Amina and Lyra placed Kaylie and Gideon into the center of the clearing, Kaylie heard her name being whispered on the wind. Calliope Rosewood. Calliope Rosewood. Calliope Rosewood. She looked to Gideon to see if he might have heard it too, and by the taut expression on his face, she knew that he had. Everything around them was too still, too quiet, and for a moment it was hard for her to imagine that she was standing amid a future graveyard. She wondered if they had arrived too soon, if Caspian hadn't yet given Igneous message to the Onyx Queen, if the Valkyries weren't encroaching imminently, and this was all one terrible misunderstanding. But then a battle cry rang over their heads in the distance, and Gideon glanced up. "Look," he told them, his tone clear and sharp. A gust of wind whipped through the clearing as Lyra and Amina immediately unfurled their wings and took to the air, shooting like arrows toward the expansive sky pocked with approaching Valkyries. Kaylie looked out toward the trees that circled the solemn field around them. "They're watching us," she whispered. "I can feel their eyes." "They're waiting for a signal," Gideon said, his voice steady, his silver eyes shrewd. Then she heard her name again, and this time it wasn't a whisper. It was a harking. "Calliope!" Calla spun toward the sound of Caspian's voice, but before she could take a single step, a single breath, witches began to pour out of the woods, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands. "A signal," she whispered, as she felt her inner siphon flare to life with anticipation. It was time to face her fate. The part of her that was so exhausted waiting for her life to really begin was ready for it. The looming omen of the Fates' War constantly hanging above her like a dark cloud, ready to drench her with pain and sorrow the moment she actually began to enjoy her life. The other part of her, the part that was sinking like a heavy stone in her stomach as she watched her fellow witches ascend onto the battlefield with twisted faces of agony, realized that she had never really understood what war meant, how it devastated, how, for the luckier ones, it tore their beings into pieces and left them bleeding corpses of unfulfilled potential at the feet of those who would be unlucky enough to survive and carry the harrowing burden of its memories. It didn't take long for the battlefield to turn into a frenzied symphony of clashing weapons and swirling magic, to ruin lives and futures. Each person who fell, a scar on Kaylie's heart that she'd have to carry inside of her forever. Somewhere in between bracing themselves for impact and the first wave of magic, she and Gideon were ripped apart. She could feel every hit and scratch he took through their bond, of course, every rush of adrenaline as he slammed another dagger into a familiar face. The air around them grew thin as the Onyx witches fought for control of it, and she swore she could even hear Gideon's siren-like commands from somewhere to her left as she grasped her opponent's shoulders with her rouge magic and tossed them away from her. Kaylie knew when she felt her energy began to burn up too quickly that she needed to get to Gideon again. These witches were not even the guild. They were just Lysandra's poor, indebted subjects forced onto the front lines of this battle, and Kaylie was trying to take as much care as she possibly could incapacitating them without ever killing. But the effort was already emptying her reservoir of power. When she looked for Gideon, she could see her prince was taking the same meticulous care, knocking out the untrained witches with ease and slipping through the frenzy before he accidentally made a move that was fatal. Calliope dropped another witch to her feet, stepping over the body as she tried to gain her bearings. Where were their allies from the guild? Their help? "Don't worry, great muse," that melodic voice whispered again. "Here they come." Kaylie felt a heavy force of magic at her back, and when she turned to face the southwoods, what she saw left her in disbelief. Witches of every kind flooding toward the melee with determination. Several stallions stomped with them, making the ground beneath her feet rumble, a single rider at the helm of the brigade. Something touched Kaylie's shoulder then, and she instantly whipped around, latching her siphon onto the person. Then she noticed his rolls of fate. all ones. She instantly let go. "It's going to be a pleasure fighting with you, Calliope Rosewood," Dex announced as the recognition hit her. "Eurydice and Thorn are heading out to search for where the queens are hunkering down, giving their orders. I wanted to warn you about the Terra Witches before I joined them." "Terra Witches?" Calliope asked as she glanced around. The only witches she could see were onyx. "They're in the—" His words cut off as something sprang from the ground between them. A Terra Witch, hands bloody, nails ripped to shreds, their yellowish gaze wild as it locked onto Calliope and Dex. Their face was smeared with dirt, the odor clinging to them the pungent scent of petrichor and sweat. The witch lunged for Dex first, but Dex was immovable. Every hit the Terra Witch made bounced off of him as if he were made of rubber. In 2 flicks of his wrist, the witch was lying at their feet, dead. "You don't have to kill them," Calliope hissed. Dex gave her an exasperated look. "This is war, sweetheart." She leaned forward and pressed her lips to his forehead as a single tear ran down her cheek. "I'll make sure you get home, witch," she vowed. Gideon. As many times as Gideon had imagined coming to blows with Kestrel these last few months, this was not how he wanted it to go down. They were a match made in heaven, at fighting. Every blow Kestrel would deliver, Gideon was ready to block, and vice versa. He was the commander's protege after all. They'd have been locked in a death match for hours if it weren't for the fact that Gideon could grow tired, but Kestrel couldn't. "It's Miria's orders," Kestrel gritted out as he swung his sword down once again, making Gideon spin out of the way just in the nick of time. Gideon had to make sure he didn't get himself injured and put Calliope in any additional danger. One poorly timed move and it could be a domino effect of tragedy. "We aren't allowed to stop going until our bones grind themselves to dust from the effort," Kestrel continued as he released another bone-shaking blow. Gideon, however, didn't have that sort of magical motivation.
Which meant his muscles were screaming at him to take a pause. "You have to kill me," Kestrel choked out. "I can't stop. I won't stop until I'm dead." "No," Gideon spat as he rallied his energy once more and sent a shot of wind into Kestrel's core. It barely made the man rock back a single step. "I will not kill you." Kestrel's mouth twisted into a grim smile. "Why not? It isn't like you haven't wanted to before." "This is different," Gideon argued, striking back in full force. On and on, dancing around each other, careful not to upset the delicate balance of the game between them, just like they had in their previous relationship. And then, finally, Gideon made a mistake. It was a small one, an anticipated block to the left instead of matching Kestrel's feign to the right. In seconds, the commander utilized that mistake to sweep Gideon's feet from beneath him and pin him to the ground, blade hovering above his former lover's heart. "Kill me," Kestrel demanded with a sneer as the tip of his blade began to sink into Gideon's chest. "No," Gideon snarled back, trying to dislodge Kestrel's body off his. "Kill me, you really fool," Kestrel growled. "If you die, she dies. It needs to be me." At the mention of Calliope, Gideon's heart raged with the pain of the situation the fates had put him in. But Kestrel was right. If it came down to it, he would never let Calliope die. Kestrel finally seemed to sigh with relief. "There's your sense. If you won't do it for me, you know you'd always do it for her." For the first time, Kestrel spoke those words without bitterness. "I love you, Gideon Black," Kestrel murmured. "I hope the two of you never have to part. I hope the rest of your eternity together is filled with light and happiness. So much happiness." Gideon watched as Kestrel accepted his fate, watched as his hand lifted up his blade toward the commander's heart. And then he watched as someone else ripped the organ from Kestrel's chest. Kestrel and Gideon looked over with disbelief as they found Delphine. Delphine standing there with the beating organ clutched in her hand.
"A promise is a promise," she nodded at Kestrel. The only way to describe the commander's face as he looked at the siren was one of deep gratitude. With that, Delphine disappeared as quickly as she'd come, leaving Gideon to bid a final farewell to his former partner alone. "I love you too," Gideon whispered, as the shine of Kestrel's eyes began to fade. And with that single admission, Gideon felt Kestrel's spirit finally find peace. Delphine was still not convinced they ought to have let Hannah near the battlefield, but her girlfriend, something she still had not gotten tired of saying, had threatened to never forgive her if she didn't let her onto the battlefield. The problem was that the moment Hannah stepped foot into the fray, Myria's magic took a hold of her. Delphine saw it right away, the abnormal way Hannah's body went taut, the way her face became strained as she tried to fight the hold. But it was no use. Her feet would not cooperate, would only carry her deeper and deeper into the fight, her depthless black eyes becoming glassy each time she spotted an opponent and poised to attack. Delphine became Hannah's shadow. No one got within 3 feet of her witch, lest they wanted to feel what it was like for her to claw them to shreds. She tried to use her siren song as much as she could, keeping those around them at bay as Hannah continued to fight Myria's hold, all the while fending herself from Hannah's attacks, because as she kept the others back, she became the closest enemy. Somewhere in the distance, Delphine heard the shout of a familiar name, the scream of a familiar voice, but her eyes didn't leave Hannah for a moment. "Come on, baby," Delphine encouraged, her magical influence leaking into her voice as she spoke. "Fight it for me. You're more powerful than her. You can do things that difficult person queen would never be able to imagine." For a moment, Hannah's actions faltered, but before hope could take root in Delphine's heart, Hannah sent a blast of power in her direction again. Delphine was about to try singing one more time when a flurry of movement caught the corner of her eye. Kestrel and Gideon were locked in a death grip, and Kestrel had a knife perched directly over Gideon's heart. "Gosh darn it. Don't move," Delphine ordered the circle of witches surrounding her and Hannah with as much magic as she could manage to muster. They all froze. In a blink, Delphine slinked from the circle of frozen bodies and made her way toward Kestrel's back. Without a second thought, she reached through the commander's flesh and grasped the beating organ within his chest. The deed was done in seconds. Kestrel met her eyes with relief. "A promise is a promise," she nodded at him. She didn't waste a second as she returned to Hannah, but when she found her girlfriend, it was not in the same state that she'd left her. Seconds. She'd been gone for seconds, and in that time, Hannah had already transformed. The witch she knew was gone, replaced with a being exploding with dark power, dark magic. Black veins spiderwebbing over every inch of her skin as inky black magic leaked into the air around them. It was the return of the necromancer. Calliope. Calla was running so fast her heartbeats barely had enough time to catch up with her. "This is it! Cass!" she yelled as she made her way toward the witch. Caspian skidded to a stop, searching for her in the crowd. "Caspian, here!" she called again. Then he saw her. "Caspian, hurry! Throw me the die!" "Stop them!" someone yelled up ahead. She ignored it all and kept running, Gideon's voice in her mind telling her to stop for nothing. She watched as Caspian dodged past 2 witches to get to her, not missing a step as he pushed himself faster and faster. They were so close. Just as he was about to reach her, someone stepped in front of him, blocking her view. But that didn't stop Cass. She watched as he flung the die over the other witch's shoulder. Calla dove forward, her breath caught in her throat as she reached out and snagged the die out of the air. The moment the fate's die hit her palm, everything around her quieted. The entire world stilled. Power pulsed from the tiny magic cube in her hand, beckoning her to complete her final roll. "It's time to make your move, Calliope Rosewood." Calla took a deep breath and tossed the die to the ground. It rolled once, twice, 3 times. Then it settled. 6 red dots smiled up at her as a burst of gold and scarlet light emanated through the battlefield. Time stopped, and for a single blissful moment, there was nothing. And then a chorus of laughter. It's time for the real fun to begin. The fates were here. The threads of fate are such fragile little things when they become so tangled, and so incredibly formidable when you forge them yourself. Gideon needed to get to her. Everyone around him was still shedding blood, despite whatever sort of magic had just been unleashed around them. The magic hold the queens had over them would not allow them to stop, would make them continue on and on until they met the same end as Kestrel. None of it mattered to him at this moment, though. All he cared about was her. He could feel her heart thundering through their bond, the burn of the last 6 etching itself into his arm now that she'd made their final roll. He couldn't see anything past the tumultuous crowd except a flood of golden light, and he knew that's where he'd find her. The fates had arrived. Gideon pushed himself faster and faster. Someone called his name, and for a split second he shifted his eyes in their direction. Thorn. "What's happening?" Thorn called to him as he stood, casually, among the combat. Alarms went off in Gideon's head immediately, and he skidded to a halt. "Thorn," he warned. "The final roll was made. You aren't—" Just before Gideon could get his final words out, Thorn's mouth formed a little O shape as someone's blade severed through the tendons in his neck.
Gideon's stomach churned at the sight, deep sorrow sinking into his core as he stumbled another step toward the man. Gideon's stomach churned at the sight, deep sorrow sinking into his core as he stumbled another step toward the man. He could barely keep from heaving as Thorn's headless corpse dropped to the ground, the macabre sight a spear through his emotional armor. Gideon scrambled closer, digging his hands into the dirt as if he could easily make a grave in such a situation. He gritted his teeth together as a roar of rage ripped from his throat, and the blood-soaked soil wedged itself beneath his fingernails. They hadn't known each other long, but Thorn had been kind and helpful and good. He deserved a proper burial. Someone tackled him from his right, pinning him to the ground with a grunt. Gideon didn't hesitate as he wildly clawed at his assailant, wrapping a rope of wind around their neck and strangling them until they turned blue. When the witch's body went limp, Gideon shoved it aside shakily and got back to his feet as someone else let out a battle cry and lunged toward him. "This is why you can't linger," he told himself. "You have to keep going." Gideon disposed of 2 more bodies before turning back to Thorn's lifeless corpse and whispering an ode of respect in a language long dead. "May your soul find peace, Thorn." Hannah felt death in every inch of the air around her. Her heart was pumping magic out in double time as it awakened in her with its full force. She felt death in every breath, in every fiber of her being. She was becoming death herself. When the transformation was complete, she felt the hold of the Rouge Queen's power snap, crumbling away until there was nothing left. And as soon as she was released, she unleashed herself onto the battlefield. Her magic plunged into the earth around her, calling to the fallen that littered the ground at her feet. Rows and rows of undead beings clambered forward, a taste for more death swelling in their tongues. A single flick of her wrist, and they lunged, shredding anybody that did not move out of the way quick enough. She nimbly wove the threads of darkness in her grip until she had a tapestry of death, and then she unleashed the hellish fate across the battlefield. When Calla stepped into the gilded light, she felt like a god herself. "Hello, Calliope Rosewood," the fates greeted her. Or at least 3 of them did. The golden figures were standing side by side, awaiting her audience patiently. The creepy masks adorning their faces just as they had on the statues of their likeness in the afterlife.
"It's so nice to finally see you in person. Aren't there supposed to be 4 of you?" she asked as her heart thundered in her chest. "Did your cohort have some sort of prior engagement, or something else that made them too busy to see to the war you've been waiting centuries for?" A chime of laughter. Then, "Something like that." Calla felt the corners of her lips tilt down. She didn't like that answer. When they didn't say anything else, however, she became restless. "Well, what now?" she demanded. "You tell us, Great Muse, how would you like this to end?" She rocked back onto her heels in shock. What in the hells did they mean? How would she like this to end? She would have liked it to not begin in the first place. She opened her mouth to say something else when she heard his voice. "Calliope." Calla spun to see Gideon step into the gilded light, relief on his face as he strutted forward to sweep her into his arms. "Thank the gods," he whispered into her hair. "You're welcome, Prince." Gideon's eyes flicked to the fates in disbelief before shifting back to Calla in question. She shook her head in frustration. "I don't know what we're supposed to do. All of the dice have been rolled. All of our cards have been played. And yet a war still rages behind us," Gideon finished for her, before turning to the fates and ordering, "When does it end for you? When every person on the Queen's sides are wasted? Are you going to make sure we claim every death before you call the end? She began the war. She can stop it." Calla nearly choked. They were trying to put this burden on her? Flames of rage erupted in her belly at the notion. Gideon remained steady at her side. "Whatever you choose to do, I'm right behind you," he reminded her. She tilted her chin up. "This ends now." She turned on her heels, plunging out of the filtered golden light and into complete and utter darkness. "What the hells?" she rasped in shock. And then she smelled it, the charred smell of dark magic. She and Gideon exchanged a loaded look. "Hannah," Calla breathed. Before she could make her way farther into the inky mist, however, someone ripped her sideways by the tendrils of her hair. Gideon snarled as he reached out for her, but it was too late. "I wouldn't make any sudden moves, Prince, not unless you're both ready to part with your hearts right now." Myrea held Calla at arm's length as she stared Gideon down. "Let her go," Gideon demanded, using the full effect of his siren's voice. Myrea laughed. "I see you've discovered a little something about your lineage. Unfortunately for you, such a trick will not work on me twice. Your little stunt back at my palace made me realize I needed to take extra precautions when dealing with the two of you and your insolence. I'm surprised those precautions don't extend to staying off this battlefield," Calla retorted. "I thought that's what all your defenseless subjects were for, to keep your hands from getting dirty?" "Yes, well, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself," Myrea sneered back. "Lysandra was too sentimental with her whelp, and it cost me having your heart on a spike when I wanted it. But she isn't here now, and it's my turn to call all of the shots." As the Rouge Queen spoke, something in the air began to shift. The darkness had slowly begun to grow more palpable, and even Calla's magic could feel something shift inside of her. Hannah's darkness had been fully unleashed, that much was obvious, but something about it prodded a memory out of the depths of her mind. Something about why Myrea was so afraid of necromancy. Calla flicked her eyes over to Gideon. "They said I could stop this, right?" Gideon's face was strained as he watched her, the stress in his body refusing to dissipate as long as she was in Myrea's grasp. But he answered, "Yes, they chose me to end this, so I will." Myrea yanked Calla's hair until her back was completely flush with the Queen's chest, the woman's hand reaching up to wrap around her throat like a vice. Everything around them was shrouded in shadow, the details of the ongoing war blurred as the darkness grew thicker and thicker. "You are not the chosen one, Calliope Rosewood," Myrea hissed in her ear. "You are the cursed one."
Calla tried to gulp a breath of air, and the hand around her throat tightened. "Calla," Gideon said desperately. Her eyes went right to him. "You have the power here. You know what you can do." She felt Myrea shake with laughter. "Please," the queen cackled cruelly. "She's a pathetic." Before the woman could finish her sentence, Calla decided how she wanted this to end. She felt her rouge magic lock on to every drop of blood in Myrea's gains, and a second later, her inner siphon pulled with all its might. Then all she saw was red. Hannah felt the girl's sorrow, heard her desperate cries as she begged for Hannah to stop, but it was too late. Hannah's army of undead ravaged everything around them, her power so thick that it was severing the connections of others' magic. She watched the scene before her through the ice of her emotions, watched how witches that were relentlessly spilling blood moments before suddenly began to wake up as if they had been sleepwalking this entire time, dropping their weapons as her darkness snaked through the air around them, slowly sucking the life out of each of their bodies, their magic, turning everything so very numb. Witches were crawling through the dirt, missing limbs and eyes, half dead as they tried to resist the call for more bloodshed. But their queen's magic had a relentless hold.
Their pleas did not matter. Their will was not enough. The 6 little numbers embedded into their arms were the only thing they could obey. But not Hannah. She obeyed nothing but the darkness inside of her now, and it was finally calling her home, demanding to reclaim her blood and bones. The burning started in her fingertips first, before the fire spread all the way down her limbs and into her core, and she knew then that the darkness was slowly consuming its host. "Enough," a small, quiet voice said from somewhere within. "That's enough. You've done enough. It's time to stop now." Hannah felt as the hands began to reach up from the earth and slide along her skin, start to drag her down, down, down. Her love's desperate cries caressing her until she was pulled deep beneath the earth. And then there was finally, blessedly, nothing. There was only one thing that could make Ezra leave Sabine's side in this calamity, and that was his shot at the killing blow. From above the battlefield, he could see a strange fog slowly fold itself among the fighting. Witches on both sides began to pause, unaware of where the dark magic might have been coming from. But Ezra knew precisely what was happening. This time, no one had been able to stop Hannah. "The dead," Sabine whispered as she peered down with him, leaning forward in his arms. "They're rising." "Necromancy," Ezra said solemnly. "Is the battle stopping?" she wondered in disbelief. Ezra was shocked to see she was right. Something about Hannah's magic was extinguishing the fight. Even for the Valkyries who had been reaping, Hannah's magic was making it hard to see the glow of the souls. Ezra was about to say they should find Calliope and his brother, but before he could, he spotted something. Someone. All the way across the clearing, hiding like a coward among the shadows of the trees. His breathing faltered. "What's wrong?" Sabine demanded when she noticed the change in his demeanor. He swallowed and then nodded toward the tree line. "My mother. What are you—" But before she could finish her question, he was diving for the ground, specifically for where he spotted Lyra standing in wait as they assessed the odd turn of events unfolding around them. Ezra placed Sabine on her feet next to the other Valkyrie and said, "I'll be right back." Sabine let out a shrill protest as he took off once more, but he ignored it. He didn't need her to see the person he was about to turn into. When he reached the edge of the forest, he landed heavily on his feet. It was quiet. But before she could say anything insulting or crude or pull out a dagger, he kissed her again, thankful every second that he had died all that time ago in order to feel this alive right now. The moment Calliope let go of Maria's essence, the fates decided to emerge from their shroud of light to face the wreckage. Their audience did not bow or cheer or even riot. Everyone simply stood, as wonderstruck by Kallila's carnage as they were by the faces of the gods. And when the gods themselves turned to Kallila, their eyes were filled with respect. "The war is over," they declared. "All of the queens have fallen or surrendered. Your blood warriors have claimed their victories." Kallila suddenly felt an intense, vibrating warmth prick the hairs on the back of her neck and glanced over her shoulder to find Gideon approaching. When he reached her, he took her face in his hands, his silver gaze filled with pride as he admired her. "You truly went all in." "I said I would," she whispered. He dipped his chin in deference before letting her go and turning to face their people, and the gods by her side. "What was the point of this?" someone cried at the gods. "All of this loss, when you could have had the queens to begin with?" The fates turned to Kallila now, as if she could answer the question. But she didn't understand it either. So many fallen. For what? "Your queens made a bargain that relied on them proving they deserved their power," the fates answered. "It is clear now that they did not. If they had, they might have decided to give up their own instead of allowing their people to do so for them." "Are the other queens dead as well?" Kallila demanded. "Althea has been captured by the guild," someone at the front answered her question. Someone decorated like a commander of the very army he spoke of. When the units revealed they were not under Lysandra's influence, she was given the option of surrendering or being torn to pieces. "No one has seen Lysandra, however." "We have," a familiar voice quipped. Kallila spun to see Sabine approaching, looking awfully cheery. Ezra was right on the Valkyrie's heels. "I got the Onyx Queen's soul right here, in fact." Sabine held up an esprit. Kallila tensed as she waited for Gideon's reaction, but the prince only nodded in Ezra's direction, a signal of abject approval. Ezra smiled. "As part of the Queen's bargains, it is now time for all witches with completed rolls of fate to be stripped of their magic. The rest of you, however, congratulations. Your curses have been lifted." No one cheered. Okay, a few people cheered, but for the most part, everyone was utterly silent. "It's not fair," Kallila seethed at the gods, stepping forward. "None of us made this bargain with you. We were all born into something we didn't ask for. It's not fair to punish our people like this while the queens get to escape in death." "Fairness is not what the three of us tend to do," the fates told her. "You'll want our fourth kin for that." "That would require them to be," Gideon began, before a familiar grating voice cut him off. "And so we meet again, fated ones." The rasped words came from across the clearing. Everyone turned to face the Ancient One in tandem, those closest to the monstrous being cringing away in terror as they parted the massive crowd. "The Witch Eater." "Of course," Gideon muttered. "You're the fourth fate?" Kallila carped, hands balling at her sides. "For now, at least," the Witch Eater confirmed. "What the hells does for now mean?" Gideon demanded. "I was not born a god," the Witch Eater revealed. "Rather, I was made into one by the last fate who was in my place, and so on. I chose my title, the Witch Eater, when it was decided that I would be the one to consume the witch's magic after this war. Once my job is complete, it will be time to pass the responsibility to the next being who will assume my role." Gideon came to the conclusion before Kallila did. "You mean, you hope that Calliope will—" Kallila balked. "Never. I will never be one of you, you monsters." "Monsters? For offering bargains to those in need? For keeping true to our end of the stipulations? People died today," Kallila spat, "and now you want to take their magic too? Yes, you are monsters." "Well, I suppose perhaps we can offer you a loophole of sorts," the Witch Eater said as they looked to their cohorts, who nodded agreeably. "I must have a certain amount of power in order to release you all from this bargain, the sort of power that you possess, Great Muse." "You want
To sacrifice my magic? She whispered. Gideon sucked in a breath, like he could feel the turmoil that bled through her at such a thought. Not after all she'd been through to finally accept it. Not just accept it, love it. Love herself. She couldn't. She looked out into the faces of her people staring back at her. Faces that at one point might have sneered at her mismatched eyes and her touch. To find hope. Kaylie swallowed. Her words trailed off. After a pregnant beat, the witch-eater prompted, "Yes?" Kaylie took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. "No, you cannot have my magic." "Well, not only my magic." "Go on," the witch-eater urged, and Kaylie could swear the Ancient One was smiling. "Instead of taking all of the magic from those who completed their roles before the war, could you take only a bit of magic from each of us?" A murmur broke out across the field, and Kaylie looked back at Gideon. He dipped his head in encouragement, the silver in his eyes swirling with pride as he waited for her next move.
Calla turned back to Witch-Eater, lifting her chin and declaring, "I know what the queens have done to us over all these centuries, prepared to turn us against one another, taken away those we love because of things we couldn't control. But we can control this. We can decide the fates of our people for ourselves." The Witch-Eater waited expectantly for the reactions of the others, but no one said anything. They barely even blinked. The Witch-Eater laughed. "People are fickle, great muse. Why don't I offer you one last boon?" Calla felt defeated as everyone continued to watch the ordeal in silence. How could they not be blazing with motivation? How could they not be as ready to jump into a new reality as she was? "Take my place with the fates, and I'll give you all a single-month deferral on your decision before I claim your magic." Calla sucked in a breath. "Calla, don't." Ezra shook his head as he stepped toward her. "If these jerks don't want to take the good grace of what you're already offering, you certainly don't need to give up any more of yourself to the fates." Calla bit her lip and swung her gaze to Gideon next. He shrugged. "Wherever you go, I follow. It's your choice, always." Ezra scowled at his brother. "If they take her to the afterlife, she will not be confined to the afterlife. She will only be confined to her responsibilities as the Fates Keeper. As long as she continues her plight, whatever she might choose, and agrees to choose her successor when the time comes, she will have as normal of an eternity as any of us are really promised," the Witch-Eater explained. "What else?" Calla demanded now. The Witch-Eater tilted their head in question. "What else would I be sacrificing? Would my appearance turn into yours? Would I be unable to see my friends, my partner, live by the parameters I choose? What else?" The Witch-Eater shook their head. "My appearance had nothing to do with my position, but that's another story for another time. You would be able to see your friends, your prince, as much as you pleased. More, in fact, given the added abilities you will gain." "Added abilities?" Gideon questioned. "She'll be as close to a god as anyone who isn't born one could be," the Witch-Eater confirmed. "Naturally, that comes with a few perks, Prince." Ezra, who had looked rather put out by this entire conversation until now, suddenly looked thoughtful. Sabine laughed next to him. Calla looked at Gideon one last time. "Anywhere?" "Everywhere," he replied. No hesitation. Calla looked back to the Witch-Eater and said, "All right, make me a god." The fates laughed in delight as they swarmed her, and before she knew it, she was being transported away. When Calla opened her eyes, she found herself back at the foot of the stone steps in the afterlife, the ones she and Gideon had refused to climb in favor of finding Ezra in the Valley of Souls. Now, instead of Gideon at her side, there was the Witch-Eater. The rest of the fates, however, were nowhere to be seen. "We will climb all 1,000 steps together, girl," the Witch-Eater told her. "Now is the time you decide on your plight, what you might want to bring to your new world." Calla took a deep breath as they stepped onto the first of the marble steps. She noticed this time that there were no gilded threads draped around her.
You do not have the same sort of life force when you become a god, the Witch Eater explained. Though you were immortal before, that was only in health and lifespan. Now you will be immortal in all the ways that are invulnerable, nigh unperishable. She was quiet for a moment as they continued their way up the stairs, considering what she might want to ask next. What was your plight, besides taking away all of our magic? The Witch Eater's clear, glassy eyes seemed almost thoughtful. I wanted to keep power only where it was deserved. Change is the way of the young. It is important to believe in things so strongly when you are forming your sense of self, but as you age, see the true nature of people for what it is, you realize that you cannot control things the way you desperately wish to. So you transform yourself first, become the example you wish to see, and hope you inspire others to follow. I was born a fae, you know. No, Calla didn't know, though this news somehow didn't shock her. The Witch Eater had always seemed to speak in riddles to her. I ended up courtless because someone with too much power did not wield it responsibly. I thought the fates hated me too, more so, maybe, and I wanted change. Desperately. When destiny came knocking on my door, I took advantage of it. The fates let me know what their next bargains were, their next game, and I became the Witch Eater, the being who would consume the power of the newly made witches if their power grew to corrupt them. And, as you know, it did. Do you regret your decision? She wondered, as the top of the stairs slowly came into view. Regret is not something one as old as I can feel, they said. A better question would be, do I think I did everything I could with the position I was given? And, she prompted, they turned to look at her. I picked you out myself. When Gideon's mother allowed him to die, for that single split second that I had to pick another soul to become the final blood warrior, I chose you. I was speaking true when I said the two of you were never supposed to cross paths. But you've always derailed fate, haven't you, Calliope Rosewood? And oh, the pair the two of you have made. Calla gaped at the Ancient One, stunned. Does that mean Gideon was the true sixth blood warrior? Yes, the Witch Eater finished in confirmation. And despite his shifted fate, he still managed to find his way back to that very title. Because we always find our true destinies, even when we are determined to avoid them, don't we? Calla was silent the rest of their walk to the top of the stairs. What was it that she believed in more than anything else? That she'd want to spend an entire eternity devoting herself to? When they reached the other fates, the Witch Eater went to stand by their side. Calliope Lillian Rosewood, the Witch Eater stated. What is the title you will choose for yourself? Calla thought about everything she'd been through since starting this journey. Her friends, Gideon, her mothers, her magic. She looked down at her hands, and out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the heart-shaped jewel shining in the hilt of her dagger, and smiled. When she looked up, she declared, Heartmender. Gideon was suffering. The moment Calliope and the fates disappeared, he was left with a battlefield of fallen soldiers and friends, and an entire congregation looking at him for guidance. But he didn't have any, not when his light was missing. Prepare the bodies of every fallen friends to be honored and buried, he ordered the expectant witches. We will not leave them here like this. People began to move. Maybe because he was the only technical heir they had ever known, or maybe because his siren voice demanded obedience. But whatever it was, he was grateful just to be useful. Sabine said the Valkyries are going to want an audience with Calla when she's, a god and all, Ezra told him. Gideon cursed. This had the potential to quickly turn into another nightmare. Where's the Valkyrie Queen? He asked Ezra. Sydney and Baden managed to capture her before Baden's death, over on the second battlefield in the Rouge Realm. I think there's a third uprising happening in the land of the Valkyries as well, but I figured we had our own fish to fry before I tried to get involved in that, Ezra explained. Gideon nodded. Then, about Mother. Before Gideon could say anything more, however, Amina and Sabine were suddenly approaching with a very familiar body. Caspian. No, Gideon choked out as he lunged toward his friend, knees hitting the ground as the gently laid Caspian's lifeless form on the ground. Don't get too upset, Amina assured softly. I've got his soul.
We just need a heart."
"I suppose some things never change," Ezra whispered. Gideon glanced up. "What about the others? Hannah? Delphine?" He already knew Thorn had been one of the fallen, and Kestrel. Ezra, Sabine, and Amina shared a loaded look. "Hannah," Ezra croaked, "is gone." Gideon scrambled to his feet. "What the hells does that mean?" "Something about the darkness taking her after her necromancy magic raised that army," Amina answered. "Where's Delphine?" Gideon demanded. Before he could take off looking for her, however, a searing pain began to rip through his chest, and everything went black. "You didn't say anything about my heart," Calla growled as she ripped the Witch-Eater's hand from her chest. "We are heartless fates," the Witch-Eater told her. "That's what so many call us, anyway. How do you think that title came about? But if you take my heart, we will take the prince's too, yes," the Witch-Eater confirmed. "And then I suppose you'll have to put some of that new power to use." "What power? How would I know how to use it?" she protested. "So dramatic," the Fates laughed. "It's your time, girl," the Witch-Eater said seriously now. "To be a Fate is to be heartless. But that does not always mean uncaring or unfeeling. It means to live with your heart outside of your body, to give it away to those who need it most. And doesn't that sound fitting for you, Heartmender?" Calla gulped. This was all a little too much, a little too soon. What was she thinking, becoming a god? It was a ridiculous notion. And yet, she had always been so desperate to be destined for more. Her decision must have been written all over her face, because the Witch-Eater didn't waste another moment before plunging their hand into her chest. Gideon should have always known how this was going to end, but his missing heart wasn't what killed him. It was the bond burning away, his numbers slowly disappearing one by one, turning back to fresh, unmarred skin. She was becoming something he could no longer reach, too high above him. He heard someone say to grab his heart, to shove it back into his body, but no matter how much they pushed, it wouldn't go. He choked out, "Give it to Caspian." A pained inhale. Then, with his last bit of breath, he whispered, "Tell her that even if my heart is not hers, my soul always will be." And then everything faded out once again. If feeling like a god meant not feeling him, Calla didn't want it. For a moment, everything around her was dim and aching and so excruciatingly painful. Her left arm burned as the bond was torn away from her. The hollow cavity of her chest felt like it was slowly filling up with molten hot lava, the magic in her veins turning to lightning. And all she could think about was him. Him. What was he feeling? Did he think she'd chosen to get rid of it intentionally? That she didn't want it anymore? What would he think of her now? He had told her to choose her fate for herself, but what if he didn't like this version of her, resented what she was becoming? When it was over, everything was so crisp, clear. She knew her senses had been heightened, but she couldn't tell in what way. They just were. As if she had always been this version of herself, unable to remember anything different. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the other fates bending over her with their creepy masks. "Congratulations, Heartmender. You have been made." She looked around, but the Witch-Eater was nowhere in sight. She asked where they were. "They have passed their godly gifts to you, and now they are gone." "Gone? Where?" "Wherever they please. And can I go?" "Wherever I please. For now." Calla didn't hesitate to climb back to her feet, ready to return to Gideon and her friends as soon as possible, to help with the aftermath of the Fates' War. Except, how do I go places?
You're a god now, Heartmender. Simply think of where you wish to be, and you will be there. And so Calla closed her eyes and pictured him. When she opened her eyes, she was suddenly back on the battlefield in the middle of the Onyx realm. I could get used to this, she thought. Calla, someone called. Ezra, and at his feet, Gideon. Calla crashed to the ground by his side, a sob racking through her when she saw the open shell of his chest. "Where's his heart?" she demanded. "It wouldn't go back in," Ezra explained mournfully. He said to give it to Caspian." Calla blanched. "Caspian is dead?" "Not anymore," Sabine inserted, unhelpful. Calla brushed a strand of cobalt hair from Gideon's face. She couldn't believe this was happening to her again. Another person she loved losing their heart because of her. "It's a good thing you are what you are now." A voice whispered inside her mind. The fates? It didn't matter. What mattered was that the voice was right. She swallowed as she placed her hands over Gideon's chest. "I am the Heartmender," she whispered to him, "and I demand that your heart come back to me right now. Understand?" They all waited with bated breaths, but when nothing happened, Sabine cleared her throat awkwardly. Calla tried again, reaching deep inside herself, pulling at the well of magic she'd always had inside of her. This time, however, she found that the well was depthless. Unending reams of power waited beneath the surface. She could do anything. She could build entire worlds if she so wished. All she had to do first was get him. "I am the Heartmender," she whispered again as she pulled at the threads of gilded power inside of her. Her hands began to glow, and above her, her friends gaped in disbelief. "Come back to me," she whispered to him in his mind. "Come back, come back, come back. Let me fix your heart. Let me make it so there are no cracks or scars, just like you did for me." A second later, Gideon's chest rose as it filled with air. Then, a heartbeat. Calla didn't leave Delphine's side throughout the entire funeral or any moment after. It'd been 3 days since the world had changed. 3 days of dealing with the Valkyries before ultimately deciding to strip Ignia of her power and absolving the rest of the Valkyries of their tithe. 3 days since she'd retied her life force to Gideon's. And 3 days since they'd lost Hannah. Now Calla and Delphine were sitting in the very spot where Hannah had sunk into the earth, letting their tears water the newly budding chrysanthemums that had begun to pop up there. "I'm never going to get over this," Delphine whispered. Calla laid her head on the other girl's shoulder. "Me either." Delphine pressed her palms to the earth and cried, "Come back to me, please, 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 please." They sat there until the day turned to night, until Delphine's pleas became ragged and her cheeks were permanently stained with tears. And then they sat there for 2 days more. Eventually, Gideon and the others made them leave, but Delphine vowed to Hannah she would be back to visit every dawn for the rest of her immortal life. It took nearly 4 months for any semblance of normalcy to return to their lives, if you could call it normalcy. Calla's new duty to the Fates meant keeping an egregiously detailed record of every little deal people made with the Gilded Gods, and it had consumed nearly every waking moment she had until she got the hang of it. She tried to curb their maliciousness where she could, to bring levity to the misfortunate contracts naive beings forged with them, but she was still learning how to play the game. And she had to admit, if even just to herself, it was nice to be playing the game instead of being used by the game for once. Amina and the Valkyries had been dealing with their own turmoil in their lands, situating themselves in the same way the witches were trying to, how to move on without a monarchy. Ezra had gone with them, not willing to be separated from Sabine, and Calla had no room to criticize him for it. Caspian, thankfully, had stayed behind with Gideon and Calla to help the Witch Realms, despite whatever spark had been budding between him and Amina.
Cass was an invaluable piece to their puzzle, and Calla had honestly considered begging him to stay if he hadn't readily agreed. Plus, he was the only one who could seem to get Delphine out and about on a daily basis. And then there was Gideon. If Calla thought being a god would save her from the all-consuming wave of hormones and butterflies she got every time she saw his face, she was wrong. In fact, somehow, it was worse. When she'd managed to bring a heart back to his chest, she thought that was the happiest she would ever be able to be. And then that very night, he'd asked her to bind herself to him again. They had been lying outside, beneath the stars, trying to decide how to move on from everything that had just happened, if they ever could. He'd turned to her and asked, "Would you want to live with me?" She shifted onto her side to face him. "Live with you where?" "Anywhere you want," he said, as he leaned over to brush a strand of her hair away from her face. "Anywhere but the Neverending Forest, at least." "You mean you don't want to make that our annual vacation spot?" she snorted. He huffed a laugh, but then quickly sobered. "What?" she wondered. "I wanted to ask you something." "Yes?" "I wanted to know if there was a way to get the soul bond back," he told her, voice soft. Calla's brows raised as she sat up. "You want it back?" He followed suit, sitting up as he locked their gazes, his eyes pure silver as he implored, desperately. "You just want to have direct access to a god," she quipped. "That's a perk," he admitted with a crooked grin. Then, more serious, he said, "More so is the fact that I miss your soul being so intertwined with my own. I miss your heartbeat inside my chest. And, most of all, I don't want to risk breathing a second of air longer than you on this earth. Wherever you go, I'll follow." "Wherever I go, we go together," she murmured, as he tilted her chin up to place a kiss on the underside of her jaw. "Together," he agreed. And this time, when he kissed her, long into the night, she thought maybe her fate hadn't been so ruinous after all, that all the reckless roads they'd followed had led them here, to a place with so much love and grief, but most of all, potential. It would be hard to forge a new world from scratch, to reconcile that who she was in this moment was nowhere near who she had been nearly a year ago when they had met, that she had lost so many people she'd loved along the way. But gods, how she loved who she was right here, right now. Time was a curious thing. Seasons passed, one after the other, in a never-ending loop of life and death. All the blood spilled in war had soaked deep into the earth's soil, washed away by both rain and tears. Tears from the girl made of ocean and starlight who would show up every day at dawn to offer her grief to a lost love that even so much time had not succeeded in washing from her heart. Tears that would sink deep beneath the surface, trickling down until they reached the familiar bones buried deep beneath the earth's surface. For years, the delicate bones had been collecting those splashes of salt and sorrow, bathing in the devotion of their devastating love as they stored away their strength and began to mend. The starlit girl didn't see it yet, the light that would illuminate the darkness, but if she looked closely enough, there were always signs. The lavender that sprouted out of the ground in the shape of a small, familiar figure, flowers untouched by storms or snow or fire or death, signs in the way the air seemed